3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome to episode 272 of Ruse Radio. We are back at it again with a very special guest, a long-awaited guest, a guest that has been on the list for almost longer than anybody, and that's the truth, folks.
This is before he even had a list.
Before the list even existed, he was on the list. MDP, MDP, MDP. Who do we have here today on Ruse Radio? Who's here today?
We have Margot.
Oh, that's a lie.
Take a wave, Margot.
Technically, yes. Technically, Margot is here.
Margot's here, and she's in the room, and she's going to wiggle the... I don't want to give away your secret, but Margot does something very adorable that he should put a camera on her so she gets millions of views.
Yeah.
And nobody watched this podcast, but they'll watch the cat doing the cool thing.
The wiggle thing.
The wiggle thing. The cat's... I mean, you got to watch the wiggle thing. But real quick, I want to ask Ruse this. Ruse, you've done this how many times?
This is episode 272.
272. Yeah. Who do you hate on this podcast?
Who do I hate?
Yes.
Oh, that's a hard question.
And not the Dr. Laughter.
Yeah.
You have to, I want you to name somebody that sat in this chair that you're like, oh, God, this has got to end.
Oh, I hate that question. Because I don't...
Who, Ruse? Who?
God.
Let's hear it.
There is an honest answer to that.
Let's hear it. Come on.
Let me give you the breakdown of how it's hard to answer that question.
It's not
first.
hard. You just present a name. And then what's the worst thing they do? They watch the podcast and they never do your podcast again?
I could say the worst one.
Let's hear it.
Because we were already talking about it. And I think it doesn't really matter. It's probably Naboo. Naboo is probably the worst one.
Naboo is the worst one you had?
Twice. Naboo was on twice.
Okay.
Naboo was just one of those ones... See, this is the thing. This is why I wanted to break down the question. I don't have hate for anybody, okay? I really don't hate anybody. People hate me, or people will hate you, but as long as you don't have hate in your heart, you're fine. And I don't really dislike anybody. I think that people are misguided, and I disagree with things that people say and do.
Yes.
But I don't ever lose faith in humanity, and I think that applies to every single person. I think you have to apply that to every person if you are to believe religiously in people. And so with that being said, there are conversations that are worse than other because what happens is you'll end up just sitting through something. There's actually a better answer than Naboo. There's one episode I never released.
Ooh,
and it was from before I even moved here to Chicago.
Okay.
But it was, oh dude, it was a nightmare because it was a recommendation from somebody else who did rap interviews.
Okay.
Because that's mainly what I was doing was rappers.
Okay.
Or I guess just people in the hip hop world, like music world in Flint. And so I think it was, I can't remember who recommended them. I kind of remember, but I don't want to get their name wrong. I want to say it was Ratchet Roderick. I want to say, it might have been Jay. No, it was Jay Stats. It was a rapper named, it was an interviewer, rapper, Jay Stats. It was him.
Those are the two of the worst names I've ever heard. Ever somebody say, not just to say I do music, just to say, hi, I'm a human being. This is my name.
Ratchet Roderick was actually his second personality. It was one of those, he had one.
He had to invent another one.
There was two hymns.
He had to invent another one.
But anyway, Jay Stats.
What was the first reincarnation of this guy?
Let me look at because I have.
I'm sorry to make you do work, but I mean, Ratchet Rodney. I mean, that's just
Roderick.
It's even worse. Oh my God.
Two Federal Tay though. That's the guy. That was the guy who came and that I didn't even do the pod because he brought someone with him. So it was Two Federal Tay and another guy, but he was the guy I was supposed to be with. And what it was so I always had it like this, the way it is now, where I'm here and you're there.
Okay.
So he was there, but the other guy was standing over there, and he kept talking, but he's not next to the microphone. So he keeps talking, but he's not next to the microphone, and I can't even right when they got there, I kind of knew it was going to go bad. Because I'm sitting out on my back porch and I'm going to smoke weed with them or do whatever. And I remember telling them that, I think I'm about to have Jon Connor on this podcast. That's going to be pretty crazy. He's pretty big deal. So Jon Connor, he was signed to Eminem's label. Okay. He's probably the biggest Flint rapper there ever was.
Okay.
Inarguably just commercial wise. So he was going to, and he's episode 88. And so he's right before these guys or something like that. So I remember I told them about that. I think I'm going to have Jon Connor on the podcast. And I remember they said, like, oh, fuck that guy. Like, oh, he thinks he's cool and fuck him.
Wait, real quick.
Shit's whack.
Does he think he's cool though?
Jon Connor?
Yeah.
No.
So he doesn't think he's cool?
No, he's like he's one of those rappers that I think is good because he's actually like lyrically trying to challenge himself. Like he's really just trying to be a good rapper. So like, but these guys are just street rappers, right? And of course,
where else do you learn to rap? On the sidewalk?
There's have you ever heard of subgenres, my friend?
I've heard of none of these things.
Subgenres?
No. You ever seen the TV show Roseanne?
I wonder
Boom.
if
we can go back and forth this whole time.
I'm thinking about like street rock. That's what just popped in my mind.
I'm talking about suburb sitcoms.
I don't like. See, like the thing is, like street rap. There's like a whole conversation you get into with like hip hop subgenres and all this, because street rap is really its own thing. I don't like that. I'm not willing to talk to somebody who's a street rapper, but like just the way that they responded to that to me was like, oh, these people are gonna be kind of harder to engage with. And so then I remember like we're doing the podcast, and like I said, he's right there, and I offered him a chair, but he didn't want a chair. He wanted to stand right there, like awkwardly to the side, like just in case type of standing.
You've never seen the rapper pose?
It's just awkward though. Like, what do you think is gonna happen? Like, they thought it was like some like, and I remember even during the interview, or like an interview, because it's not really an interview. I remember like 40 minutes, 50 minutes, and I can't remember how it went. I had it on my computer somewhere, but they started to say something along the lines of like, because I would ask a question trying to form a conversation, and they would say like they would act like I'm like trying to get information out of them. Which is like, well, of course I am.
Technically, you are. It's not like you aren't.
And then they would challenge. They challenge me like, yo, I don't know, are you sure you know like how to do this? Like, they're trying to tell me how to like run an interview, like do a podcast. So I had to say to them like, no, I think I know what I'm doing. Like, this usually doesn't go like this.
Yeah.
That's what I had to end up saying.
I get you.
And it was, I remember they just kind of nodded and agreed, like, oh, okay.
Okay.
So they kind of were understandable with that, but the whole thing was just so awkward. And, and it was the fact that he was standing there and he kept talking. That's why I never released it, because it's like, it just sounds shitty now.
Well, the professionals.
You ruined the audio by doing that.
Rappers, be more professional,
okay?
Just
mic etiquette. You would think you get musicians in front of a microphone. They would know.
Hard.
Comedians. You'd think you get them in front of a microphone. Dude, they'll go way over here. They'll be doing this.
Do you want to go? Do you want to go there already? You want to go there already?
It happens with
Let's
everyone.
go there. Okay. Who, in your opinion, was the worst comedian that you've had on your podcast?
You mean like
not Naboo?
In what way? Worst in what way?
The worst, as in like, as you're interviewing this person, you realize there's nothing. Like, you have wasted your time. You have wasted not the person's time, because the person's having a good old time. Yeah. But like the cat has like died.
Yeah.
Passed out.
Comedian, and it's like worst in the sense that they just have nothing to say. Like, I'm just like leading.
Like you were like really working double just to get like.
Oh, dude.
Let's hear it.
There's a lot of
names. Ooh, a lot. Okay. You said a lot.
There's a lot of those.
Let's hear some names.
You'd think. Actually, that's why I like musicians more than comics. Because comics more than musicians, because comics actually are good at like talking and riffing. I think that's why comics are normally like associated with podcasts. They do podcasts and radio and all this because they know how to talk. Whereas like a musician, or I've noticed that directors like to talk, people in film like to talk, but people in music are weird. They don't talk the same way.
You gotta think of it this way, like
their mind works
differently. If you play guitar, right, and you're always playing guitar and then you're singing into a microphone, right?
Yeah.
Play guitar, sing into a microphone. The second you don't have your guitar, but you have a microphone, now you're like, what do I do with my hands? Yeah. Which I have heard people do. Like, I don't know what the guy's name was, but he was like, I refuse to play guitar, or I refuse not to play guitar and sing because I don't know what to do with my hands. Like, that was his, like, and he's like a big time artist. I just wish I remember his name. It's not Billy Corgan, it's somebody else. It actually might have been Billy Corgan, but he's like, I hate singing and not playing the guitar. Like, if I have to sing for a benefit, I don't know what to do with my hands.
I know. I think that way sometimes, but I've noticed there's like you can put your hands behind your back.
Which is, don't do that in stand-up.
Don't do that?
Stop
not
doing
in
that in
stand-up.
stand-up. That's
Yeah.
so stupid.
What do you think? It looks weird?
No, it's dumb.
It looks dumb.
It's so stupid.
Yeah.
It's like, I have hands.
Yeah.
You want to see a magic trick and hear some jokes? Wham! Where did it go?
Yeah.
Where did it go?
Yeah.
Oh, don't
but I
do
mean,
that.
like, also, you can't, you just can't do anything but stand there if you're doing that, right?
Well, the thing
There's
is, I
just- you
feel
could be
like
doing
all you
this.
gotta do is just like I mean, there's this I've seen people do where like they'll put their hand under their armpit, and that's not the worst look and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But before we get it straight away, who are some of the
Yeah, I have,
comedians
I have my list pulled
that
up right
you
here.
thought were trafe?
So I can tell you, so this one's a nicer answer, but it's just the first time. He's been on the show a few times, but James Najjar, the first time he came on, I smoked weed with him. I gave him some of my weed.
Oh, he gets weird with.
He gets really high
yeah.
off nothing. Like he does not take much, and he just kind of like he's one of those people that gets zombified really quick. And I didn't really. And I remember he was telling me, "Oh, I'm not gonna get much sleep, but I'll do it." So he was already like barely awake when he got here, and then I just did that. I felt like I did it to him, and I remember like during the podcast just watching him fade away, even like he was just slowly going further to the point where it was almost like he was about to doze off towards the end. I'm like, maybe you should go home.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean,
that's how you know the podcast is good. You need to leave now.
But I want to give you a better answer than that.
Yeah, better than James? Okay.
Well, James is good, but James was like, that's like a legal answer. That's
like he got too high to talk, and then other stuff that happened.
That's kind of not, it's not a
right.
juicy answer.
Right, no. Oh, he's going to give you juice. You
I
guys
want to
ready
give you
for some
something
juice?
juicy. Somebody
Squeeze
who I
the
was like,
juice.
this person is boring.
Ooh, let's hear it. I love the honesty. I didn't know if I was going to get this out of you.
You told me you wanted honesty, and also you're asking me good questions.
I just wanted to ask
you're
you
like
questions.
TMZ. You're like Ruse TMZ right now.
I wish I was TMZ. You know how rich TMZ is?
Who's the guest you hate?
They can't afford any more letters. They got all the money with just 3.
MDP TMZ.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm taking over. Watch out,
6
Harvey,
letters.
whatever his last name is.
HW. You did your homework. Boom. HW. Harvey Weinstein homework. There's some bars. Laying out the bars. The worst, most boring guest.
Yes.
On Ruse Radio.
Oh, the cat's doing it.
Yeah, she's doing it already. She's wiggling. She's wiggling, guys.
We're boring her so much she's loading a gun and shooting herself right now.
This is actually harder to pick than I thought because like it's not that easy of a question to answer. Like
I know, that's why I wanted to I was curious the answer.
boring is different. Like sometimes you'll just be sitting through people talking and people will just talk and talk and talk and talk.
Now who's the talker?
And I feel like I'm not hosting anymore.
Who's the
I feel like
talker?
I'm just listening to the Them Show and they thought they were just going to bring the Them Show to the Ruse Radio.
Who's the talker?
I can say one person.
Let's hear it.
I kind of don't want to say.
No, you gotta say it.
I'll say who it is.
Yeah. They're not gonna watch this episode. I'm on this.
They might watch it.
Do they know me?
No, but they might watch it.
See, there you go. Then they're
maybe
not gonna
somebody
know.
will say, "Oh, you were mentioned."
We'll mention a bunch of
It's
names.
Mr. Eddie.
Okay, I love Mr. Eddie.
Because Mr. Eddie, there were a couple moments. I remember one moment, I like said something, trying to like just say a thing, because he was going for a while. So
Yeah,
I was
Eddie
just
talks.
trying to like put a bit in, like just riff off him, and then we're talking about AI or something, and I remember he like made a joke like, "Oh, maybe we could get AI to finish my sentences for me." Implying, shut the fuck up, stop interrupting me.
Eddie has a temper.
joke.
Eddie has a temper on him. I've been in traffic with Eddie, and then like he says something, I've disagreed with him on something, and he's just like, "Well, what if I just ran the car into the fucking driveway, man?" I'm like, "Well, you won't do that because you have to tell me you're correct." So
That's probably what it is. His temper probably just boiled over for a second.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like he just kept going. I mean, I would be interested to look at the wave file on that one, because sometimes that happens to me. It's like the opposite of what I was describing, where I'll have to do all the leading and they barely talk.
Right.
It's the opposite, where he's doing all the talking and I'm barely doing, because those are easier to come up with, because that'll happen.
Okay, so who are some more of those people then?
Some more. Well, okay.
Are the people
you
that
asked
you
me the
have
worst
to-
comics. I'm already like, I've gotten way off of your question. If I was a
Ooh,
politician,
let's
I'd be
hear it.
doing great, right?
No,
Flying
I'll catch you
colors.
on it.
You weren't going to catch me on that.
Well, I was going to let you do your thing and then eventually go, we didn't answer that question now.
The worst comic. I mean, I feel like Doctor of Laughter
No.
can count for that.
No. Excluded. Who was like somebody you're just like, why am I doing this to myself?
I mean, I would say I experienced that more right when I first started doing the podcast with any comics at all. But okay, so I'll tell you one.
Let's hear it.
I'm looking at these. I'd say probably. I'm seeing him right here. Josh Glore. Probably Josh Glore. But he was a nice guy. But he's just not even a comic anymore. So he was...
Oh, Josh. I know Josh.
He's one of those guys who does a thing and then does another thing. And then that first thing he was doing...
He actually had some funny jokes.
I don't know how to put this. These people drive me crazy. And I want to be nice to people. But this drives me crazy. Pick a thing and do the thing. Don't like jump between... Like, okay, you can move through things in your life and you can find yourself in all this, but don't be that guy who, like, I just hate it when it's like you're all committed to this thing and it's what you're doing and that's your thing, but then like 2 years later that's just not your thing and your whole thing is another thing. Well, I don't understand that. I could never be that person.
I know this kid, like, I thought he was really funny. Like, he would write these silly little jokes, and then the best part sometimes when you see somebody starting out is you see, like, their body language. And it's just like, it's like a leaf in the wind.
Yeah.
You know, it's just so sad and so like fragile. But at the same time, that
could be his stage presence.
That's what I'm saying. Like, but his jokes actually were solid.
Yeah.
But he didn't believe in them or anything like that.
And I actually like, and he was doing, I remember when I first met him, he was doing YouTube stuff. He was telling me he was doing a podcast and he had a podcast. Yeah. But these are, okay, so when I'm talking about, talking about a certain type of person.
I'm just saying for him, the only reason I would cut him, not like a break or anything like that, but like I would say, like, I remember like in one fell swoop, like his girlfriend broke up with him. And then, like, he lost his place to live or something like that.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, like, as much as you would, like, joke and say, like, oh, it's just, like, just falling down or just crashing down at once.
Yeah.
It crashed down at once just for that poor kid.
Yeah.
And then, like, 'cause I would, like, be like, dude, come on, do some open mics. And it's like, dude, I don't even know where I'm going to live right now. And I was like, that's great. Bring it on to the stage.
Material.
That's good. That's good. You'll figure it out. And he was just like, nah, dude, like, do you know any place that, like, is, like, will let me live at any place? And I was like, I don't know any place, but... you can live at this bar for a little bit and tell some jokes. Come on, man. I thought his jokes were really good.
Yeah.
And he never went back to it. But he's like a little bit of a DJ guy now. But he got a job. He got himself fixed. But like, yeah, he just likes DJ stuff now.
And I don't blame anybody for doing anything. Right. I just like, I should say, like, there's a person who I remember when I was in a band at one point and it was named the Lemoncollies, and some of like the best songs I've ever written in my opinion. I really like them a lot.
What did you play?
I was the vocalist.
Okay.
So I wrote the lyrics to like a whole album called Gloomy Bloom. I can't remember if I named the album or not, but the whole idea it's like all about seasons and applying seasons to like just the idea of seasons changing and that being used as a theme, I would say.
Okay.
And then Gloomy Bloom, it's the Lemoncollie, so melancholy, gloomy bloom. I feel like it all goes together. I don't think I came up with the name of the album though.
No, Billy Corgan did.
Billy Corgan did.
Yeah.
And it was
Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness.
Yeah, he came up with everything.
He really did.
Yeah.
He has a podcast. After you watch this podcast, watch Billy Corgan's podcast.
What is it called again? I forget.
The Magnificent Billy, or the Magnificent, something like that. Something very pompous that just still doesn't sell Billy Corgan in Billy Corgan's brain how good he is. But Billy is worth every dime that he has. He's as talented as he thinks he is. But he had on a guest that I never thought that he would have on, or just would communicate with. Mm-hmm. It was Courtney Love.
Oh yeah,
and it was crazy because
what a crossover, right?
No, because like you understand, like without Courtney Love, you don't have any Gish songs. You don't have any fucking what's the second one? Fuck, I'm blanking. Right? So it's Gish, Siamese Dream. You have no songs from that.
Yeah.
You have nothing from Melancholy. All his songs he's ever written are about his love for Courtney Love.
Yeah.
And he was like talking to her, and like it's funny because like they didn't talk about Kurt or anything like that. It was more so like their relationship and how it was, and like not even like how it ended. It was just like, because Courtney's like a trust fund baby, but nobody knows that.
Yeah.
But like her mom's worth like millions.
Yeah.
And like had like a trust fund set, but she did all this crazy stuff. And it wasn't like, I guess like, how do I say this? It wasn't like somebody like acting out because they're wealthy. like her life was shit. So all the stuff that she sang about or whatever was, I guess, more likely true. But long story short, I thought it was cool that like they were able to like talk and communicate about like the good old days and stuff like that. And then they shit on Kim Gordon, which I thought was hilarious. Imagine those two pompous assholes going, but you know who really is a piece of shit?
Yeah.
That bassist from Sonic Youth.
Yeah.
Supposedly she was like the world's biggest asshole because like I guess her word was God in the early 90s. I'm from that era. I just don't remember because I was playing with G.I. Joes and shit. You know, I didn't really like alternative music because Cobra was in power.
So when do you know any alternative music at all?
No, yeah. I knew it. But like I keep in mind, I was alive when it was alive and then dead and then alive and dead. You know what I'm saying? Like I was on the earth when that happened.
And you missed it.
I missed it. I missed it by like 10 years. Like when I was in like junior college, ironically, or a freshman in junior college. I remember I went through like the whole Nirvana thing and the whole Pearl Jam stuff 10 years after those bands didn't exist anymore.
He's already dead.
Yeah, I remember like going to like Triton College radio station and I was like, I did like some radio stuff for a little bit. And just remember looking around, I was like, "Where's the Nirvana at?" Yeah, they didn't have any Nirvana.
Yeah.
And they were like very angry, like because like that era was like more so like, I guess the Strokes and stuff like that. But like they had like a bunch of underground bands in Chicago.
Yeah, Nirvana's lame, dude. Nirvana's mainstream.
Well, here's the thing I'll say about Nirvana. The guy wrote good songs.
I don't think Nirvana's lame. I'm just saying
the guy wrote good songs. One of the worst guitar players of all time, bar none. But that's what it was, though.
Kurt Cobain is one of the best songwriters of all time.
He's a great songwriter.
I would say he is such a good songwriter. That was actually what made... Here, could you pop that door? She's trying to escape is what she's trying to do. Sure. But he was such an excellent songwriter that it made him worse at other things. It's like people who
he's
are
pretty good at heroin.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It made him worse at just living a normal life because he was such a good artist. That's what happens. You become such a good artist, and your brain starts working in such like wafty ways, I think, that you just like you get really bad at living a normal life because you're so far out there all the time. And that's why his songs are so fucking powerful. And I think like he's one of those, the reason I say he's such a good songwriter is because he's really good at saying a lot without really saying much at all.
Well,
and you could spend an hour analyzing Nirvana and trying to break down his lyrics, but really he wouldn't even tell you that it means whatever you think.
Well, he was just more sarcastic than anything else with his lyrics.
Yeah.
And I think like that was like a big underline, like that's why like I guess the songs quote unquote are like so good compared to other band songs where like they're more so like, oh, this is how I feel sad. And he's like, I'm on a plane.
And you know,
I can't complain.
I'm
on a plane.
The one song I think I like a lot when I hear it is I forget what is it Bloom? He's the one.
Yeah, Bloom. In Bloom.
So how does the lyrics go for that hook? Because I don't want to fuck it up, so I'm gonna type it in just so I can get the lyrics right.
Sell the kids for food.
Yeah.
Weather change in mood.
So that song, so it's never really saying what the song's about, right? It never tells you what the song's about. But like you were saying, like a lot of other songs tell you straight how they feel. It's being very straightforward. So the hook of this song, he's the one who likes all our pretty songs, and he likes to sing along, and he likes to shoot his gun, but he knows not what it means, knows not what it means.
It's talking about John, what's his name? John Wayne.
Is that what it means?
Yeah. You know John Wayne is,
right?
To
me, that's not what it means.
John Wayne used to laugh a lot. I don't know if you ever seen any of his Westerns.
Yeah.
And then he shot a gun.
That's what it means to you.
No, that's what it means. Wayne? That's what it means. It's John Wayne.
Is that what it means?
It means John Wayne.
I don't think that's what it means. I think what it means...
Well, first off, we haven't Googled anything yet.
I'm not talking about Google. This is my interpretation.
I'm here to tell you what it is, though. He's talking about John Wayne.
I don't give a fuck what he says
Kurt Cobain loved John Wayne.
I don't care what he says
Westerns.
it is. I think Kurt Cobain wrote it this way so that I could have my own interpretation.
How did Kurt Cobain kill himself? With a shotgun and a Stetson hat.
I hate you so much right now.
Nobody talks about the cowboy boots on his body either.
This is not about John Wayne. This is not what this is about.
He was eating Fruit Loops,
dude,
out of a bowl.
No,
with his coffee, also in a gun, and he drank it, and then he killed himself.
Now that might be true, but that's not what I'm talking about.
You think all this is true? Of course it's true. He loves John Wayne.
What I'm talking about is that what the song is, I'm interpreting that as like, because I forget how the verses are more like, you know, like you said, like sell the kids for food. It's more about like social issues, stuff like this. And like weather change, sell the kids for food, weather changes, mood, spring is here again, reproductive glands. It's not really saying anything at all, but to me, it's like just like touching on social issues. And then you hit the hook where it's like saying, there's a person who listens to their music and doesn't even understand what their music's about. And that's what the song is about. And that's why the verses are talking about like a social thing and what their message truly is.
So say it again. Who was it about now? You said?
So like he's the one who likes all our pretty songs.
Okay.
And he likes to sing along.
Okay.
And he likes to shoot his gun, but he knows not what it means. So he is saying what the song's about.
You know what year John Wayne died?
Oh, you motherfucker.
1993. Maybe he was a Nirvana fan.
Maybe he was. Maybe
Kurt was like, you know what? I love me some John Wayne. Dave Grohl was like, hey, have you seen some John Wayne? It's like, dude, I love John Wayne.
I like the idea of like
Courtney Love came around and was like, hey, you ever heard this guy named John Wayne?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I've heard John Wayne. I'm gonna write a song about him.
But you know what
He's not dead. He's in bloom. John Wayne.
He's in bloom. And what this like the image, like the film, like the cinematic version that occurs in my mind, right? Mm-hmm. Is like the scene you see in a movie where Nirvana's playing live
at a saloon.
At a saloon. John Wayne's there.
Oh, he is there.
Row.
Nice.
Front row. Mm-hmm. Kurt says, hold on. The song wasn't in our lineup tonight, but I see somebody here tonight, and he doesn't say it's for John. He never says that.
Hey, you don't have to.
He says this is for somebody very special to me, and I just want to perform this.
Yes.
And then he starts doing the song, but acoustic, and he's looking right at John Wayne. The whole time.
You know what John Wayne does?
Pulls his pants down.
No, he goes like this.
Yeah. Like a real cowboy.
Like a real cowboy. Don't gotta say nothing. See, cowboys. See, all these people that say they're cowboys now, they're not. They're losers.
Yeah.
Because like a real cowboy just walks up, you go,
yeah,
and then walks away.
Where do you get cowboy training though? How would you know how to be a real cowboy?
1980s.
Yeah, you got to go back to the past.
Yeah. Have you seen like guys in that era? They were men.
They were cowboys.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen people nowadays? Guys with cowboy hats and nose rings.
Yeah.
Not a cowboy.
No, different breed of cowboy. I mean,
it's so sad. Like I'll talk trash for a little bit.
Okay.
So like I don't know. So I grew up in like country music elements, and I got ridiculed for this shit, like hardcore.
Being a fake cowboy?
No, just because. So in the 90s, you didn't listen to country music.
Oh.
But my parents raised me on like US 99 and like pop country, but they had some actual like country artists.
Yeah.
Like one of my dad's favorite and one of my favorite is this guy named Dwight Yoakam. Dwight Yoakam is hilariously, amazingly good.
What type of country is that? Like 80s country? Are we talking classic
80s country, but it's very like traditional in the idea. It's like it's twangy.
Okay.
It's like a dang 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 like that type of guitar licks by Pete Anderson, who's one of my gods on guitar.
Yeah.
Check him out, Pete Anderson. He don't play with Dwight Yoakam anymore. They fight, but they were such a good group, and with like that era of music, it had such a thing to it. And when I listened to it when I was younger, one of my friends found out, they ridiculed me because this is at the same time you'd have like hip hop being like the biggest thing ever, right? And then you have like alternative music being the best thing ever. And I just
What year is this?
This is like 92, 91-ish, 93-ish, all that stuff. And then Green Day comes like 94-ish, and all these kids were just loving it. Long story short, if you like country music or twangy shit like that back in the day, you just had no friends.
Yeah.
You had to invent cowboys to play with. No Indians, just cowboys. And the worst part was like, now everybody loves country music, but these kids that are singing country music, they're not real country.
Yeah, modern country.
It's garbage.
Is garbage.
Like, I don't know. I've never really listened to like a lot of them, so I'm just going to be the asshole that's just talking shit.
Yeah.
But like, I remember people were saying like this Sturgill Simpson guy.
Yeah.
And then I like heard him and I was like, oh, you mean autistic Waylon Jennings? And then the best part is I don't know what this guy looks like.
That's a great roast.
I don't know what he looks like. And then I see a picture of him. He looks like autistic fucking Waylon Jennings. And it's just insane to me. And I was like, wait, people think this guy has talent? And don't get me wrong, he might be a good songwriter, but there's nothing there. Well, like, why would you want to, like, hey, I want to go see Sturgill Simpson? It's like, well, Waylon Jennings is coming to town too. Obviously, he's not. He's dead.
Yeah.
But you're just like, oh, no, come on, let's go see real country. Let's listen to Sturgill Simpson, real country music. It's like, no.
Yeah.
Don't listen to that garbage.
You don't find it to be slightly inspirational in the sense that...
Yeah, it makes me want to turn the channel.
Yeah, well, it can inspire you to do that.
It makes me want to get John Wayne and be like, hey, John Wayne, are you still a good shot? Can we shoot this guy?
But I mean, like, anybody can do it, man. Anybody can do anything.
No, they can.
Like, because there is that. There's people who you see succeed in any industry, I would even say. And you're like... Of course. Like, you just look at them and you just go, how? Because you like have these standards in your mind. We all have our own standards in our minds.
Yeah.
And it just shatters your version of reality and your standards. You're like, oh, so it doesn't matter the way I think it matters.
Again, like, my haterism started at a very early age.
That's the stuff that breaks me, is when I see that stuff and I'm just like, I guess I need to stop being a hater because I must be wrong somehow.
No. You're never wrong. You're never wrong. You're always right. You're always right.
I just consider I value my taste and I hold on to it tightly, but I never consider myself to be right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll let everybody else have their opinion, but I know that my taste makes me what I am, and I'm holding on to that. I don't need to satisfy anybody else, but you can be right. I don't have to prove that this thing sucks. No.
I
let people think things are good.
They're wrong. It's okay to let them know they're wrong.
I mean, there's bad stuff.
Okay, so again, like 2001. I remember this year very. America remembers 2001 very vividly, but
why?
Well, because you're not supposed to forget.
Oh yeah,
the little old building that done crumbled ever so violently.
I thought 2001, never forget, was all about the year.
Well, yeah, it happened that year.
What?
The building that done crumbled down.
What are you talking about?
The airplane that done flew into the building that done crumbled.
Where?
9/11. That was 2001.
9/11. What are you talking? 9/11, the number, like 911.
9/11, the year.
Right.
9 is the month. 11 is the day. 2001 is the year.
No, I get that.
Yes.
I'm saying you're talking about a plane flying into a building and it crumbles down. Like, what do you mean crumble down?
Like, you ever eat like
a building doesn't fall if you fly a plane into it.
You ever eat a cookie?
Right.
And you're eating it's like a skyscraper of a cookie.
No, I've never done that, but I can imagine that.
Okay. Well, it takes a while. You ever seen Man vs. Food?
Where did the plane hit the building?
Honestly, probably like right in the middle of the building.
The middle?
Yeah.
How tall was it?
Well, you want to measure in horses or hands?
Cookies.
Oh, okay. So we're thinking, like, you talking about Oreos or like big cookies?
We'll go Oreo.
Okay, Oreo. At least
stacking, like not if you were to turn them sideways, but to stack them.
Oh, stack them?
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna say probably about 8 warehouse full of Oreos.
That many?
Yeah.
Stacked up. This sounds like a big deal. You sure? This is
that's why you don't forget it.
2001 this happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't remember?
I'm just going to take your word for it. I don't know what you're talking about.
9/11?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm assuming it's a big deal. So I'm going to play along with what you're doing. Maybe it's a bit. Maybe you're doing a bit on me.
No, I don't do bits. I try to tell jokes.
Okay.
Bits are,
I don't do bits either.
I can't stand the word bit. I think it's the dumbest word with like, because it's like, hey, I'm going to try this thing on stage. Like, why don't you just tell a joke on stage?
Yeah.
I would rather just try to tell a joke on stage instead of like, hey, I have this idea. Because ideas like fall and crumble. But here,
but you could.
2001.
Okay.
The year.
Yes.
There's a band introduced to America called The Strokes.
That sounds like the thing I would know about.
I thought they were the worst fucking band.
Yeah.
And nothing has really changed my mind on it. Imagine playing music, learning to play music, and you like classic rock, and you're like trying to get your pentatonic scales down. You're trying to get your power chords. You're even doing the octaves that Billy Corgan does, you know, like on all those songs. And then you hear a band go bing, bing, bang, 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 bang. And then you look at a guy that, again, for some reason also looks like he's autistic, Waylon Jennings, and he goes in the microphone and goes, last night, and you're like, wait, this is horrible.
Yeah.
And then you see it on Saturday Night Live, and you're like, I'm never going to be on Saturday Night Live. This is so bad. I'm never going to be on this fucking program. And then you see them for some reason on fucking Austin City Limits. And you're like, damn it, I'm never going to play Austin City Limits now because this shit's so bad.
Yeah.
Dude, you know, the haterism.
That reminds me of when my friend was learning to play guitar and he looked up, because you could look up the tabs online, like guitartabs.com or whatever, and it was Lil Wayne guitar lessons. So
my
you ever
God.
look up Lil Wayne guitar tabs?
I've seen him play guitar.
It's so funny.
It's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
It's just the same note and then another note.
Well,
and
he
then
plays
another note.
like he plays with his thumb, but you you literally hear the guitar like wonder like if a guy's fingering a woman wrong with his thumb.
Yeah.
That's what his guitar sounds like, pretty much. It's just like bing, 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 bing.
Yeah,
bing,
doing it wrong though.
bing,
Yeah, just wiggle the
bing,
thumb.
bing, bing,
It's like a
bing,
Margot wiggle. You know?
bing, 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 bing. And you're like, he raps still, right? Like he's not like he didn't lose his voice that day. Like,
Maybe that's why he does it that way,
just likes
so he
to
can
try.
Like, I wish I could do a Lil Wayne.
Well, a lot of black guys like when they
I will rap while I play the guitar.
a lot of black guys when they play guitar and they try to do it, for some reason they play the guitar like a bass.
Yeah.
Because they're so
That's
used
what
to
he did.
playing bass, because
That's what
he'll
he
play
did.
with his thumb.
Yeah.
And he'll try to plick it. But that's pretty much like the vibe, and it's just like, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, the guy's worth millions of
He should
dollars.
just play a bass.
Maybe somebody just didn't have a pick on them.
He probably just thinks it's cooler to play a guitar that way.
He does a lot of drugs.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but he probably just thinks like he's like, you know, like I want to be a rock star. I want to look like a rock
because
star.
every rock star you know plays with their thumb.
Yeah.
Of course.
Of course.
Every guitar player.
It's so
He saw
funny.
Jimi Hendrix, he was like, thumb. He's like, no.
That was an era of Lil Wayne's whole career where he was like, I'm gonna be a rock star. I'm gonna lean into rock music. And that's when he busted out the guitar. He started doing that with his thumb. It's just really funny.
Well,
to
he's
me.
a skater kid.
And he's a skater.
He likes skateboarding.
Which I was gonna say, he's actually better at skating than he is at playing guitar. Like,
Hopefully.
he's been made fun of for his skating, but he's far better at skating than playing guitar.
Well, I mean, as long as he doesn't like break any bones, I think anybody's the greatest. That's ironic twist with skateboarding. It's like, can you do tricks? It's like, look, I can roll it down to the next block and not hurt myself.
I prefer
honestly
longboards.
professional.
I like longboards because I just want to cruise. Like any trick at all is impressive to me, even a fucking ollie. And
So
I know that
you actually do this. You like longboarded or whatever around.
Dude, so I have my electric longboard that I need to buy a new one. So I need to buy a new one, and I want to have it here within like a week or two. I really need to buy it. This has like been on my I finally have money again. I need to buy it.
How
because
much
it's
are
gonna
they
get
going
warm.
for?
The cheaper one, which is the one I'm gonna get because I need to weld my previous one because the frame broke. But that's the one I was riding before. The previous one was like $900, $1,000.
Okay.
And then the one I'm buying now is the cheaper one is $600. I think it's like $700 with warranty and like if you want to get extra.
Well, yeah, of course you want to do that.
You want the warranty and then you want extra equipment just in case because dude, the fucking it's gears or what is it? Not gears, but I'm looking for the word. It's the pulleys. So it's like you get this
the
thing
mechanisms or whatever.
Yeah, well, this thing that can break because it's on a gear and so it's a pulley. And so you get new ones. Pulley's not the word though. I literally have one over here. I'm gonna grab it. Pardon the interruption. This is what one of the wheels looks like for an electric
Folks,
skateboard.
I want you to do a zoom in on this.
Oh.
He has a wheel.
That's a wheel, but it's cool because it's a fucking monster of a wheel.
Look what Jesus created for us. Look what Jesus created.
And then
the
as
wheel.
you can see what I'm showing you, if you can't see it on the camera, but it's like you would
I got you.
connect
Yeah.
it to the
I got
wheel,
you.
and so these things can break.
Well, yeah, they're rubber, right?
Yeah, and like the previous one I had, the first one I ever bought was the smaller one, and I don't know if it's like the board or what, but they would break all the time, and it's annoying because I keep having to buy new ones. And then the second board, I bought the more expensive one that was a little bit bigger. That one they didn't break as much. The second one was better. The second one goes like 32 miles an hour. The first one went about 25 miles an hour.
And you drive those things at full speed?
That's how I get to work, dude. That's how I
insane.
go, and it's so awesome because I'm up
You
on
say
the,
it's awesome now because you're still alive, but the day you like fracture every bone in your body, you're like, it's not gonna be awesome.
I made the joke.
Like, this is gonna be bad.
It's funny because I've made this joke and I've had differing reactions, right? But it's like, you know, one of these days I'm just gonna fall off the skateboard and I'm gonna start talking a lot slower on the podcast.
If you're lucky.
If I'm lucky.
If you're lucky,
I need
dude.
to start wearing a helmet. So that's the one thing. I really need to start wearing a helmet, and I'm gonna do that this year. I'm gonna wear a helmet this time.
You should.
But it feels so cool not to. And you know, dude, it's
How old are you again?
27. You'll see people. You know.
Do you know about that magic number?
I know. but I'm almost 28, and this is the other thing.
Because that obviously helps. Actually, does help. Really, if you turn 28 instead of 27.
Yeah, but I mean, it kind of means like I gotta really worry about these next couple months. That's what it means.
Yeah, I would definitely worry about all that stuff, man.
But what I was gonna say is, you'd be surprised when you're on the bike, because this is when I go from the north side to downtown, because that's the usual route. You can just take the bike trail, which is along the lakefront, so it's super cool because it's basically like riding along a beach. But you'd be surprised the amount of people that you'll see like on electric skateboard. Like, electric scooters are getting more popular, but you'll see electric skateboards more and more, but not too much. And you'll see like 50-year-old dudes. You see like people I would think, oh, I'm surprised they're on that, and they're not fucking wearing a helmet.
You know why they're on it?
I'm not endorsing that.
Do you know why they're on it? I know why exactly.
Because they are having a midlife crisis. They've given up.
No.
What is
they're
going
getting
on?
divorced.
See, I was close.
Yeah.
I was close.
But see, midlife crisis and divorce are totally different. Because a midlife crisis Amber can have at any, like at that age.
Yeah.
No matter where you are in life, because you could still be with your wife or your husband.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, it's like, well, I've got a midlife crisis, whatever.
Yeah.
But if you're going through divorce, why are you gonna wear a helmet?
That's true. But sometimes they do wear helmets.
Well, he's not going. He's just got a midlife crisis.
Yeah, the helmet would indicate that.
If you see a guy in his 60s and he's got a helmet, it's like, oh, he's just figuring it out.
Yeah.
But if you see a guy in his 60s and he's got like just full on leading with his head and shit like that, it's like, ooh, that prenup got him pretty bad, huh?
You kind of have to lean on the skateboard. So you lean on the skateboard because the leaning side turn. I'll tell you guys, there's some pro tips. Okay, that's why scooters are popular. No taxes. You don't pay to park it. There's no taxes. You don't pay to park it. So you just buy the thing, you charge it, and you never pay for gas. There's no taxes. You just have to hope you don't get injured. That's it. I actually don't like the scooter as much because this idea of there being handlebars in front of me makes it seem like it would be harder to bail or more dangerous if I fall.
Well, no,
and also I usually have too big of a backpack on, and I wouldn't recommend that because the thing is, I'm good at falling. I'm good at falling and like not harming myself too bad.
Okay.
But the problem is if I have the backpack on, it's like this big fat backpack, like it's sticking out. You can't roll. So you'll fall and you kind of just boom.
Yeah.
And I'm 27. Yeah. I can do that now. Yeah. I won't be able to do that forever.
As long as you live, you can do all the stuff you want.
Dude, and it's like, but it's just like riding. I would compare it to riding a motorcycle. It's the same amount of risk that you're taking on if you're riding an electric skateboard. I would say it's the same thing because it's like anybody else can do some bullshit. It's really about paying attention to your surroundings, not putting yourself in a situation where you're going to get fucked up. Because anything can happen to anybody, and there's always a chance it'll happen, but you just have to look out for yourself at all times. And wear a helmet. I would never tell somebody not. Even like skateboarding, if you're doing tricks, you should be wearing a helmet, knee pads. 4 wheels, right? Four wheels. Okay.
No, the reason I ask is because I always see those guys with like
the double one. There's the one wheel
or the one wheel, which again, it's just
to me that's
stupid.
Crazy.
That is stupid.
Because I've heard those things short out, and so if it shorts out and it stops, you just.
Well, the person thinks he looks really cool on the thing. So imagine him falling off something. How cool the person is going to look. And not only that, but I'm assuming they're recording themselves.
Meh, sometimes.
So I mean, like, well, the cool ones have to be recording themselves.
I don't. I see. I think it
like,
looks.
Who's not gonna like go home and masturbate to themselves riding? It's like not even a crotch rocket. It's just like a rocket.
I look really cool when I ride my electric skateboard. And the helmet would make me look less cool. That's one of the.
Well, yeah,
one of the factors.
That's the That's the dice you roll.
Because I filmed videos for social media where I'm holding a camera and I'm on the skateboard and I'm going like 25 miles an hour, but that's dangerous. That's why it's cool. It's
how many views are you getting for that?
No, I'm not getting shit. But it looks cool. If I was,
you need to get your cat on that skateboard with you.
I have.
Did you?
Yeah.
With the helmet.
No.
Little cat helmet for her?
Cat helmet would be nice. But she's in a backpack, so she's got shelter. I got a little kitty backpack, and so I take her for walks in it.
No. What you got to do is put the cat on the skateboard.
Oh, she wouldn't do that.
Floor it to 79 or however high
30.
it goes. Close. And then get a little helmet, get a little cat goggles.
Yeah.
And then floor the thing. Yeah. And then 5-second video. Because, like, again, like, what I noticed from just, like from friends of mine that post a bunch of shit or whatever, and like they do the TikTok thing.
Yeah.
5 seconds is the maximum.
It's like Vine days.
5 seconds is the maximum because it's like you can't go anything higher. Mm-hmm. You can go like lower if you want, but again, the attention span of somebody.
Dude, it's ridiculous. I think that like what I really think it is I think that all of social media is a game, and I think what it really is if you already have friends or you already have like an established something somewhere, that's what what really matters, and that's when people actually pay attention to you. Everything else is like 3 to 5 seconds of just trying to get people's attention.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
and like. Those people who go from 3 to 5 seconds and just getting your attention to becoming like a real fan are like 1%, like 0.1%. But people act like that's everybody. It's really about like the real world people, and those people turn into the internet number. It's not about the internet number first. Of course. But that internet number tricks you into making you think like that actually fucking represents something. I don't think it actually. It means that you can catch someone's attention for 5 to 10 seconds. Yeah. That's what it means.
I feel like that's the thing you want though, like because it's just
sort
like,
of
in the idea if you get somebody to like view a 5-second video of you.
Yeah.
But it's like you're saying something or you're like doing something in a way where somebody's like, okay.
Sure, but let's say
some people actually might go like, and some people might not go like.
Right.
Some people might just go, okay, whatever, I watched it.
But they watched
But the average person, I think, in my opinion, I think they do like stuff. I think they actually do like it because I'll like send a message to somebody. Like a friend of, like I was sick. A friend of mine was like, hey, can you put my name on for a Red Room comedy open mic? And I was like, I'm not going, but I'll see if I can find somebody to put your name on it.
Right.
So then it got past like 7 people, and every one of these 7 people that I know go to this mic were like, I don't know if I'm gonna make it today. I was like, just because I'm asking a favor, whatever, fine. So then I find the host of the mic, and then it was a guest host, and this guy Nick Oldershaw, awesome guy, Nick, very funny dude. Check him out.
I think he looks like
was
Mac
hosting
Miller.
it.
Is he the guy that looks like Mac? No, that's Nick Cartwright. He looks like Mac Miller to me.
He messaged me, and I was like, hey, can you put this guy's name on the list? And he was like, yeah, I got you. I was like, sweet, dude, thank you very much. And he sent me a heart, like, for just a message.
Okay.
Now, here's the thing. I never do that.
Oh, I
But
do
some
that.
people do that religiously. You did do that.
I do that, yeah.
So imagine you see a 5-second video that's
I
just
like everything.
stupid or something like that's my point.
But I'm not
It's like,
normal.
I feel the average person will like stuff even though if it's 5 seconds
I don't
or
think
not.
normal people
they'll
do
just
that.
be like, oh, that's funny. Haha, like I've seen people scroll.
You know how I know normal people don't do that?
boom,
I'll tell you how I know. Because I've had so many people tell me like, "Oh, I saw this. I didn't see your fucking notification for your like that you saw that." Like so many times
they
people
just don't like
mention-
your stuff.
Maybe
That's the difference.
Maybe, but why are they saying that to me then? I feel like so much of the time people will be like, "Oh, I see," and it gives me a false sense of like how much attention I'm actually getting because I'll think, "Oh, like my videos don't. This only has 20. This has 10 likes. This has 20 likes." But again, I don't think this number is actually real because then I'll hear from other people like this idea of like, "Oh, everybody," like they'll give me a different picture. They'll paint a different picture. So it's really just all the way you interpret that because I really do think a lot of people do just like look. I know I have one friend who he doesn't like shit. He just scrolls. He don't like shit.
I'm that person. I mean, well, my thing is like, it's not like I don't like something. It's I forget that option's even available.
That's what I mean.
Sometimes
I think that's most people.
But like, well, I feel like my generation. Well, it depends. Like, I feel like if you have kids and you have no life,
yeah, then care
you're
about
liking.
likes. Yeah,
then you're liking nonstop.
Yeah,
you're just hitting like because you're bored.
I would say anybody who is,
but if like you're single and you're just like more so just in your own headspace or whatever, you're not gonna like. Because why would you like stuff if you're single?
Chronically online. That's the word I'm looking for. Anybody who's chronically online would probably like things a lot. Because I do that, and I'm chronically online.
So you don't like stuff, but you're chronically online.
No, I do.
You
That's
do
what
like
I'm saying.
stuff, okay.
If you're chronically online, you're probably one of the people who, because like the thing is, in my mind, if I see, unless it's something I disagree with, then because I'll try to
you like it twice.
Yeah, then I like it 2 times. But I'll watch it, and usually if it's my friend, boom, I'm liking it right away, like an instinct. I'm just liking it because I want to be supportive. But then like I'll watch the first like couple seconds, and if that's my evaluation period of like whether or not I should have liked it. But I try to like everything because in my mind, who gives a fuck? It doesn't mean anything.
No,
it's just me being.
But it's your normality just to go boop.
Yeah, right. But I don't think that's most people. I think most people, like you said, they forget it's even a thing. I think they're like you, where it's like they just scroll and they just watch videos. And
like I had a friend. I had this guy, Dan Cass. I think he's a very funny guy.
Oh yeah.
Really nice guy.
Dan's awesome.
He.
Also a rapper.
He's a
folks.
rapper?
Fun fact, yeah.
Okay. I know
There's
he plays a video game too for very longs, and he's like got like the record, and he's not proud of it, but he's proud of it.
He is
I
proud
know
of it.
that.
He keeps posting clips of the game on his
Is he?
Instagram
Okay, see,
story. He did a Dua Lipa edit.
Okay, there you go.
I mean, like, dude, at that point you're flexing, all right?
Hey,
You can't do a Dua Lipa edit. And I know it's not ironic for him because I talked to him about Dua Lipa. We're both Dua Lipa fans.
Okay.
We were singing Dua Lipa together. We were
Okay.
singing some Dua Lipa songs.
Look at you two.
I like some Dua Lipa. She's like one of those pop artists I can really get down to. So
I don't even know what that
I
is.
know that he's this like song Levitate.
You know who might like it though? John Wayne.
Yeah,
John Wayne.
He'd be like,
But-
that'd be a great country song. You need a country cover. But anyway,
What I'm
continue,
saying
Dan
about
Cass.
Dan, like he had a video, and it was like from the Laugh Factory.
Yeah.
And he was doing this newer joke, and then like the ending, in my opinion, like it didn't have like that oomph.
Yeah.
Because it ended in like in a negative, and comedy like works sometimes better at the end if it's like a positive. It's like a ha 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 ha. Because if you're like the idiot, then that's the positive ha 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 whatever. Obviously, Dan knows how to do comedy. I don't have to like explain.
I get what
obviously,
you're
for him.
saying, though.
But long story short, I just sent him a message. I was like, hey, if you maybe just make it like that. This is the goofiness or whatever. Maybe the joke will be stronger. He's like, oh, I like the tag. Thank you very much. I was like, cool. And then he messaged back. I was like, oh, also, idiot, like the video. And I was like, oh, right.
See, I'm not brave enough to do that.
That's the only thing that, like, in my brain, like, I was like, maybe I should just start liking people that I know's videos. Because, like, again, I never thought, like, I don't even like my videos. I went back and, like, all the stuff that I posted, I didn't like any of my so I'm just hitting hearts to all my stuff.
I don't like any of my own videos.
I never, like, had thought to, like, I could put a heart. Because I feel like if I'm putting it out,
Yeah.
like, I like it.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize you have to hit the heart to say you like your own video.
I think everybody's so addicted to the internet and it's so normal now.
Well, yeah,
that
it
like
is normal.
you would even think of people more often if they liked your videos more often. Like if you were the guy who always likes my video, I would remember you differently.
As in a positive or a negative?
Positive, because I'd be like,
Okay.
oh, he always likes everything I put. There's people I can think of right now in my brain who, like, every time I post something, I'll see their little name pop up, and I'll be like, oh, it's them again. And it makes me thankful that they even exist.
Oh, okay.
Because they're beefing up my fucking statistics. They're
Okay.
actually liking my stuff.
Nice.
And I know how many people don't and just see it because the Instagram will tease you and even tell you the number of views a picture will get now. So it's like telling you this many people saw it and didn't like it.
But here's the thing. I'll take the views over like a person going heart.
I don't care. But what it is I'm saying I think you remember the people differently because I do notice when people like things more than once, or if I'll see their name over and over again, I'll be like, oh, it'll tell me that they're actually seeing it because otherwise you just don't know. But I mean, like,
so
in my perfect world, fucking everybody does what I do and they just fucking, oh, it's my friend.
So who do you hate that does not like your stuff?
I don't know. Probably, dude, that'd be most of them.
Ooh,
I don't know
names.
I don't even know who they are.
Let's name some names. Come on, let's hear it.
I can't even tell you.
Because I don't know who these people are. I don't know who's seeing my posts and not liking them. I can only tell you who the people who see them and do like them. That's what drives me nuts. If I could get all these people in a room and just fucking slash them, slash them, is that the word?
Okay.
I'm imagining a whip and
Whip.
they just all they're all
mean-
in the room together and I have a giant whip and I'm hitting them in rows. That's how I'm imagining it, like all of them in the head.
Okay.
That's how I can imagine whipping
And
people
all your
efficiently.
friends are white, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
good. He forgot to mention that part. All his friends are white. He doesn't like talk to other races. He keeps it pure because that way he's able to whip them.
Yeah, I don't want to be. I don't want to be
save you.
culturally insensitive, so I make sure my
can't.
friends
No,
are
no, no.
white
Be
because
very
I am a friend whipper, and that's just something I have
There you
to
go.
do.
Be very segregated about the people you whip and the people you don't whip. That's all I'm saying.
I'm actually trying to be good because I know that whipping anybody who is not white is bad. So I'm trying to keep it in the bounds of reality, I should say. Like
the more you know, Ruse. And let's move away from this
Ruse
subject
doesn't
right
know
away.
about 9/11. Ruse only has white friends.
We're learning so much, and he hates so many people, but
And he hates everybody.
he hates everybody. Everybody
That's what you guys learned about me
everybody
today.
that's sat here, you have failed him because he doesn't love you.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that I'll experience, like one saucy thing that I always have to deal with, and it's just something I've learned that just exists in life, and I wonder how this works with comedians too, because
Let's hear it.
I feel like this is just something I experienced more in a city, because I'm from Flint, Michigan, like Swartz Creek. I grew up in Swartz Creek, then I moved to Flint. It's right next to Flint.
Okay.
Then I moved here in 2023. So mid 2023. So most of my experience is not being in a city. And I find that people in a city they'll have that. I don't think the opinions are different, but people talk around things a lot more. And people are more like cagey about what they should and shouldn't say, or people just assume that everybody agrees with them more. And this is something that I've noticed, and it's where my diplomacy has to come in, because I don't give a fuck. I don't want to argue with anybody. But like, people will just assume you agree with them, or they'll not share certain opinions, and you have to figure out what they think. And I just didn't really experience that before I lived in the city. And one thing I pointed out to my mom when she visited, I was like, Mom, just look at this, because we're from Flint, Michigan, like mid-Michigan. Okay. I'm like, just look, you will not see one Trump sign anywhere. You will only see Kamala signs everywhere. You will not see one Trump sign. And that's an example of what I'm talking about, where it's not that the opinions are different. Like, there are less Trump supporters, people who think that way, but those people exist, but they just don't want to even put themselves out there, because they don't want you to think of them as whatever you think they are.
Well, of course. Well, also, I think the other thing is, like, it's like why even go there?
Exactly.
Yeah,
but it's just interesting, because in conversation you'll notice it happen, and I never know what to do when like people are trying to riff with me and they're trying to like get at a certain group, because I don't hate anybody, so I never know how. I always have to dance my way around.
There's always time to learn.
There's always a way to move around.
Yeah.
And I think like it's like a comedian thing too, because a good comic can roll with anything, and they're good at. But you'll just and this is something I've just noticed where. And that's why I said I wonder how it is with comics, because I wonder if it's the same amongst comics, like because I know for a fact certain comics get in groups and then they just start saying shit they would never say.
Oh yeah,
because it's like you're safe, and
For
so
sure. I mean,
you just extend that out into the real world now, and everybody else.
So like I'll joke with friends of mine. And like, you know, you shoot the shit with them, and like, oh, he's gonna walk up and put the hand behind his back in there now, and he'll do it.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. But like, I'll give you an example. So like, you were saying that like, just the idea of like the room or whatever is a certain way.
Yes.
And like, if you're on stage or something like that, something weird happens or whatever. Like, I was at a mic yesterday at Shakers open mic. Derek J, great host, amazing fun room.
Shakers is a more popular one, yeah?
Yeah. Well, there's 2 open mics on Shakers on Monday. Leo Condon hosts the first one at like 5. But the fun one, in my opinion, not shitting on Leo's mic, but the fun one is the Derek J one, because Derek puts like a lot more effort into like the hosting concept.
Yeah.
Like if somebody does like 2 minutes of like a 5-minute set, instead of being like, all right, we're going to bring the next one up, he'll be like, nope, you stay up there. 3 more minutes and go, which is great. So yesterday I was at this mic, and a friend of mine did the 15. Rennie Blackett. I don't know if you know. Has he done it?
Yes.
Okay.
He hasn't been on the podcast, but I know who you're talking about.
Just Rants in the Blues. Follow him on Instagram. Good stuff. So he did a 15-minute spot, and his jokes and his style is very like open in the idea like he'll tell something, and then.
Right.
And then tell another joke. You know, he's very open with air, if that makes sense, right?
Okay, yeah.
I don't work that way.
Yeah.
So and as he's doing it, this lady in the audience, even though it's like maybe like just it's a bar, so it's not like the audience. It's just like maybe a lady sitting at the bar who was waiting to go up. Also, I found out later that night. She's just very like, oh yeah. No, yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, Tinder. And he's up there for 15 minutes, and he's not like talking. He's like he like acknowledges she's talking, but they agree on something, and then he goes back to his judge. And she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm next." I don't operate that way.
Right.
So I go up there, and like, well, the funny thing is, so he gave me like this nice little bump in the idea, like he left me with material to go up there with.
Okay.
He was talking about a certain word that people call white people, and then I went up there and it's like, well, I'm that person perfectly. You guys get to see the white person in a full example as that person. And then she was like, yeah, haha. And I was like, no, this isn't a podcast. We're just doing comedy up here. And she was just like, and everybody just got like laughed as loud as they could just because I just shut her down. Because I'm not going to deal with that. But then like I told a joke that like is kind of new that didn't really have 100% of legs. And she started to interrupt again. And I was just like, nope, again, this isn't a podcast. I'm just doing this up here. And the joke didn't work. And then it just got quiet. And I was like, you know what? It could be a podcast. Because I said it twice, so like I was shitting myself in the foot, so I had to do some older stuff to get the audience back on my side and be all fun, and then try some newer stuff.
Yeah, because that's one of those. I mean, that's why it's just such a shitty situation and it's a shitty situation you'll never escape. But it's that whole like diffusing that properly, because I think it's so easy to get into that territory where now it's awkward for everybody, and now you're just talking at somebody, telling them what to do, and the best thing you can do is make a joke out of them somehow.
Of course, yeah. And again,
but that's the puzzle.
My problem was like when I first said it, it hit really big.
Yeah.
I was like, no, we're not doing this. This isn't a podcast.
Yeah.
And it hit.
Yeah, but you repeated it.
And then I repeated it, and then like the vibe was just like, I was like, why did I repeat that? I should just but I got greedy. And then as I'm saying it, I literally was like, and my friend Remy, who went up, kind of was just like, as I said second time, I was like,
yeah.
I was like, I know. I said it in my head too. I was like, I know. I shouldn't have said it twice.
Yeah.
You're
in the heat of the moment.
People can go off on people. Like my whole advice, just if people are being heckled, is just let them keep talking.
Right.
And then just catch them in like a hiccup.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people just want to be like, shut the fuck up. And that destroys a room and the idea, like, now they don't like you.
Yeah, because, like, a lot of it, if you just say something as simple as, like, hey, this is a comedy show, like, this, just so you know, like, I'm talking, you're not talking, like, you'd think that would be the right thing to say, but a lot of times it's not.
I wouldn't even
the right
say
thing
that.
To say.
No, I think that's the wrong thing to say, because
now it sounds like you're, like, policing the audience.
No, you are. You have to police them, but it's not a joke.
Exactly.
The audience wants to laugh
the illusion
at
is broken.
Because your whole thing is like, if somebody's doing something crazy or whatever, everybody wants to see that, oh, he got him on that type of moment.
I would say Adam Ray has really good videos that are like pretty popular of him, like just great heckler moments where somebody's fucking him up, and so he's really, I mean, Adam Ray is really good at, he's known for being good at improv and riffing.
You know what he's not good at? Being Adam Ray.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see that.
Right?
He's the only person I know that's made millions of dollars on being characters. And then when it's like, no, I'm Adam Ray, I'm coming to your town, it's like, no, bring that mask, bring the headdress, bring the suit, bring the mustache. We don't want that shit.
There's got to be somebody else. I mean, impressionists are kind of like that. They just don't have to do the makeup. But they still are like that. Like, that's the impressionist dilemma, is you get so good at doing voices that people don't even give a fuck about you anymore.
In my opinion, it's I feel like people that do impression are like the ultimate hacks, complete garbage.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. Because at the same time, you have to think of it this way.
Yeah.
Like, if you do stand-up comedy, your one thing is you want to make a joke that's funny, right?
Right.
And now if you say words to a certain amount of, like, syllables, and you put them together, that should be your joke. And then you take it up there and you do it and it laughs. It works. People laugh. Ha ha ha.
Right.
And then a guy walks up and goes, how wrong? And you're just like, and it crushes.
Yeah.
And you're like, so I could just sound like an idiot.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like, I'm the funniest person in the world. And it just shows you how, like, sad that world is. Don't get me wrong. I love cartoons. I can do impressions myself. Yeah. I will never do it on stage because it's low-hanging fruit. It's complete garbage, complete trafe.
I hear you, and I agree to a point. And I think one thing I don't like about impressionists that I'll see often is I think they often will cling to bits, and the bit will just be a go-to. So it becomes almost like you kind of like if you heard them once, you've heard them a million times.
Well, yeah.
Like, and this is impressionist. It happens all the time because they don't know what else is funny about a person other than 3 particular things. So they'll always go back to those 3 things.
Mm-hmm.
I would say for the most part, you're probably right. I think I would probably look at it like there are people who are good at impressions, but most of them aren't impressionists. They're like something else, and they do impressions, and they just incorporate impressions into the other thing they do. Or there's like maybe 1 or 2 really good impressionists. Because the other thing you'll notice with impressionists is they only really have a couple impressions that they're good at a lot of the times, and then everybody humors the other ones.
But that's the thing. It's like, I feel if you're going to do impressions and stuff like that, don't do that at an open mic. Don't do that in the comedy thing.
Right.
Do it more so in like Second City type shit.
Yes. Because it's basically, you're doing sketch, you're doing improv. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, a lot of people will debate the idea of like, well, if you're on stage telling jokes as like a certain cadence, then you're technically also doing a character too. Yeah. And yes, I get that. But there's a difference between you being this character and then you trying to be Jack Nicholson for 3 seconds.
Right.
And then realizing you do a horrible Jack Nicholson. So then you do a better Jimmy Stewart, which also is bad. And also you're 19 years old in 2026.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yes. I think there's a way you could do those things if you were a really good comic, just like anything, though.
Well,
it's
you
like,
tell a joke.
Because the rule you're presenting is true, but if you could break that rule, you just have to be really good at telling a joke, because then you know how to break the rule. Now it's like, okay, I'm going to put the impression in there somehow and find a way to weasel in this impression. That's the way to do it if you want to make it natural and not make it, because I think what happens is an audience is sitting there, especially at a mic, right? Somebody comes up with an impression and everyone just nods. It's like they don't want to be rude, but they don't like it.
Well, the worst is when like it gets a laugh, and then a good laugh, and you're just like,
oh yeah, you don't.
What
want
are we
that.
doing here?
Yeah. I mean, well, and the other thing I would say is, I think that there's just like anything, there's good and bad. And I think that a general audience doesn't know any better. So like you could just say some stupid shit and get some people to laugh.
Of course.
It's really about longevity. Can you talk for 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Can you do that impression for 5 minutes, 10 minutes and still be funny? Probably not. I think that's what would make an Adam Ray so good at that. I think I'm another person that's like Adam Ray with improv and characters that like blows my mind. It's a Will Sasso. If you've ever seen him do characters, but they're comics first. That's the difference.
Will Sasso is I wouldn't say he's even the comic. I would say he's more so a comedic actor.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because like his whole thing was sketch.
Yeah.
Sketch is not stand up.
Yeah.
And you need the timing of a stand up to do sketch sometimes, but somebody's writing for you.
Right.
And then you given the script and it's like, okay, now I need you to become Kenny Rogers and jump through this little flaming thing of hoop, and then we're going to set you on fire with real fire.
Yeah.
And then we need you to then get hit in the head with fake bottles and then punch yourself in the face with a baseball bat. Right. Can you do that? It's like, yes, I can. It's like, all right, cool, Sasso. And he does it. And he does it fantastic.
Does it better than anybody would do.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
My whole thing is just understand that like, stand-up is about writing and jokes.
Yes. That's the first thing. That's the craft of stand-up.
Yeah, don't be that person that's like, I'm going to go up there and I have this accent I'm going to do. And I'm going to because that's just, it's so cheap.
I agree. But that's the thing is like that to me is... I think that's going to get lost on everybody in the same way that I think of rap music, where it's like, I think of rap music as an old school, like rap music is about writing music. It's about making good music. It's not about, what I mean by that is it's about being a writer, being a poet.
It's writing first.
And it's about writing
there's no
first.
music involved.
It has nothing to do with...
You got to find the music, the sample, after you're done with it.
Well... Partially. I mean, like, because a lot of it was sample-based, when it was, like, we're talking old-school hip-hop,
right,
stuff like that, but it was still so much about your, like, what is an MC?
What was the
An
bars?
MC is somebody who is personally representing themselves. It's like a spiritual thing in a way, because you can represent yourself. It's such individualism that wouldn't be available in other genres in the same way. And that's why I think... that's what I think rap is to me. That's why I think rap is so cool, is I can express myself in a way that no one can touch. You can't tell me that anything's wrong with it. There's nothing you could do because it's what I made. And that's what poetry is.
Well, the best part is like the fact that there's no music involved.
And there doesn't have to be music.
You don't have to have any musical knowledge. And I think that's why like rap music back in the day used to get shit on so much
Yeah.
was because it was like everybody would like. I remember Greg Allman from the Allman Brothers band.
Yeah.
I remember like he did this commercial in like the early 90s, and the reason I say I remember is was because like I saw like it recently or like something of a nature of it. And he's like, hi, my name is Greg Allman, and if you like rap music, just remember there's a invisible C in the beginning of that music. And at the same time, you have to understand he's a musician.
Yeah.
He's a singer.
He's not
and then
wrong.
People were saying that the reason rap never got like its due or like the whole thing of it was because they were stealing music and then putting their lyrics onto it. But at the same time, in all fairness, they didn't think rap was going to go big.
Yeah. Well, this is the beginning of sample-based production.
This was just neighborhood shit.
So you have to think, like,
had like
no
a
one-
big thing, if you had like a big DJ with like a DJ with speakers everywhere, that's how you knew the DJ was like the best DJ of the neighborhood. He had more speakers than you.
Yeah, right.
And then because of that, they didn't assume it was going to be like, oh, we're going to make money at this. They're like, we're just going to get pussy because we're the rappers, and they rapped about the party and how many girls they can get and how big of like a Mac they were.
Yeah.
And that was the vibe of early rap and like hip hop and stuff like that. And then it got like more socially conscious and all this other stuff. But at the same time though, with the socially conscious stuff and like the development, the evolution of it, they forgot the one part where it's like, oh right, maybe we should actually learn an instrument.
Yeah.
And actually try to create like more of a legitimacy compared to like, all right, let's play that Aerosmith song and I'll just rap all these things on it.
Right.
And then it's like, wait, we have to pay Aerosmith? No, we're not going to pay Aerosmith. Nothing. Fuck those white people. And all of a sudden they sue them. Yeah, all their money.
Yeah.
And all their royalties. And it's just like...
It goes... I think that it probably evolved into something else probably over like 15, 20 years.
Oh, yeah. No, it became
'Cause
what
that
it
is
was.
early hip-hop. Is
but
a lot of
that was the thing of it. And that's why people liked it, because it was something different. And they didn't think like had like any legs to stand on commercial success wise.
Yeah.
That's why young kids love anything, because they're just like, oh, there's no way this is gonna make money, or any of this stuff.
Yeah.
This is my little thing in my little back pocket.
Yeah.
Everybody loves those eras.
Yes.
Everybody loves those days. But then next thing you know, that little band in your little back pocket becomes huge.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, I don't like them no more.
But see, with what you said about comedy, I feel like it's like, you could say that, oh, comedy's about writing jokes, and it is, and you're not wrong. But is it still not true that people can be successful without being good writers?
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
And then are they
there's
still
some-
comics, or are they not comics?
Well, here's what I'll say. So, I feel like the correct terminology is this. Nobody's a comic
Okay.
until you've actually been passed at a place and you make money as a comic,
But-
as a comedian.
You could do that without writing good jokes.
Well, what I'm saying is this, though. So, if you have not gotten to that level,
Yeah.
you're not like a comedian. Because a lot of people go on stage like, yeah, I'm a comedian. It's like, you're an open mic, dude. No, you're not.
Yeah. Like they just do 2 mics and they're like, I'm a comic.
Yeah, and that's the worst thing. Like, just stop saying that, because it's just not true.
Yeah.
Because
I
like,
think you need to get booked.
well, no, it's not even that.
You don't
It's-
think so?
Well, okay. You say I'm an engineer.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, where's your degree from?
Right.
It's like, well, I don't have one. It's
Yeah.
like, well, I'm really good at like that digital thing right there. It's like, you mean the computer? You didn't even know the fucking word for a computer, and you're like a fucking engineer. It's like, yeah, I'm like the best engineer
Yeah.
with that doohickey. It's like, I don't believe you at all.
Yeah.
You need credibility to like say like, because like if you're a comic, you've been passed at clubs,
Okay.
and you make your money as a comic.
Yeah.
Right? And
Yeah.
that's what makes you the comedian. I'm an open micer. I like being an open micer because, again, I'm growing. Like, I all I have to do is keep writing. I put myself on the pedestal of, like, I would like to get booked at a place and eventually become a quote-unquote comic, comedian, whatever. But, like, I say I do stand-up. I never say, like, I'm a comic.
Right.
Even if I'm like around people that like are bigger quote unquote comics or whatever, and people introduce me to people, I'll never like, they're like, you a comic? In my head, I'm like, just say no. Because I'm like, and I'm a guy to stand up.
Yeah.
Like, stand up is a different word than comic, because stand up is more so you go up there, you stand up there, you're working on stuff, you're trying to get to the next level.
Yeah, I never thought
Comic
about...
is like the next level, and then now you're like a professional comedian.
Yeah, the clubs being the caliber is the smart way to think about it, because I think that it's like the social status of being a comedian. It has been achieved and it is somewhere verifiable.
Yeah, you're getting booked places, and it's like you're getting booked at Zany's and Laugh Factory and stuff like that.
Like, to me, what's funny is as soon as I did Zany's once, I started putting in the message to everybody, like for the podcast invitation. It's always like I've performed at Zany's multiple times because I know in a comic's brain, especially, that introduces legitimacy to whoever is messaging them.
Oh yeah,
it's
for
like,
sure.
Oh, they've actually performed at Zany's, not some random motherfucker talking to me.
That's true.
Because it makes a difference.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's a notable club that people know, then it just all of a sudden makes it's we all have monkey brains. We all just think by association, like, oh, so you know, so you must know. Like the simplest most people are simpler than you'd think. They hear that you performed at some big comedy club and they automatically think that you know Jerry Seinfeld or something.
I do know Jerry Seinfeld. Ask me a question about Jerry Seinfeld.
What's his favorite time to get coffee?
He pronounces it Jerry Seinfeld.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I thought it was Jure.
No.
Jure.
No.
That's what I've been saying.
Well, that's why he hasn't responded to you.
Fuck, dude. I've been spelling it wrong, too. I've been putting AY at the end.
Yeah, you've been doing a bad job.
I was sounding it out.
You've probably been calling him Costanza, haven't you? Can't stand you. Here's a funny thing about Seinfeld. So, I watched his podcast.
I didn't even know he had one.
No, he doesn't have one.
Oh,
but
I saw he
I
did
watched
a podcast.
like he was on Sam Morril and Mark Norman's podcast.
I saw that one, yeah.
And it was funny because like as Mark Norman's talking, Seinfeld just looks at him and goes, "Is he doing me?"
No, I know what you're talking about, because the specific thing that it was such a poignant moment. It was what I was thinking when he said it was what I was already on my mind. That's why it was funny, because Mark Norman was complaining about a couple different things, just bringing up topics, trying to start a conversation, right? But the whole thing about Seinfeld's humor is that it is conversational and it is just complaining about mundane topics. So then Mark Norman brings up something about, I hate when you're getting an order from somewhere and they ask you for the tip right away. It's like, really? You're just going to ask for the tip everywhere? It's like everywhere needs a tip now. And he's kind of just doing a Seinfeld-esque rant. What's so funny about it to me is, I mean, there's levels to that, because Mark Norman probably grew up on Seinfeld, and he is doing Seinfeld in front of Seinfeld subconsciously, and he's not even meaning to. And so it's probably a little bit embarrassing when Seinfeld says that, because Seinfeld's right.
That's why I love it about it so much. It's like it's the nicest dig somebody's ever given to somebody. That he just looks at and is just like, you're minute as fuck, dude.
It really sounds like he's doing him.
Well, I don't know if you listen to Mark Norman. He's doing Norm Macdonald and Jerry Seinfeld to like the utmost, like
to the highest degree.
Yes, to the highest, like almost where it's almost like not even like a crime anymore. It's just like, well, just let him think that he's doing something original. Like here's what I'm saying. So there's this guy named Mike Lawrence, and Mike Lawrence is a comedian from New York. And so he used to host open mic, and Mark Norman would always go to his open mic. And they were friends / question mark parentheses. That's a Mark Lawrence joke. And he, like, anytime Mike Lawrence would see Mark Norman walk onto the stage or whatever, he would always just look at him and just go boo 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 boo. And then Mark,
for those who don't know, that's the 9/11 theme.
Yes. 2020. And then to find out, Mark hated it. Hated it so so much, but then he would get back at Mike Lawrence because Mike Lawrence is like a guy that sort of will lean in and let you know how he's feeling. So then Mark would always do the leans or whatever when he would bring him up to like his mics or whatever. It's like, now make sure to stand really close for this next comedian. And then he'd bring up Mike Lawrence.
Personal digs like that are funny.
Yeah. But
it's always funny because when it's done right and you can tell it's personal, but it's not like awkward. You know?
The thing is, like, I feel like everybody kind of wanted Mark Norman to never be successful because it can always be like, oh, look who that is, little Jerry Seinfeld over here.
Yeah.
But they have to like kiss his ass now because he has like one of the biggest podcasts in the comedy world and stuff like that. So when they come on to his podcast, they can't talk about like the old days like they want to. They do that for other, you know what I'm saying, podcasts. they have to go on and sort of like they're tamed. They're like, remember that podcast? Remember that show we used to go to, and it was really bad. It's like, I do remember it. It was really bad. Yeah, and that's all you get. Yeah, you never get. Remember when you sucked that one day, like really bad, and I made fun of you because I thought you were just the worst comedian in the world, and then you became successfully the worst comedian in the world. Remember that, Mark Norman? Right. And then he's like, "What are you doing, dude? I'm right here. Come on, what are you doing?
I think of Mark Norman as
I think he's funny. I think he
funny.
has good jokes.
I think he's like the champion of autism comedy.
His and sound what I mean by that, just annoying.
But that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I think that like because sometimes when I first heard him talk, I remember thinking, oh, that's like a put on he's doing.
Yeah, it's fake.
But I don't think it is because I think I've experienced the same thing where it's like I think I talk in a way where I sound naturally sarcastic and. To the point where if I'm being sarcastic, people think I'm being serious.
Right.
Because that's how I normally talk. And so I think that he has always been afflicted with this voice. And then he has, this is something you'll see with all comics, where there's like comedians and their stage personality and their real life personality. It ends up becoming a chicken or the egg situation where you don't actually even know what is what because you could do all the research and go backwards. You still don't know because they probably talked a certain way and people were always reacted to it in a way and they leaned into that and all of a sudden that's how they act for the next 30 years of their life. Yeah. And so that becomes who they are. And I think that's how you see when you see a comic and you go, why did they act like that? Did they really act like that? And you never see them break character. They probably do really act like that.
Oh, there's some people
in
Chicago we could talk about.
Morphed their brain into this. There are people in Chicago that are like that. Well, where it's like you'll see comics go, are they really like that? And I'm thinking, no, but yes. You know what I mean?
What I'm saying? That's why I said like it's fake as in like Mark Norman has a voice. He talks a certain way, but then he added cadence to it and stuff like that. And all these goofy.
Well, yeah, because it'd be like if we were talking, I'm always like this.
Exactly. And
every time I respond, it's a little bit big.
And that's the fakeness I don't like. It's just like, but that again, like he's on a whole pedestal.
Fake tits.
Congratulations for all he's done. Yeah.
Because that's his thing too. He's always trying to butt in with jokes. And I think it actually makes it a bit hard to talk to him. Like you'll see it in podcasts a lot. And it's that autism thing I'm talking about. Because the thing is, he's really good at the craft of comedy. He actually is good. He's quick.
He's a good joke writer.
He's very quick. And like some of his on-the-spot jokes that I've seen blow my mind. They're that good. It's like, damn, he came up with that on this. Like as a rapper trying to come up with wordplay, I'll hear the things he'll do sometimes and I'll be like, damn, that's actually really impressive.
No, he's good at what he does.
And another thing he'll do often is he'll to take advantage of that skill. When a lot of comics will post crowd work as like material, as something to post, so that way they're not burning through material. Yeah. What he'll do is he'll just let the audience yell whatever they want at him, and he'll make a joke out of it. And he's really, really good at that. So, but also it makes him harder to talk to because his brain is always moving
he doesn't
at
make
the
eye
speed,
contact,
and he doesn't look at you. So it'd be like if I was looking around,
which would actually be the funniest thing to do. Just see somebody go up there and just like, what? Hey, Mark, what are you looking at? It's like,
force him to look
Mark,
at
look at me. Give me your eyes, Mark.
Maybe do what's the movie where they have the eyes?
Oh, the Clockwork
Kubrick, Clockwork Orange.
I've never seen that movie, but like I know like what it. Okay, you're a younger guy.
Yes.
Don't you hate it when like you know a movie exists, but you've seen like clips of it, and you're sort of like, I just don't feel like seeing the movie now.
That's a lot of movies.
Like you know like a good amount of the clips or whatever.
It goes both ways. There's a lot of movies that are like that, but there's also movies where it's like that creates intrigue. It can go both ways because that's something I think about spoilers. You know, I saw a video arguing for spoilers once. It was trying to say like spoilers aren't necessarily bad.
Oh, spoilers.
Yeah, like just the idea of spoilers because they're not necessarily bad in the sense that if you know a spoiler, it can enhance the experience. I only think that's true if the storytelling is done well, because then it's like, okay, the spoiler, whatever it is that I know,
cinematography and the idea. If they it's like, here are the clips that we're going to show you, and then that adds to like, okay, the movie's over, or it's like this is what's in the movie. That's different.
Well, and I would even say like there's not value in rewatching movies, so it doesn't hurt to know what's in a movie. I just think like I'm trying to think of a good. Do you have a good example of like a movie that you think of that way? Because I probably got one
for sure. I've never seen.
I know what you're talking about.
I've never seen The Godfather.
Oh, that's worth it, dude.
I've never seen it, and I'll never watch it.
Oh, no.
Here's why I say that. Here's why I say that.
No, you're wrong.
No, I'm right.
You're wrong.
Here's why I say it. Because like I've seen The Sopranos, I've seen Goodfellas, I've seen Casino, I've seen 1,000 mafia documentaries on people. I've seen all this stuff that the mob done. Like they helped America in World War II.
They did
in Italy.
Yep.
And America will never talk about that.
But this is the thing, dude.
Here's the best part. They got JFK elected.
Okay.
The mafia did.
Shout out Mafia.
And then they shot him.
Yeah.
And that's how he died.
Yeah.
And the best part, nobody will admit that. See, they won't even get the mafia JFK. And here's the best part. The fixed fights.
Yeah.
They fix fights. Everybody knows this, right? There's fixed fights everywhere. Fixed fights
the Mafia?
galore. The Mafia, yeah. You know who owned Madison Square Garden? A mobster. Owned Madison Square Garden.
You're gonna get me killed. Maybe
No.
I don't know if we're allowed to say this.
No.
This may be the one thing.
I don't
I'm
know if you
not
know
allowed
this
to say.
about these mobsters I'm talking about from
No.
the 1920s.
No.
Not alive today.
Oh.
So that
Statute
helps.
of limitations.
But also, this is pro mobster.
Yeah, we're
This
actually
is not
endorsing that.
anti-mobster.
We think
We're
that stuff's
endorsing.
cool.
This is- no, it's life. I want that to be like the first thing, like the doors close like that,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden it's like, all right, cool. Who do you hate? And they're
off
like,
camera.
damn it, I hate this person. But like, I love catching them in the moment of that. Though.
Yeah, you got to get them off the record in a good moment. That's when you get the great answer. You get the real answer because you want the real one. Like it's so fun to find out who people really hate. But the mafia.
The mafia.
The mafia.
Okay, so the mafia. The thing about the mafia is that they ran all the sports.
When?
Like the Black Sox
In like the 40s?
in the teens or whatever, the early 1900s, they bought the World Series from. That's why the White Sox were called the Black Sox.
So when you're talking about it being rigged today, you got to understand.
it's not. It is kind of rigged today to an extent, which is good because I didn't know if the mafia was still going strong.
Right.
But in like the 50s and 40s and stuff like that, boxing was like one of the biggest sports besides wrestling at the time for like an era of people. Because that was the entertainment. Imagine you'd see two guys spar up and they're going to punch each other and then one guy's going to punch the other guy the best.
Yeah, like the modern person
And
would think of
everywhere
like
we
MMA
go-
as the big thing. That's recent. That's like
Yeah.
2000,
This is
2010 onward.
1900
Boxing was
Yeah.
the thing.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And I was watching this documentary on this guy named Sonny Liston. You ever heard of him? He's a black guy, great boxer. Horrible story. His dad would beat him and then like the family mule died.
Oh no.
So he made the kid the mule. The
damn.
kid's just on the yard getting whipped and just like being a mule. The kid's like 7. It's like, that's how stupid is this guy? It's like It's like this animal is this big. My boy is this big.
Yeah.
You are the mule now.
Yeah.
How stupid is that? But then he would beat his kid over and over again. Long story short, he grew up to be this like big, like, sadly to say it, big dumb oafus dude. So, and when I say big, I mean like his body was just like chiseled out of granite, but he was like 6 something, huge, big black hands and stuff like that. Like this monster of a guy. He couldn't read or write for shit though because he never got educated or anything like that.
Right.
And then I forget where he started, like in the South somewhere, but then he moved to New York, and then started getting in trouble with like the town there and stuff like that because like he was the only guy that would actually start punching out cops. He would literally just like get into an altercation with somebody, just start beating them up if they owed him money, and then the police was like, "All right, knock it off." And like a normal person, like the 30s, 1930s or whatever, would be like, "Yeah, okay, yes, sir, officer. I'll never do that ever again." But this guy's just like, poop. Just punching officers in the face.
So, folks, you might be thinking when you hear that, why would a cop get themselves in a situation like that? How are they getting punched in the face? Like, how is that happening? And like, it's funny because what I'm thinking of is like, it reminds me of like deer when they aren't familiar with when humans feed deer and they're friendly.
Yeah.
Then the deer start like wandering in the yard and they start doing things deer would normally do.
Yeah.
So it's like if you're a cop and these people are friendly for so long, you're gonna think, oh, this guy's gonna calm down. People always calm down and then just.
Well, like,
and then you got the cop whopper.
well, not only that, but it's the idea like, okay, one could argue that like this is probably like the most racist a cop could be to a black guy era. This is like their, this is like their like proudest moment, I guess, as a white cop or whatever. This is like people are like, white cops are the worst. It's like, well, this guy was succeeding at being the worst. This is like his Independence Day. So to find out, he would do this multiple times. He would punch cops in the face. Like, you feel like you're a cop. You're like, all right, I'm the law here. Yeah. And maybe he said something horrible about the guy's race or whatever. Mm-hmm. And that would normally, like, make them want to do it, but they would never do it. Mm-hmm. And this guy was just like, oh, yeah.
Just whop the cop.
Just whop him right in the head. Eventually what happened was he got arrested so many times that, like, he started meeting criminals in jail.
Right.
And because of that... He would train.
He formed a suicide squad.
No, he trained. Yes, exactly. You're doing perfectly. He trained to be a boxer in jail.
Oh, damn,
like, that's
nice.
how people were training him to like fight and stuff like that in jail. So then it got like taught to like a couple of people from well, it wasn't obviously Chicago. The Chicago mob is known as the Outfit. New York is just like, you know, the Five Families or whatever. But the Mafia out there in New York, and to find out, they're like, okay, well, we need some guys to go beat up people if they owe us money. Mm-hmm. And this guy was like, well, he loves to fight. He'll do it for us. It's like, cool. So he did that. And then they discovered, well, he also likes to box too. I was like, well, let's see if, like, you know, put him in the ring with people. He beat the fuck out of every person that stepped in the ring with this guy. And it got so crazy because nobody, like, yayed for him. He was like imagine the person you would boo the most.
Yeah.
But he's always winning.
Yeah.
And then so, not only is that he's winning, he's killing the person you love in front of you.
It'd be like if Mike Tyson was the bad guy.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Which actually in the 1980s he was. He was the baddest man in the thing. Yeah. So to find out, he then finally gets like, because he wants a heavyweight title match. Uh-huh. And he's going through every motherfucker that comes through. He's just destroying them. And he's known for the look. He has a look because he's not educated, because he never learned to read or write or anything like that. And he is like still working for the mob as like not a hit guy, but like a collector. Mm-hmm. So he's a collector on the side and also an actual legit boxer in the ring. That's why people didn't like him, because like it's this big black dude with like white guys that like love him because he's making them so much money.
Yeah.
And then he's like, well, that guy actually owes me more money. Go get the money from him, and he gets the money from him, and then goes in the ring and then makes them more money. Yeah. How can you hate this guy? He's the greatest black man in the world for the mob right here.
Yeah.
So to find out, like, as this is happening, he finally gets a title match for the thing, and again, he would give this look. He would just be with this stare, like, I don't know. Should I face the camera this way? Just to be like,
a very stern look for the audio listeners, almost a flat look.
And he had like one of those old voices where it was just like, well, I'm gonna hurt him. And they would just believe that. It was just like, yeah, okay, he's gonna hurt the guy. Because like people would still be energetic and smiley sometimes. Yeah. Like this is before, like a couple years before Cassius Clay.
Yeah.
Muhammad Ali. So he's going against this one guy who is very like in the elements of Muhammad Ali, but before Muhammad Ali. He wasn't trash talking him, just very like a good looking black guy. He's a world champion. He looks like a champion, you know what I'm saying? And that guy's going into the ring, and what he did to like fuck with his brain was Sonny Liston's right here and the guy's over here, and they're in two different rooms or whatever. Sonny Liston destroys every single thing in his dressing room. Like he's punching stuff and slamming stuff and screaming. Like imagine somebody destroying like a dressing room or something like that. Uh-huh. And the guy next to him, because there's vents, hears this, and you have to fight that. Needless to say, he lost in like the first round and a half, and Sonny Liston became the champion. And he's like on cloud nine, because in his brain he's like, I'm gonna go back home now. They're going to see like what I've done with my life. I've become this champion. I'm going to be great. And then what happens? He goes home. Nobody's there to celebrate. Because everybody still thinks he's an asshole because he's working with the mob. And in his poor brain was like, he was hurt. He was so shattered that like he was never the same again. And then that one kid was like, you know what? I want a rematch. Which was the dumbest thing to do, because he beat him in like the first round, I think, in like a minute or so. Mm-hmm. Then he meets him again, beats him faster.
Okay.
And again, he's still working for the mob and all stuff. And then Cassius Clay comes, right?
Right.
Cassius Clay is money. because what he's doing is he's doing something that a lot of boxers never did. Like I meet you, whatever, we touch our gloves or whatever, and then we wait for the fight, and then we fight each other.
Yeah.
It would be like, what do you think of him? It's like, I think he's a fine athlete, and I look forward to enjoying him in the ring and showing him who the actual champion really is. You know, that civil type, like, you know, promos.
Right.
Cassius Clay was like, you ain't shit, motherfucker. Like, just going hard on him and stuff like that. Man, I'm going to slap you so bad, people going to think you ugly twice. Like, just all this stuff or whatever. And they get in his face.
Yeah.
And Sonny Liston was never like the guy to, again, he was the look guy. He was like, so...
And you didn't have somebody like that.
No, like again, Muhammad Ali, Cassius Clay. Well, Cassius Clay before he became Muhammad Ali was completely different because he was a trash talker.
Yeah.
And sadly, the mob saw what they had.
Right.
They saw this guy
because of the image of
who
that.
they knew had to win now because there's a marketability to it. There's somebody that's gonna shine. Not only that, but he's gonna legitimize boxing. More people are gonna come out to see this guy either get his ass whooped or to whoop ass if the fans love him because he's talking so much shit that, like, if you ever had like a TV back in those days or the radio, you'd hear like a Muhammad Ali or a Cassius Clay rant, you would die laughing because it was so good. It was like, imagine like The Rock.
I mean, Muhammad Ali was like a poet. Like some of the stuff he would do. I mean, he literally would rhyme a lot of the time.
That's what I'm saying. Like, imagine like the promos like The Rock would cut in like the late 90s, early 2000s or whatever. But before any concept of like entertainment value in a promo, he did
or
that.
Blending that with like a real sport.
Yeah, like a legitimized sport that's like you go out there and you don't talk out here.
Yeah,
you talk in the ring with your hands and stuff. No, he's talking smack. He's in his face. He got so aggressive in his face that people had to hold him back and took an army of people to hold him back. And this is all being filmed. So like you imagine like this, the asses in seats that want to go to this. People are buying tickets that's already been sold, not knowing this, because they want to see this. And now people are double booked the fucking thing because they know just based off of the promos, people want to see it. Yeah. Long story short, Sonny Liston goes against Muhammad Ali, Cassius Clay at the time. Cassius Clay fights differently than Sonny Liston. I think he's taller than him a little bit too. And the thing that made Cassius Clay so great was because he would jab.
Okay.
But he would do it in a way where it was like almost like a shrimp punching something. You ever seen one of those shrimp with like the punches or whatever? Yeah. That can break a clam with the punch and stuff like that? He had that type. Yeah, he had that type of a thing.
Like that?
Yeah, he had that. Well, wasn't that like quick, feminine, but it was that quick though, you know. So to find out, he hits Sonny Liston and he goes down. Okay. And that's the match. But here's the problem. Sonny Liston.
It's like a YouTube. But here's the problem.
The
60s, conveniently 60-second video with the AI breakdown away.
Adam Ray's not doing an impression of him right now. That's the problem. So Dr. Phil's not doing this impression right now.
I'd like to hear Adam Ray's Muhammad Ali. I would like to hear that.
Oh my God, it's so bad. So the fight is fixed.
Okay. Because of the Mafia.
Sonny Liston would have murdered Muhammad Ali at the time. Murdered him. And here's the best part.
How do you fix a fight?
You tell the guy that gets your money for you that you made the world heavyweight champion because without you guys, you would never have given him that opportunity. You tell that guy that works for you, you're going down in this inning and we're going to get paid. So it's all about money.
And which is funny because that's the same exact thing as professional wrestling.
Of course.
That's literally the same thing.
Pro wrestling is more legitimatized because they're like, okay, it's fake.
Yeah.
This is how it works. And here's the best part. So then they match again, right? They meet again.
The rematch.
Sonny Liston gets tapped in the head and then just rolls down. And boxing experts will argue. They will argue. Look, you can punch a guy in the head and he'll go down. The head is a weird thing. It's like, have you seen Sonny Liston?
Right.
There's not a brain in that head that works for him to get tapped in the head to know to go down.
He was selling a punch.
He sold it for sure. And here's the problem. It's like, I just want boxing promoters to be like, yeah, Muhammad Ali's first fights were fake.
Yeah.
He probably had some real ones. Like when he went against, I forget the guy's name. George Frazier. When he went against him, those might have been real. Because there was animosity and anger.
What are you going to do if the Mafia shows up and says, hey, you're going to win this fight? You're going to say no.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Not going to win.
You have to say yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
thank you, Mr. Mafia. I love you so much.
Doesn't even make sense to say yes. Thank you for Mr. Mafia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mafia. Are we going to get pizza afterwards?
What a shitty
guy?
deal. Yeah, because what happens is
I love the pizza, Mr. Mafia.
Mr. Mafia shows up and offers you that. You're kind of just tied to Mr. Mafia forever, whether you like it or not. Because if you can't not do the fight, you can't throw the fight.
No.
So you have to win. But they're telling you you're going to win.
So for me, it's like when people say Cassius Clay is one of the greatest. I think he is one of the greatest.
Yeah.
But I just want people to say he's one of the greatest after he got his bump.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But you have to say he didn't cheat, but the Mafia fixed it in a way where he had to win.
Yeah.
And again, there's nothing wrong with that. I just want people to be like, look, this is what happened.
Yeah.
We had to have it happen because it's organized crime.
Yeah.
And boom. And then we're good.
But what I'm saying
not tarnishing his career, not saying like oh, that he's a liar.
But people should just
just admit this is complete bullshit.
Yeah.
You know?
Is that the only negative thing about Muhammad Ali? Is that the only thing you could say that's
like
negative
that's like
about
a negative. I just want that to be like 100% like
out there.
That's why he won those matches.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he was the greatest of all. He wasn't at that time.
Yeah.
He was a good boxer.
Yeah.
But he wasn't the greatest. He had to beat a bunch of other people to be considered the greatest. He beat Sonny Liston because Sonny Liston laid down for him.
I feel like it's just such a slippery slope type of thing, right? Where it's like the people who love Muhammad Ali and they're such a big fan of him, they would never even want to.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Of course not.
So if they're not gonna, what's the word I'm looking for? I want to say endorse, but it's a word like that. Entertain. If they don't even want to entertain that,
right,
then what are you gonna do? Because you're never gonna be able to. You love your idea, the myth of Muhammad Ali. You love that, and I'm not gonna change that.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Mafia probably, like you said, they're tied to sports in general.
Well, sports is making money.
Yeah,
that's their sport.
Exactly.
And like again, that's like, because I forget what was the guy's name? Fuck, I can't remember his name. But he literally owned Madison Square Garden.
Yeah,
at that time period.
Mafia.
Yeah, Frank. It's like such and such. Frank Dot. I can't remember his name, but yeah, it just if you're owned by like that guy, nothing in your arena is gonna be legitimate.
No.
But again,
no.
Why would it be though?
Right.
I think that's actually more fun though.
Yeah.
Because like imagine like you could be like, I didn't lose to this boxer. I bought a Corvette because of this boxer.
Well, that was the whole thing with the Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fight.
That's fake, of course.
Well, we all know.
Of course.
But
fake,
Mike Tyson came out on a podcast afterwards and said it was fake.
Well, yeah.
And at that point, I'm pretty sure, like, if somebody bet on that fight, there's legal grounds to sue at that point. Like, if you have the guy come out and say, because that's what people were talking about when he said that. They were like, well, at that point, he's telling you it's fake. Isn't that illegal if he's going to come out and say, we faked this fight because sports betting is so big now.
Yeah, that's insane to me.
Yeah, and if there were so many people who bet on that fight. Yeah. So if Mike Tyson's coming out a year later telling you, I was never going to win that shit. All those people who bet on Mike Tyson. But at the same time,
I feel like it's sadly probably like no harm, no foul in the idea that like there's nothing they could do about it though.
What do you mean?
Like, okay, so like your whole thing is like, I bet on this fight.
Yeah.
Because I thought it was going to be a fight and there was a guy who was going to win. And there was guys who was going to lose.
Yeah.
And the guy that I thought was going to win didn't win, but technically did win because the fight was just like what it was.
But don't you think that at this point, sports betting is so invasive, it could even influence the conceptualization of the fight itself.
Well, it does.
They'd be like, "Oh, this is going to make us so much money," and that's why you said then they can't. There's legal boundaries around the fighters betting on themselves.
That's like a guy saying like, "Officer, the reason I called you, he stole my weed. Arrest that man." Which has happened. But
if Mike Tyson comes out and says it was fake,
on the cops.
If he comes out and says that was fake, I wasn't meant to win.
Yeah.
I think at that point you could, because you can say,
like
well,
maybe
the agreement was I'm betting on something that's real, not something that was fake.
That.
Like
I can see that, yeah.
Because like it's like betting on professional wrestling is still not allowed on these apps, which I think it should be, because it's like who gives a fuck?
Well, here's the thing about pro wrestling nowadays. It's complete garbage. But
it's gotten a lot worse.
But like,
I mean, even just the ticket prices alone, that's like all you need to know is how they're pricing out the people who like it. I mean, what the fuck?
I listened to a podcast, this guy named Jim Cornette. Shout out, Mr. Cornette.
Oh, dude, he's great
when it comes to wrestling. Then when it comes to other things.
If you didn't know who he is, the best way to describe it is he's been around since it was like the indie circuit of the 80s. He's one of those legendary managers.
70s, yeah.
The 70s, yeah.
Well, he started like going to shows in like Kentucky and the Carolinas and stuff
and
like
so
that.
He's used to that. He's used to old school wrestling and the way that you would work up a crowd back then.
Just wrestling. I mean,
yeah.
Because like nowadays it's entertainment. Like back in the day, like I was watching like shoot interviews. You know what a shoot interview is?
Oh yeah, that's when they're talking off the cuff.
Yeah, where they're just like it's a camera and guys asking questions.
And then you got work shoots, which are the fake ones.
Yeah.
Those you got to look out for.
And I was watching, Blackjack Mulligan, I think. I was watching his. It just popped up on my YouTube. And it's just the funniest thing because, like, there's this guy named Wahoo McDaniels, and he was an Indian. So he was an Indian character wrestler.
Yeah.
But, like, this guy named Jim Barnett, who was, like, one of the guys that, like, was in charge of, like, a territory, but, like, legit in charge of a territory. He was, like, a very feminine, like, Southern man. So Blackjack Mulligan's all, like, Blackjack Mulligan's like a very like a tough Texan. He's like, yeah, so they were like they tell us to come on down. I was like, all right, come on down. All right, I'm about to wrestle with them, right? And then Jim Barnett walk in the office and he's like, oh, I need me an Indian. Oh, I need to have me one of them because he talked all feminine. He was a very feminine man. He's like, I need. Blackjack, do you know any Indians I could have over? Because I want an Indian character ever so badly. Do you know any of them that I can get an Indian character? Well, I want something really tall and scrappy, I do. And I was like, shit, he wants an Indian. God damn motherfucker. And then it's like, well, the only thing I can think of is this guy that came from an Indian, and his name is Wahoo, and I'll go ask him if he wants it. And he wasn't trained or anything like that, so he was like, I want you to come and get taught and learn how to work and stuff like that. And that time period, they didn't really let the guys know it's a rib. This is like a joke. They just would.
Yeah, that starts in
they would just
mid-90s.
They would just go beat him up and be like, if you're tough enough to get beat up, then we'll teach you how to work correctly. This guy is like. Every person they
power bomb you like 10 times.
Every time they throw a guy in there, the Wahoo McDaniel would just beat the crap out of the dude. He had like fists like they were fucking tree trunks and stuff like that. And then he goes back to be like, he's like everybody we threw in there, he just beat the shit out of him. And then we come back and beat the shit out of him. It's like tell him it's a work. It's like, I'm not gonna do that. You go in there and get your ass whooped by the man. You gotta teach him that this is wrestling and we got to learn him. And then they send another guy in there and gets his ass whooped. And all of a sudden, Jim Barnett comes back down and is like, oh, is that my Indian? He's hurting everybody. Why is my Indian so wild? And then, like, he just goes this whole thing. And then the best part is, like, so they teach him, they learn him and everything like that. And then Jim Barnett's like, I don't know if I want my Indian anymore.
Yeah.
It was just funny that, like, they would just find a guy's career based off of a guy's emotional feeling of just like, I want a spaceman. Do we know any spaceman that could travel to the moon in wrestling? And then they find a spaceman.
That's how they booked it originally. Yeah. Now it's the other way around. Now you have like a guy who has a character and you just tell him no, just be a spaceman instead. Yeah. Or at least it was that. I mean, now it's getting to the point where people can be their own characters for real.
It's so bad.
but that's for better or worse. Like there's like the sprinkling, the inklings of that. Like I think if you remember when Zack Ryder first got big, like I think it was The True Long Island Story.
I don't even know.
So that was like the early. Really, I was probably first really got into wrestling like 2010 to 2012, 2013. It wasn't even a great era of wrestling.
You missed so much stuff.
Yeah, but like there was. The thing that Zack Ryder did right is he would.
Oh, is Zack Ryder? Is that the guy with?
He's back now. He just came back now. He's dating. He's married to. Or he's dating.
That's not the shoeless guy, is it?
The what?
The shoeless guy that rode a scooter.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Zack Ryder. He used to go woo woo woo. You know it. That's
that's
Ryder.
the worst thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, and the True Long Island Story, it was right off of the popularity of Jersey Shore. So he would have he had this tall hair, and he kind of did like the Guido like thing, and he had a webcam show. He did a show online that it wasn't like WWE told him to do this. He did it by himself.
Okay,
and he was probably one of the first people who ever kind of like took it to themselves to not ask WWE and just do their own thing with their character. And it got so popular that he was getting these big reactions that WWE couldn't really ignore it. And I think they ended up burying him and it didn't go anywhere. And then he ended up getting released. And now he's finally back and he killed off Zack Ryder and he's Matt Cardona because when he was in
also
the
the worst name I've ever heard.
That's his real name.
That's the worst. He should change it to like Joey McJoerson or
Joey
something.
McJoey. Yeah. What else was it? With wrestling and with Jim Cornette, with someone like him, he's so interesting to listen to because he has that mentality of somebody who doesn't buy any of this bullshit. He doesn't like a lot of the modern wrestling. And CM Punk, I think when he returned not long after that, he mentioned Jim Cornette in the promo.
Well, he listens to his podcast.
Because clearly he does.
Yeah,
and he's the type of person who would. Because it's an old school wrestling fan, somebody who likes what wrestling used to be or what it used to represent. Those are the people who are going to like what Jim Cornette has to say because wrestling, I mean, I have friends who they're very into AEW. They don't see the difference between WWE and AEW. And I don't even know what to say to that. You know what I'm saying? Like their version of wrestling is different than my version of wrestling.
Yeah, of course, most definitely.
And it's not their fault, but like I don't even think of AEW as the same type of thing. I think that's different.
No, it's more like play time at like AEW.
That's a great way to describe it.
So I mean, because how Jim Cornette again paints the picture of it, like Tony Khan's just a guy that has a shit ton of money.
One of the best
wants to play with his toys.
Yeah, yes, and it's literally what it's like. A guy has action figures. Yeah. One of the best moments that really, because the promise of AEW was so strong when it first started. It was like, this is going to be the next Monday Night Wars. It's going to be the next competition. It's what TNA was supposed to be. That was all the promise that it had, and then it just fizzles out because what happens is, turns out you do need a creative team and people to say yes or no to things. You can't just let wrestlers do whatever they want. Sometimes you get good stories out of that. Sometimes. But like to me, the best example of it all is CM Punk's kind of he problems seem to follow him. So that says something about him, I would say. But maybe it really is the case that this industry is just wild and he just happens to be the only one who's right. Could be that. But when he was in AEW, after he left AEW and there was the whole scuffle with that and what happened and what went down, it was the Ari Emanuel interview where he finally talked about it, and finally he talked for like 2 hours. It was right after his return to WWE, if I remember correctly. And that's a great breakdown of the problem with AEW because CM Punk is somebody who honors the meta of professional wrestling, so he doesn't really tell you everything that happened, but he also does peel back the curtain quite a bit, and he basically says Tony Khan had no idea what the fuck he was doing. CM Punk was granted all this power, and then the wrestlers weren't even listening to him. Nobody was professional. There's no professional oversight. Like, it's just a company that doesn't have the inner workings of a WWE, but they're pretending that they do, and they have all this money they can pump into it. They're just paying everybody a shit ton of money just to not show up.
I mean, get that money.
Exactly. Like, you could get signed to AEW and have 10 dates a year and get paid just as much. Like, you get paid so much.
That's the dream.
That's the way they do it.
Yeah.
That's how they sign you. And it's like give them an offer they can't refuse type of thing. You're Tony Khan, you just got a shit ton of your dad's money. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
You might as well.
Now,
and it's
wrestling-
crazy because what sucks is that it could have been the Monday Night War thing. It could have been. I mean, that's why Cody Rhodes signed on at first.
It would not have been.
But you just need something like that to make wrestling good. Because I agree with you that wrestling has gotten so much worse over the years.
Yeah.
And how the fuck do you get it better? You need competition, and that doesn't exist. WWE is monopoly. Now they're trying to go
It has
worldwide.
monopolized, but at the same time, I feel like the way, I guess, to make it better is just like, I guess, start indie promotions.
Yeah.
And pray to God there's like some old school guys there that actually know what they're doing, know how to work and teach kids how to work.
So you know what's interesting is there was an indie promotion in, I want to say, the UK or something like this. And maybe it wasn't something that already existed. Maybe this was just WWE, but they did NXT UK.
Okay.
And they basically, it was like one season. They got a bunch of talent from a bunch of different promotions. And this is what it was, is that the UK was kind of having a bunch of different indie promotions getting big at the time.
Okay.
So it's like you have this little wave of professional wrestling happening. These people are winning championships. This stuff is happening. And if you remember back in the day when like these big wrestlers would go from the indies to a WWE, it used to be a big deal because it's like, oh, well, he has, CM Punk has the New Japan title. He's going to have to drop this title if he's going to go over here. It wasn't New Japan, but it was Ring of Honor. So CM Punk had the Ring of Honor title. He was big in Ring of Honor. He's going to go to WWE. And so that was a big deal. They had to mention it in storyline because the fans they know he's leaving to go to WWE. And so stuff like this matters, right? Because in the UK, you have all these wrestlers getting big. Now, this is recent, like the last couple of years, WWE does NXT UK because NXT's their circuit to build people up to normal WWE. And the video I saw talking about this, they were theorizing that this was like almost like a sabotage of the indie market in the UK because they did a lackluster one season and then it kind of fizzles out, right? But you had good talent. It was like the UK's best talent at the time. But maybe that was the plan. Maybe the plan was we do a lackluster UK thing and then it fizzles out. And by the time we're done, we just fucked up all the momentum of all these different indie things they were doing.
Okay.
And we're not even in there. We're not even over there. We're just going to spread there later and do our normal WWE. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They can just ruin the indie market. They'll find creative ways to ruin the indie market and buy it. All they do is they walk up to them, they give them money.
Well, it's like that's the thing. I think that, like with the money thing of it, like with wrestling, that's going to ruin it because it's like
now it's owned by
people that buy. You need people to like own, and they don't really have that. I think
Vince McMahon. It's sad to say, Vince McMahon did run WWE like a professional wrestling company, whereas now it's not being ran that way anymore.
Well, here, I mean, again,
and Vince McMahon was even trying to step away from that and get more into entertainment, but he still had the heart of somebody.
He created the entertainment.
Yeah, he
wanted to step away from wrestling. He wanted to create the entertainment because that was his marketing. But ironically, every single storyline that he ever came up with was just garbage and just fell apart. Like Cornette,
especially
at
the end, especially towards the end. Yeah,
like the only thing that really gave him pretty much a lot of fuel in his tank was Stone Cold Steve Austin because Vince got to live his dream.
Yeah.
He was always told he couldn't be a wrestler when his dad would tell him he couldn't be a wrestler, couldn't do nothing like that. It's like, you're behind the scenes, you're not in front of the scenes. Remember that. And then so he would, be the announcer guy. That was his thing. But he owned the company. And only a handful of people knew that. But a good amount of people in the back knew it that worked for him, obviously, because he's your boss. But after Austin became the champion, and he was the biggest thing ever, Vince McMahon got to be the biggest thing ever by saying, "Screw you, Austin! I'm taking that belt from you. You're never going to be the champion again." And then he even put himself in the match where he is the referee.
Yeah.
So he's going to referee Stone Cold Steve Austin's match against Dude Love. And then it's no disqualification. Countouts are anywhere. And then Jim Ross is like, well, how are they making that ruling? This is not fair to Mr. Stone Cold Steve Austin. How is he going to win now? And the next thing you know, Mick Foley grabs a chair. He goes to hit Austin. Austin pulls Vince McMahon in the way, whacks him in the head with the chair, takes the chair from Mick Foley, whacks him in the head, stuns him, falls down. Vince is passed out. Foley's knocked out. He just goes right, grabs Vince's hand, covers Foley, and just goes, ding, 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 he wins. The writing in that. Well, Pat Patterson was still alive. He was like the job guy. He was a finisher for everything.
Yeah.
He actually created supposedly like every Royal Rumble. He created the order.
Oh wow.
Because he knew how to put this guy and this person this because they want to create the story. That's all wrestling is a story.
Yeah.
Do you believe it? Yeah, because you're there watching the story. You want to see the good triumph over evil. But evil could win, and now you're like, but what happened about the good? It's like, well, the good got its ass kicked, but if it heals itself and then grows strong enough, he'll live to fight another day, and he'll come back and try to get that title back.
Well, it's just like the hero's
journey. And that's
journey.
the thing, the hero's
it's like
journey.
Mythology
and
that's journey.
That's what wrestling fans love the most. We're just
the true wrestling fans, because I mean, like that's I think what might separate somebody who likes the storytelling and somebody who likes all of these elements, like the you could even say like the spiritual element of it, whereas somebody else might just like the athleticism of it, and I'm just doing triple backflips and doing crazy shit, glass and blood and fire. That might be wrestling to them, because that's a big sect of the wrestling fan base is people who are super into that shit. I don't identify with that. I identify with what you just said, but I find that people, it's not a small community, and these people will butt heads. You know, I just think they're two different genres of wrestling. I think that wrestling is storytelling at its core. That's why I fell in love with it in the first place. That's why I think it's like I've heard Rick Rubin say this, that wrestling is closer to reality.
The ultimate pro wrestler, Rick Rubin.
Yeah, the ultimate wrestler. But I heard him say that.
That explains his haircut.
He looks like a character.
Yeah.
It looks like a mad scientist type wrestling character.
That was his character name, the Mad Scientist. He'd be R&R.
And he'd be a great manager. Just imagine him being like the wrestling man. He wouldn't be a wrestler; he'd be the manager.
He'd be like, punch him in the head. Yeah, punch him in the head twice. Twice. Punch him in the head twice.
While he's stroking his chin.
Yeah. I'm recording an album right now.
He's not wearing shoes. He's in shorts. You know, he's
a weird guy.
It's a Sunday morning.
Have you ever seen a pro wrestling live? You ever gone to an event?
Once. But wait. I was gonna say, Rick Rubin. He said that like wrestling is closer to reality than real life. And I think it was on like Joe Rogan. And I remember Joe Rogan saying to him like, what do you mean by that? And Rick Rubin couldn't explain. And I think he's talked more about it in the future. Like I think he broke down a little more. But to me, it's such a great way to put it, because that's how I think about it. I think about it like wrestling is kind of like when I explain what ruse means to people, it's the same thing where it's like everything is a ruse in the sense that nothing is real and you just convince yourself of things, and that's how life works. And we all just tell ourselves stories and we all convince ourselves of narratives, and that's how we survive. And when you understand that, it actually all makes a lot more sense, and it becomes easier to understand yourself and the narratives that you've constructed for yourself and the narratives that other people construct. And
you want to know the best part? It's not healthy.
What's not healthy?
Creating your own narrative.
Yeah, it's understanding that your narrative is not real.
Yeah.
And the other people's narratives aren't even real. And all these things are just a misinterpretation of really like nobody even knows what the fuck. And so it's all a ruse, and we all just learn to put a definition on top of something, and that's how you survive, and that's why we all do it. But it's breaking free of that I think is truly living. Like not defining things by comparison, but defining things by the individual thing that they are. And that goes for any individual moment or any individual thing you experience. And I think like I was just thinking about this earlier, because I think it was in I don't have the book right there, but it's by Joseph Campbell, and Joseph Campbell's written a few different books, but he has a lot of stuff on mythology. And there's an interview he did, and it was for I think like it was for an educational channel, like The Man of a Thousand Faces, I want to say it's called. And then I didn't even know they did a book out of it, and that's like the full interview rather than what they edited for the whole thing. And in there it said that like a metaphor is godlike in the sense that it is representing something that it is not, just like you know, like the spirit of God were represented through something, or like the stories you read in myths are represented through things. They're all metaphors. And I think wrestling or music or art, it's all this same thing. You see what I'm saying? It's all like people getting closer to reality through a metaphor. And that's what wrestling is too. It's like how you said it was the hero's journey. He's the guy who made the hero's journey, is Joseph Campbell, actually. He's the guy who made that term.
So it's like you're saying you believe the storyline, and that's
you buy in, you identify with it,
right?
Even.
Okay, that's what you're saying. Okay,
You find yourself within it in the same way that you'd find yourself within other things.
You pick the side that you like, and you're like, this guy represents.
I mean, Stone Cold and Vince McMahon. What a great example!
You want to know
that's like the ultimate boss versus employee storyline, where it's like, oh fuck my boss, and that's why so many people bought into it, because it's like the mythology of that, the mythology of fuck my boss.
And you know who Stone Cold Steve Austin is?
Who?
Vince McMahon.
He is Vince? What do you mean? Like the creation of him?
Vince is from the South.
Vince
grew up in a trailer park.
Yeah.
Vince loves going fast.
Yeah.
He loves driving his, like, any Ferrari, any car he gets, the fucking accelerator's on the floor, and then through the fucking, anybody that's ridden with him said he drives like a maniac. He don't drink beer, he drinks whiskey, he drinks scotch or something like that. But the character of Stone Cold Steve Austin, of a southern guy that doesn't take shit from nobody, says, screw you, boss, I'm doing it my way. That's Vince McMahon.
Oh, yeah.
Because Vince in the 80s saw himself as Hulk Hogan, like the American man, the man that made himself into what he is today. And that's not true. I mean, he did, but that wasn't like the character that actually resonated with him. He wanted to. But Austin, the idea of like, it's my way or the highway. I'm the lonely guy. Not lonely, but like, I'm alone. I'm the one alpha. I'm the guy that like, oh, you need something? Maybe I'll do it for you. I don't know. DTA, don't trust nobody.
Yeah.
Vince McMahon. And he's a genius for that. Here's the thing. People hate Vince. I love Vince McMahon because that guy gave me something to live for, which was pro wrestling in the 90s.
Yeah.
And when I say 90s, I mean like the Attitude Era. I never really watched it like up until that point, but I never had cable growing up.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, have you gone to wrestling events?
I've been to one Raw.
One Raw? What
that
year?
was like right around when I first got into it. So I want to say 2011, 2012. Like December 2011 or December 2012.
And they were at Rosemont?
I want to say no, because that was when I was still in Michigan, so I think it was in Detroit.
Okay.
But I remember there was the best match of the night was Natalia versus somebody else.
Woof.
It was good though.
Okay.
No, it was a good match.
Okay.
Like that, because Natalia is technically a good wrestler. She's good technically. So I remember, and like the thing about watching wrestling live is it's kind of boring because you don't hear the announcers.
Well,
so you kind of want like a technical match where they're doing fun stuff to play with the crowd.
I agree with you. I think announcers need to be live at sporting events.
In general.
Yeah.
I think you should have an option. You should be able to put it in your ear
I agree.
and have a device, and that should be regular. That should be offered to everyone.
I agree with that. Like
that makes more sense.
So I've gone to
they're
like
already doing half the work. You just need to have the
well,
ear.
not like that, but you go for them.
Yeah. Yes.
Who goes to wrestling? Oh, I can't wait to go to an event. That way I don't have to hear Jerry the King Lawler and fucking the King and Jim Ross talk about stupid shit. I get to just watch men throw each other around.
You know what'd be the worst part is if you were like just far enough away to where you can kind of hear them, but you can't make out what they're saying.
Yeah, it's like, and then
yeah, that would suck.
Oh.
Dude, that would be so frustrating.
And like keep in mind, like they're fighting right in front of your face. And you're like, but what are they saying?
Yeah, because I could not stop thinking about that.
Hey guys, calm down, guys.
Yeah, stop chanting for a minute,
guys.
Because I mean, JR, one of the best commentators ever.
Mm-hmm.
You almost feel like you're missing out if you're not hearing a JR.
Well, now
I'd say Michael Cole. He's made himself one of the best. He used to be okay, but and by now he's probably pretty legendary.
Well, he's the only guy that does it, sadly.
Yeah.
I mean, like, so like I've seen wrestling live, and the reason I bring it up is because I feel like this is where like I feel like I'm blessed to have seen it live because of the eras I've seen it in.
Oh, probably. You probably saw history.
So I saw WCW Nitro when I think that was the first one I went to see, and that was when they brought back the Ultimate Warrior.
Oh,
and
shaking the ropes.
It was the worst promo in the history of promos. He's just talking and yelling at Hulk Hogan about the stars aligning and all this stuff. And like you can go online and people like were saying like it's still the worst promo ever in wrestling. and I got to see it live,
Nice.
and it was so good. I went to a WWF house show.
You felt the room deflate.
It was like, you understand, like we're at the top, we're like in the balcony, and it's at the United Center. So like, shit has to be going on for like the like a wrestling fan to be like, yeah. And again, it's Hulk Hogan or Hollywood Hogan, and then it's like, oh my God, look who came back. And I didn't know like his lineage at the time or anything like that, so I didn't know like, oh, this is like the makeup. But everybody's like, oh my God, the Ultimate Warrior's back!
Right.
And he's got like the leather jacket, and he's got the face paint, and he goes in this whole promo about like how the universe have to bring him together to fight again, and on a planet they will consume it. Like it was just the worst. And then like, they don't get me wrong, Hulk Hogan's a complete liar, especially when he was alive. But
Yeah.
like, if he were to do that interview, like what was he saying? Like, what did you know that? That'd be like the only interview I hear Hulk Hogan say stuff that I'd be like, no, that's like 100% true.
Yeah.
Like he had no clue about any of this stuff. Like it was just this hog shit thing. In the WWF, I saw like one house show, and a house show is pretty much where it wasn't filmed.
Yeah.
It was just like you get all the wrestlers, they do like their matches, and it's great. It's fantastic.
You know, it's interesting now, the modern era. You see like a John Cena talk about house shows. He's saying a lot of modern wrestlers don't get a chance to test out new things because house shows aren't as big as they used to be.
Well, I don't even know if they do them anymore.
I don't even think they really do them.
They do them.
Everything is televised. Everything's
It's
about
live,
social
it's
media.
recorded. Yeah.
That's why everything's about social media. You can't. Why the fuck would you be out there and not filming it? And so what happens is all these wrestlers get afraid
only
of
they
trying
did.
new things because so much. John Cena was saying like, you know, a lot of the stuff I started doing, I would start doing at house shows.
Yeah, to
and I
build
would,
a cadence of like,
yeah,
like what you want.
and you don't want to try new stuff out on TV because that's risky. Why not try it out where it's not
Well,
as risky?
Speaking of the word risky, this is why I say I'm a very blessed person because
Okay.
like I got to see Owen Hart's last match. And when I say last match, I mean the last match this guy ever did alive.
Oh wow,
So the house show comes, and it's the Saturday before Over the Edge where he dies.
wow.
We don't know this though. We just know it's a house show, and I get to see Owen Hart and Jeff Jarrett go against the New Age Outlaws.
Yeah.
For me, this is the greatest thing in the fucking planet. Cause like Road Dogg does the whole like intro, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, like does the whole thing of that. Billy Gunn, we got 2 words for you, suck it. And then we call Owen Hart a nugget the whole way through, just like because his whole thing was like, I'm not a nugget, you can't break me. And the next thing you know, we were just straight, nugget. For some reason, I thought it was like anti-Canadian for some reason. I didn't know the whole lineage or whatever. But I guess the promo he did, and like the word nugget just stuck out. And that's why they call him Nugget.
I'm not a nugget.
And again, it was great performance, great match. Obviously, the New Age Outlaws won, I'm pretty sure. And then the next day, I remember my dad going like, hey, did you see the pay-per-view? And I was like, no, I didn't have money for the pay-per-view. And he died. He like was supposed to come down this rope or whatever, and they did it before.
Well, it's like what they do
They did
in football events when they have the mascot coming down
lower.
on a rope.
Yeah, but the thing was like,
They've done
so
that first.
he
A lot-
did it.
yeah.
He did it last pay-per-view. He came down, and it was no problem. Like, and he got beat up as he's dangling from the rope and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
That was the entrance or whatever for the Blue Blazers. But then like Vince wanted him to do it again at Over the Edge. And he said, sure, whatever. And here's what I've heard. So I've heard that he fell. But he fell supposedly from like up there to woo, going down.
Yeah.
I've heard another story, ironically, from X-Pac, who said what happened was Owen's fault. In the idea that Owen was sitting waiting to go down. He got bored. And anytime Owen got bored, he fidget with stuff. Supposedly this is like Owen 101. Like he couldn't sit still. He's like a fidgeter. He'd just be like, touching stuff, doing stuff, whatever. And so I guess what happened was like he like clipped it and unclipped it or some shit like that and then just fell on accident.
But that's a theory.
Unclipped. But here's what made the theory more believable though. and they it says even in the Dark Side of the Ring episode and all this other stuff, whatever, the referee in the ring is being told by Owen to move out of the way, which means you understand that you are falling, which means I feel you have a bigger bigger lineage till you've caused your fall. You know what I'm saying? Because if you've just been caught off guard, the last thing you're going to think of is watch out, move.
Right.
You're going to think, shit, I'm dying. Fuck, what the...
Right.
There's no way you just go, oh, dude, move. Scoot. No, move. Thank you. I don't want to hurt you. No, it's your brain cannot work that way to do that. And even in the Dark Side of the Ring thing, they said he screamed down to the referee to move, and he moved. There's no way you get caught off guard falling and say, hey, move. The only way you say that is when you realize you fucked up.
I don't know.
Your brain can process the fuck up so much. You're like, well, I'm going to die anyways. Let me not kill this other guy.
Yeah, but I think people could do that. I think your brain could do that.
No.
Because I think it's like people who do extreme sports, or it's the same thing as I was saying, if I'm riding on my skateboard and I have to fall, I'm not even really thinking. You can't, and I can't react. That's what, I remember one time I crashed my car and I was driving on this was a very poor decision, very bad decision making on my part. This is how I know that people can react oddly.
Hence the ruse.
Yeah, right. And so I'm driving, and I had missed the train. This is when I lived in Michigan. I would come to Chicago, so I missed the train. But if I caught the train, at the next stop, if I got there fast enough, maybe I could get on the train at the next stop. And that was unlikely, but I would have to speed, and I could get there if I just go fast. But the problem was, this is one of those days where there's this ice on the highway. So I'm trying to go fast and beat this train, but it's the roads are bad. And I remember it was my car got to the point where it was turning, it was fishtailing, but full on fishtailing. So I'm going 55, 60 on the highway, whatever I'm going. And my car is I lose control. It kind of goes to the left and then goes all the way over to the right.
Oh, shit.
And you're going in the ditch. And I remember feeling nothing. I felt nothing. I felt no, oh my God. Did you knock
out, or did you pass out?
Well, I just mean that, the car, so luckily, I got lucky, because if I went in sideways, the car flips.
Right.
But I went straight, so I kind of just went straight down the ditch. But I mean, and how you react in a situation like that is what matters most. Because if you panic,
you're loose, then you won't get crushed per se. But if you're stiff,
I wasn't even thinking about that. You're right.
That's that runs with drunk drivers, sadly.
Yeah,
it's a lot of drunk drivers crash, but they never die
because they're always loose.
They're so loose their body can just go with any movement that happens, and
they don't stiffen up in fear. Yeah.
That's the trick if you're going into a car accident. It's you have to sort of loosen your body, and then your injuries are sort of lessened.
Which is against your instincts. Because like I said, fear. Fear is what's going to make you tighten up.
Keeps you tight, yeah.
But I think and it reminds me of another time. I remember I was walking my dog, and it's in Flint, so you never know. And somebody is driving by in a car, and they said hey, and I look over, and there's a toy gun with the barrel pointed at me. And the proper reaction to that, you just see a gun point at you at all, because it's the type of thing where they're trying to scare me. But I remember I felt nothing. If I had gotten shot in that moment, they would have not been satisfied, because I would have given them zero reaction. I would have just died. There wouldn't have been it wouldn't have happened, because I refuse to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to let you dictate
you're not
my
give that
fear.
Kid the satisfaction of killing you with the gun that it can't kill you with.
You can, even if it was a real gun, I wouldn't have given them shit. Just like when I was crashing my car. If my car had flipped and I had died, I wouldn't have reacted. I would have done nothing.
You would have. You would have gone.
Yeah, but that would have been that's a good way to die. I don't think, because I'm not thinking about all this when it's happening, but it is true. You don't want to, if that is the situation where it all goes down, you don't want to be freaking out, going,
true.
Embarrassing yourself, looking like an idiot in front of God.
Very true, yeah.
And so who knows, maybe when he fell, maybe he had the grace and he was still, in presence of mind enough to know, hey, get the fuck out the way, I'm dying here.
No, I disagree. No, not at all. Zero possibility of that. But it's funny that you said that like a guy, like a kid, like did that to you. Me and a buddy of mine, we were okay. This is
a fucked up thing to do, in my opinion.
Well, here's the thing. I find it funny in the idea that like me and a buddy, we're going to a black church.
Okay.
On like
good time, by the way.
The west side. Very fantastic time. Well, so we're driving down. What street are we driving down? I think we're driving down Madison.
Okay.
And we're going like onto the west side. And Madison can be very sketchy. And we're going that direction. And we get to a stoplight. And then this black guy walks across the street. And then I'm the first car at the light.
Yeah.
So like the crosswalk is like right in front of my car. He walks right in front of my car, turns around, and goes like this.
With his hand, though.
Bang!
Like just like you're doing.
With his hand.
Yeah.
Bang! 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 And me and my buddy are in my car. We're just like, well, thank God we're going to church. Because if we were going to the strip clubs or getting drugs, we would be dead. And then the best part was like after he shot and killed us, like with his gun, he put it back in the holster. He goes, got the ass. And walked away. And I told my friend that, and he was just like, well, again, thank God you're coming to Jesus. This is, if not, you'd be dead.
Maybe that was the devil himself. Maybe you met the devil on your way to church.
Who knew the devil looked like Down syndrome? Waylon Jennings.
Oh, dude, there was an episode of Seinfeld that was on TV when I was at work recently, and there was something like that where it was like somebody, I think. How did it go? I think it was like a priest hit somebody with their car, and then the person like looked at them and like, oh, dude, I'm just fucking the whole thing up. I shouldn't have even brought it up. This is embarrassing. Yeah, a priest hit somebody with their car, and then they thought it was the devil.
Oh, you're talking about Elaine, where like
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Yes.
I've seen all the episodes of Seinfeld.
Thank God, because you just saved me.
Here's how old I am. I saw all the episodes of Seinfeld when they aired the first time they aired on TV.
That's cool though, because like a lot of the time when people talk about shows, they don't have I think it's different when you experienced it as it happened.
I experienced
every show,
all the Seinfeld, and I remember very vividly.
You know how the public felt about it when it was going down. Whereas like a lot of us have
Thursday at 8:00, I think on NBC, Seinfeld was on.
Was it a big deal?
Oh yeah, because it was the biggest show ever. But like the best part was, you would see like a commercial for it, and they would show you so much, and you'd be like, "Ooh, it's gonna be a fun episode." And then like the announcer's like, "What will Wacky Kramer get into next week? We'll find out on Seinfeld." And then like it would be like, "And save yourself for Caroline in the City" or something like that. And keep in mind, I love '90s sitcoms. They were fun. Like Frasier. Frasier is the whitest thing ever. That's amazing.
Frasier's good.
It's amazing. Like, and in my opinion, that could never be a black show because, like, just the actors alone on it are such thespians.
Oh, that's some white shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I love that, like, it can only be white.
Cheers was white too.
Cheers was white, but that
Cheers had more black in it.
They could have They could have integrated more like urban concepts to them and stuff like that. Like this TV show Martin.
Yeah.
There's no way that could be a white show. Even though it had a white show element to it, where like the whole idea was like this guy is with a girl and they has wacky friends and they get into goofy stuff on the thing.
Martin is an excellent example because I remember seeing a clip of it was a girl interviewing, I want to say it was Kendrick Lamar and somebody else, but I might be wrong. And they brought up Martin and she didn't know what Martin was. And they laughed at her.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to tell you guys, I didn't know what Martin was when I saw this. So I was
you're young though. Why would you know?
But like they were laughing at her because she should know black culture and she doesn't even know Martin.
Well, the funny thing
that
is,
was
like,
why it was funny to them.
Here's the thing. A lot of black people hated the show Martin.
Oh, okay.
Because here's why. Martin is a short, big-eared black guy that talks shit. What is there to like about this character?
It's like
There's nothing
if
to like about this
was
character.
the role model. If Urkel was the cool guy, and we all
Urkel
liked
was the cool guy for like the nerds. That was it.
Yeah.
And then he turned into Stefan.
Yeah, Stefan was
and
cool.
tried to bang Laura, but Laura was okay. The girl that he did fuck that died in the plane crash, she was hot.
Mm-hmm. Which, by the way, another black show that could not have been white. Family Matters. I would say that show is
that was a very white show. That was like that was like Step by Step and all these other shows.
It wouldn't be like Full House level white.
Yeah, it was.
You really? See, maybe I just don't know because I don't
Carl
really watch
Winslow
Family
was
Matters.
a cop.
I never watched Family Matters.
Well, you can't make that like the association with that now.
Just because I don't know. To be honest,
Here.
I probably don't know a lot of my 80s, 90s sitcoms. Like if I was to try to differentiate, I probably couldn't tell you which ones are white and which ones are black.
Die Hard?
I haven't seen, especially I know of. Say again?
Have you seen the movie Die Hard?
No.
You ever seen Die Hard? What the fuck's wrong with you?
I know.
So Die Hard has Carl Winslow in it, and he's a police officer in that movie.
Okay.
After that movie, I think the timelines are correct. After that movie, they gave him a show as a cop, and that's Family Matters.
Oh.
He just played the same character. And the best part was like that show is so powerful, I think, not even just to black people, but when I watched it, I thought it was powerful because it was like you had a family that was against the world. You know what I'm saying? So you had a husband and a wife that try to make it work. She had a sister that lived with them, and the kid was like, you know, from a marriage that didn't work out. So she's a single mom. But then they also integrated the kids that were very much just like neighborhood kids. They weren't like inner city kids. They were neighborhood kids.
Yeah.
And then the nerdiest fucking guy ever, Steve Urkel.
Yeah.
And people hated him on the show in the idea like, without that show, he was going to get canceled so many times. They needed Steve Urkel to save the show. And he would save the show every fucking season, every fucking episode. He saved the show because what's this goofy character going to do? How's he going to try to get Laura? You know what I'm saying? That show could be definitely done by like a white family. And it was done by white families. Like Step by Step was a show that was very much like in the same ballpark of that. And like a shit ton of other shows that were very white shows were very much in that mindset.
Golden Girls?
I've never seen Golden Girls. I
know
a lot of people love it. Oh yeah, it's four white broads trying to figure out who their last years of before they hit menopause.
Yeah. Not to be confused with Gilmore Girls. That's for women who are 20 or 30 years younger.
That want to hit menopause.
They're preparing.
I never saw Gilmore. What was the? I want to say. I was going to say.
I don't even really know. I think it's the early
feminine show I ever watched.
That's a great question. What's the most feminine show you've ever watched?
Probably Sex and the City. I used to like that show a lot because it made me realize like about women. And no, here's the thing. That is the perfect show to analyze and break down women.
Yeah.
Because that show is not friendly to women.
What do you mean?
They're not friendly to women in that show.
Okay.
Everybody's a loser. Everybody's a moron. Like Charlotte, it's like, I want a gorgeous, good-looking guy to sweep me off my feet. And she gets that. The guy that's in the marriage with her, they get married, happiest day of her life, that character can't satisfy a man. She can't satisfy her husband. But her husband doesn't want her to touch her. So now her whole writing on the wall was, I want this gorgeous guy to sweep me off my feet. We were in a townhouse. We go to upstate New York for the weekend. Yeah. We do all this cool stuff. We're in Connecticut. We're royal family type stuff. That's what she wants. She gets it. Guy can't get hard, can't do nothing. And then he divorces her. And then this guy who's a lawyer, who's like representing her, she hates him. He's an ugly guy. He's Jewish. Everything she does not want to be associated with.
Right.
Ends up marrying the guy. Has kids with him. Has the best life. Every single one of those characters, sadly, paints women in a very strong, powerful mold.
Yeah.
But it fails for them in life. Carrie Bradshaw. She's a single lady. She's loving her life. She's Miss Independent. But she needs a man so badly in her life.
Yeah.
And then she has a guy with a huge dick who's very successful. And then a couple other guys that come along that obviously want to be part of her. But she hates commitment. She put a wedding dress on one time and broke out in hives. She's like, how in the world can I be with a man when I'm supposed to be alone? And that dictation of like, other women out there that are just like her need to be alone also because they'll never find love. But they've already found love. Mr. Big. the guy that sweeps her off her feet and then also protects her from all the evil in the world and is there at the end of the final episode, is there and takes her away and is the happiest thing in the world. Miranda, with her dumb self. Oh, she's like, hey, men don't want to date me because I'm just too real. I'm just too real and shit like that. So what she do? She went to women. And guess what? How long did that last? Not very long, because another season came around and it didn't work out for her like with women. So who did she find? She found a little loser named Steve. Steve with a good smile. He has nothing going for him. He's going to be a part bar owner.
Yeah.
Miranda
she's
is
settled.
smart, and she's very, very educated, and she's working to the top of her field in her law firm, I think. Not only that, she doesn't need a man. I'm better than a man. But then guess what happens? Steve's there to be with her. He knocks her up with one ball, and she's like, you know what? I'm an independent woman. I could take care of this kid alone. I don't need him in my life. And that failed miserably because then she had to have him in her life because she was so scared with this baby what to do. And then next thing you know, it all worked out because she's with the man and the man made her happy. And that went against any construct that she had in the beginning of the show or her character created. And last but not least, what's the old lady's name?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, God, what was her name? Fuck. It's Carrie, Charlotte, Miranda, Lily. I don't remember her name. Fuck, what was her name? Lily is an old lady.
Okay.
And her whole thing is she's playing the field. So she works hard, play hard, she fucks who she wants, and she does her thing.
Gotcha.
Fucks any guy she wants to. Boom, boom. Has fun. And that's her love life.
Yeah.
That's just her life in general. Her life's fabulous. Why would she ruin it matching with a man and stuff like that? Cassandra. No, is that her name, Cassandra? I forget her name. Fuck. But so then she finds a guy that's going to take care of her, an older guy, and she's old, so this is going to be fine. But then the old guy cheats on her, and her whole thing is like, you can have sex with other women, just tell me about it. He's like, oh, my fault. Okay, I'll do that from now on. And then he cheats on her again, but with a younger woman, and he cheats on her again with a younger woman, and she's like, oh, I'm fucked now. Finds a guy half her age, younger. And he's an airhead, huge cock, model. And she's like, I want to create the world around you. I want to market you. So then you will be like this big star or whatever. And he's just like, I just want you. And she's like, that's adorable. And then tries to go marketing the guy, and he's on billboards now, and his dick's like 19 feet tall and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't last long, though. Like, a plane crashed into his cock on 9/11.
Oh, no. No.
Remember we were talking about the buildings?
Yeah. It was his
I try to bring
dick.
it back. I try to bring it. Yeah, sadly, poor Dick.
You never mentioned which buildings earlier. I should have
Samantha.
asked.
That's her name, Samantha.
Yeah.
And so then, long story short, she gets sick. And now no man wants to be with her. She's older now. But the guy, the one young guy that, like, she's like, I'm going to make you into the biggest thing so that you could date the hottest women or whatever. He's like, I'm staying by your side because I love you and I want to be with you for the rest of my life. And she's like, but you're so hot. Why are you doing that? And he's like, I'm here with you. Shut up. So that whole concept of Sex and the City where it was like 4 independent women is the biggest piece of shit.
Well, you know what it makes me think of?
And it's just so sad because it's like, at the end of the episodes, you just see like, oh, I guess all women sadly just want a man to be there for them. And that's sort of what they want in that era of women.
Well, I was going to say.
But in the beginning, you're just like, oh, well, these women would never want to be talked to by men.
Right.
You got to be the coolest guy ever. You got to be all this. It's like,
Yep.
And I learned so much from this show of women. And people laugh at me, but it's, dude, that shit's like legit true.
Well, you raise a good point because there's a lot of truth in that. And it makes me think of, you remember the public backlash to this new Snow White movie that came out? There's the Snow White remake. Maybe you didn't see any
what
of
was
this.
the backlash?
So it was like the actress, they changed the story.
He's not allowed to kiss her? Or?
It's not about the kiss. They just kind of scrapped the whole idea of her needing a man. And that was what the actress was going around saying. She was saying, we don't want it to be about her needing a man. She's independent Snow White. Like, this is different.
Not. There's no such thing as independent Snow
Exactly.
White.
It doesn't even make sense. And what you're talking about, it's like, Sex and the City, the core idea of the show is romance and love and relationships. So you can only have so much of this like idea of independence and this idea of, because the foundation is the actual foundation is codependence.
Well, also it's written by a gay man.
That's what I was wondering. Who's writing this?
I think it's written by a gay man, and I just love that.
Who doesn't understand the plights better of women than gay men?
Well, that's the thing I love the most is like this gay guy's like, and you know who wins at the end? The patriarchy.
You know what's so funny? I would argue that's like to the show's favor because I don't think women are more honest with anyone but gay men. I think women share more truth with gay men than they would other women.
Yes.
Other women are going to use it against you. Gay men have nothing to gain.
Women would marry gay men. If they would. If they just didn't love dick so much.
Yeah, because gay men are kind of everything they're looking for in a partner. It reminds me of, I think AJ Leidig has made this joke, and maybe it's been made in other ways.
Or like he gets a compliment or whatever from...
Well, no, it's that guys are, when they're looking for a partner, really they just look for the type of shit they would look for in another guy.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, I want her to shut up when we watch a movie. Like, I want her to play video games. I want her to talk about sports. Like, you're just describing your friends.
Yeah, pretty much.
Your bros.
I was joking with friends of mine. It's like I think my true the woman for me is a lesbian.
Exactly. Right.
She can try on my clothes and then I try on her clothes, and the best part, sooner or later we're naked.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah. Right. It kind of just works out that way. Right.
And then something might happen.
Yeah. Turns out you're gay. She's a lesbian.
Yeah. I'm gay somehow.
You became gay.
Too much pussy gay.
I think the show is truthful in its representation of women. Yeah. And that's why it is the way it is.
Right.
Because like women really are catty and women really are gossipy and women really are codependent. A lot of the time these things are all true.
Yeah.
It's just that when you try to make it like I just think people feel a way and then they create ideas around their opinions. Well, and that's how we all make our opinions. And so really what you're arguing with is how somebody feels about something, not with what is the way of something.
And actually of like the whole truth of it. Yeah.
And I've learned that that's okay. And that's why it doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong. It doesn't even matter.
It does matter.
It does, but what I'm saying, it doesn't matter in like who's like if these people all are saying fuck you. I know I'm right. It doesn't really matter what you people are saying. You guys can say I'm wrong all you want. I know I'm right. It doesn't even matter. Yes. Like you clearly just don't know. But it's like I've just learned that. Like it's I think it even goes to that ruse thing I was saying earlier. I think that people like since things aren't as they seem, people don't even realize that their ideas are more based in emotion than they are even the idea itself. You create all these reasons around an emotion, and I think it's far more about the emotions and how you feel than it is about what you're actually talking about and the thing actually is.
Yeah, I can see that.
But, because, dude, like fucking... it's like that's the whole thing. People can get like one idea, get somebody all worked up, and it can be any one thing. I don't know what it is.
Has it happened on your podcast with a woman where you've talked or whatever about something or whatever, and then like in your brain you're like, I don't know if I could. I guess
Actually, no, because I'm pretty good. I'm just pretty good at not. Like I just don't want to. I'm like I said. I think it's that diplomacy I was talking about. I just don't want to argue with anybody. So if I'm talking to a girl, I think I just naturally police myself and don't.
Who's a troublemaker? Do you got one?
Troublemaker? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. I really don't know what you mean.
Somebody that like were saying certain things and you knew were like in your brain. You're like, oh, don't say anything. Don't say anything.
Oh no, dude, that's gonna be me. I'm gonna be the troublemaker.
No, come on.
Yeah, it's gonna be because that's what I'm.
You gotta say
people
like
don't know what I think.
Say it nice.
What you gotta understand is no one ever asks Ruse about anything. You guys don't ask me about my opinions because I feel like I'm gonna get myself in trouble one day. because I'm like, everybody thinks they know what I think, and then they're gonna ask me a question, and I'm just gonna like say I'm gonna be honest, and they're gonna be like, oh my god, how? And maybe I'm wrong, but I just like maybe I've built up this idea in my head, but I really think like I'm the troublemaker, and I'll yes and anything. That's how I am with ideas. I will go along with anything.
So you just agree with
I
it for the
love
agreements.
everyone, and radical love is a hard thing to understand. To prove my point,
You sound so guilty right now.
to prove my point, when Kanye was on Alex Jones and
Okay.
he said that I love Hitler, I understood what he meant. And when I say that, what I mean is
You shouldn't hate people.
you should. Kanye is espousing the message of Jesus Christ, the message of loving everyone,
Right. No, that's what
and
I'm saying.
seeking salvation in everyone,
Right.
and seeking retribution in everyone, and forgiveness being a virtue. That's what he's talking about. But he says it in a way, like Kanye has a way of doing things where he says it in such a way that it's so inflammatory.
Where the media got it wrong. What?
But my point is, I feel like having that type, because the opinion I'm expressing is not a popular opinion
Of course not.
at all. So I feel like, and that's what I thought in the moment when he said it. I remember seeing him say it, thinking like, no, everybody's getting it wrong because everybody's treating it like it's like he's saying Hitler was good. No, he's saying I'm going to pick the worst person and I'm going to say I love them because I love everyone.
Well, he's
And that's how
trolling
I
them.
feel. I feel like you should love every single person.
Of course, but
that's what true love is. One love. That's what Bob Marley was saying. One love. You love everything.
And look what happened to Bob Marley. No, so
Yes.
but at the same time, I get what you're saying, and I agree with you in the idea that like
That's why I'm the troublemaker, because I have
one
these
thing, I
opinions.
wouldn't say you're a troublemaker. You're also doing in a goofy way what he's doing in the idea like he knows Hitler's like a bad person.
Yes.
But he is like, well, they think I'm crazy. They say I'm crazy. Well, time to do some Kanye crazy shit. And he was just like, you know what? You know who I love? Because God told me to love them. Hitler.
It's so funny because you got Alex Jones going,
Well, I don't know about that. I agree with everything else you're
But
doing.
he
but-
out-trolled Alex Jones, which shows you how smart
Alex
Kanye
Jones
West
didn't know what
is.
to do.
Yeah,
he had the whole
yeah.
Net and Yahoo thing. That was before everybody knew Netanyahu's name. Now everybody knows that, I guess. But he had like a net, and he kept like making a joke, like because he had a net with him, and he said Net
Kanye
and
did?
Yahoo. Yeah, he kept saying Net
Okay.
and Yahoo.
Okay.
Dude, I watched that live when it went down.
shit, okay.
I remember thinking, oh my god, Kanye on Alex Jones? No way.
Well,
It was Avengers level crossover for me.
Kanye, again, like I feel like, okay, this probably gonna get me in trouble, but like
Well, that's what we're on about, right?
we're trying to stir some
This is we're
Kanye.
talking about who's the troublemaker, right?
Well, the thing is, like I say, like I've heard like some of his rapping and stuff like that. Not really impressed by it. It doesn't seem like he's. But here's the thing: because he's so crazy,
Yeah.
I feel like you have to say he has that talent to rap.
Well,
what
I
I'm saying?
think his success is sort of inarguable
Because he was
in his
he was
influence.
a better producer.
Exactly.
That's what he is known for, right? Producing.
Yes, yeah.
He started
And-
rapping because he just had his ideas and was like, "Well, I have this idea. I'm gonna start rapping." Because like when he did stuff with, I saw like the little documentary or whatever, and I saw like when he did like the Jay-Z thing, that whole "It's a Hard Knock Life" or whatever. That was Kanye's thing, right?
Yeah.
So Kanye knew how to make beats and stuff like that.
That's
He
what he's
understands
really
it.
good at.
Right.
The sample-based
And
production.
sampling all this stuff.
Yeah.
He learned from that one guy or whatever. I forget. At least that's what the document. Maybe it's all lies. I don't know. Maybe he learned from a squirrel in a tree.
Documentaries like I know
On
they
the
love
south side.
to beef it up. He learned it from his mother when he was 4.
Oh, you leave that woman alone. God, if only that woman was alive to this day, man. She wanted to get titties. Oh God, that's just.
But Kanye's beats, and I would say Kanye's curation is what he's really well known for too. Like just for what, because he kind of stole certain styles, but he did it at a time where he paved the way for certain sounds in hip hop, like 808s and Heartbreak, in the same way that like Kendrick Lamar has done that, where every time Kendrick Lamar drops an album, it kind of changes how hip hop might even sound for the next few years.
But let me ask you a
because-
question though, because like okay, but like so. Like Kendrick Lamar is like a legit rapper though, right?
Yeah.
People listen to his stuff for the words.
Yes.
People listen to Kanye's stuff for the music.
No, I would say Kanye is definitely a rapper.
But no, but like, I'm saying that like people know that what's his name? Kendrick Lamar. if he just did like, if he just put stuff out with no music, it was just all words.
Yes,
people would be like, awesome. I want to hear this.
Yes.
If Kanye just put out something with just words, people would be like, oh, it's missing the music. I think. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that he's like.
You're right.
Like that. Like he's not known as the rapper. He's known as the mogul, but he's also known. I think he's more known as the producer than like more like the lyricist, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but
he is now known as the lyricist because like he's been forced down everybody's like I'm saying, everybody knows him as he's a rapper. But like again, for me, like I know that like his producing is like way better than his lyrics, in my opinion.
I think Kanye's a really good songwriter. I think he's a really good songwriter, but I can see what you're saying. I feel like a lot of it is that he's just so good at producing that it kind of outshines his songwriting because he's really fucking good at producing. I mean, that's why it's hard to, you know, oh, he's crazy, oh, he's a terrible person, because I mean, like I think it's that broken mind that's able to produce that type of music.
Right. No,
So I don't know how you get that music without somebody who's fucking going out there and just doing this all the time.
Yeah.
Because I mean, really, you watch him talk, and he's just a stream of consciousness.
Yeah.
His mind just rolls outwards.
I don't know what it is, like left side or right side, but whatever sides that's just like doesn't have like a logical concept of life.
Yeah,
and it's just like in the moment, in the second or whatever.
Yeah,
he's that to like 1,000. Because like it's insane. Like no, like you can't imagine that guy like ordering off like a menu like a normal. You know what I'm saying? Like imagine you go with him to a diner and it's just like, I'm getting pancakes. What are you getting, Kanye? Yeah, I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna have them ask them if they can mix it with this, and ask them if they can do this. It's like,
you know, this reminds me of a beat I made in 2005.
Yeah, seriously, right?
He goes on a tangent about
It's like,
that.
Kendrick, what are you gonna get? It's like, well, I'm gonna get the like, damn. What about you, Rakim? Man, fuck these weirdos. It's like, all right, let's go, Rakim. Let's go get out of here.
Yeah, ASAP.
Eric B?
Notice it was Andre 3000. He just pulls out a flute, you know, starts playing the flute.
You leave Andre alone. Why? Oh, that's so stupid. Like,
he did it to himself. I gotta talk to you about comedy while you're still here. I mean, we spent all this time. Maybe bring that up. So, gotta ask you, as the comedian in the room, you're the man with the comedy knowledge. You were not always a comedian, no?
Well, not on stage.
Not how you began your life?
No.
You weren't born this way? Because usually, you know, I always think it's fun to ask comedians, you know, when they started doing comedy, like what made them get started, like the origins of comedy, just because it's never early in their life. It's never like I was 10. Almost always it's like I was 25 and then I failed at 3 other things and then I decided.
Well, I feel like for this generation of people, it's like
maybe it's younger now.
I think it's a lot younger now, but like I started stand up when I was 37.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I started late as fuck.
How old are you? Are you lying to me?
No, I swear I'm 42.
What?
Yeah. I started, I just had my comedy birthday. That sounds stupid to say. I started March 27th.
Okay.
Of 5 years ago.
I would have never guessed you were that old.
Well, yeah, I am.
You really are surprising me.
Yeah, I know. I surprise everybody.
Wow.
If only that led to pussy. I don't. It's like, I'm old. It's like, oh my God, I hate these young kids. Thank you.
You're right. You'd think that would work.
Yeah, no, don't.
You're chasing that fountain of youth.
You actually have to look old too for them to believe that you're old. I have like the greatest genes.
Let me see
ever.
your ID. They have to see your ID.
Yeah, dude. I mean, oh my God, I forget what. Like it happened. Like that happens.
I almost didn't want to believe you when I thought you were playing a trick on me. Like this was a joke.
I'm old, but like people don't believe. Like all the people that like are really good at comedy that are old, I'm not that. They all look horrible too. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like a lot of these people look disgusting.
You kind of looking worse helps.
If I started doing stand-up comedy in my early 20s, I would look horrible too, though.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like I have like Harold Patrick. He's like a good friend of mine.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be a good case study, right? Just look at him over the years, watch him.
I jokingly say I started him in stand-up in the idea that like I was at his first open mic on accident.
Yeah.
Because I did a show at the Lincoln Lodge, and there would be a Friday night open mic that Derek Strong would host.
Okay.
And before Derek went crazier and quit, like one of the last ones, it was going on, like the mic was, that night was going on forever.
Uh-huh.
Like Zach Albers somehow hosted the last part of it. They just gave it to him. It's like, Zach, tell people to go up and do their time. I was like, okay. And then like, so I went up and like, I was just trying some bullshit. It didn't do that bad or whatever, but like I had a show that night, so I was just there, just hanging or whatever. And then like, I see this kid go up after me. And the reason I say I see this kid is because like, as like, he's standing there, he takes the mic out of the mic stand and the mic is still blocking him. But Harold's so skinny, it actually makes a difference. You can only see part of Harold.
The image of that is so funny.
Because
you're like, for folks that don't know,
Harold's
just
very
a skinny white
guy.
dude. Yeah,
but there's like this, like almost half his ratio black thing now blocking.
he has the height
half
of a teenager.
Yes.
Okay, and he's got a mic stand in front of him that,
And
normally you could ignore it because like the width of any normal person.
Yes, but then he went up and like he didn't do that well. This is his first time doing it.
Which shout out to him.
And
Shout out to him.
I just walked up to him. I was like, hey, the one advice I give you is just move the mic stand out of your way. Because for those that don't do stand-up comedy, that want to do stand-up comedy, the first rule of thumb is you walk on stage, you either pound or shake the guy or girl that brought you up, and then you take the mic out of the mic stand, and then you move the mic stand out of your way because you're the star. So many people don't do that or know to do that. And because of that, if they're trying it for the first time, it'll definitely sound like you're trying it for the first time.
Yeah.
And show because you look so nervous, you're hiding behind something now. So I told him to do that, and I didn't see him for a while, and then I went to another mic like a long time later, and he was at that one, and I like just sort of bumped into him, and I was like, oh, and he's like, hey, you're the guy that told me to move the mic stand. I was like, oh, yes, I am that guy. Thank you very much.
Your mic stand guy.
I'm the mic stand guy. And some people like to call it the boom, but I call it the mic stand. So I was like, all right, cool. So we went to this other open mic or whatever, and then he started doing it more and more and became the Harold Patrick that we know today, which I was very grateful that he kept going with it.
He evolved. He evolved like a Pokemon.
Yes, and I gave him the worst advice. I said, say the worst things you could think of on stage because he looks so young. And he ran that train into the wall, and then eventually was at a mic, and he said a joke that in his brain he was like, this is gonna do really well. I wasn't there, but he was telling me, and it was such a bad topic of a joke that like a guy tried to kick him.
Oh no!
When he was on stage, and then kick him when he was off stage, I think, or something like that. And it was just funny. Like, imagine you say something so bad, the guy just like
starts throwing feet. Yeah. What could it have been?
I know what it was.
You can tell me later.
It was a joke about like a racial thing. That like it didn't go over the line. There was like no line. It's just like how he worded it didn't come off pleasing to the ear, we'll say. And because of
Did
that,
he say the
I
N-word?
guess no, nothing that bad.
I wonder what it was.
Harold is a good boy.
Okay.
Harold Patrick is a good boy.
I mean, because I'm just wondering what would get somebody to kick you.
But that was the thing. Like, it was like a topic of race, and I'm not saying what race. I think it was like Czechoslovakian, actually, in my opinion. And one of his only Czechoslovakian joke. Haven't those people been through enough, Harold?
Yeah. Maybe it was some like who knows? Maybe he said something offensive about like in favor of the Jewish people, and there just happened to be a Nazi in the audience.
It was Czechoslovakian people. And Harold just doesn't like them. But
he just hates them.
He does
in particular.
And he said a joke about their nice culture and their one building, and then he got into it. I think the guy was also Czechoslovakian also.
So that's probably what it was.
And that's what it was.
He was defending his people.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a tough one. That's a read the room type situation. You got to know what Czechoslovakians look like type situation.
Ironically, he was at an all arts Czechoslovakian open mic.
No, Dude, that would just be that. Now that's like social media content 101 right there, though. Like you got to go to the Czechoslovakia mic and then just say everything negative about Czechoslovakia.
Well,
get the camera set up beforehand.
Or you could say something positive about Czechoslovakia, and they still might boo you. The only reason I say this, I did a show in Wisconsin. Alan Salazar hooked it up. He does a really good show out there. It's his show. I would say reach out to get booked, but he don't do that.
No?
You gotta like shake his hand.
Ooh.
Get to know the man, because Alan Salazar was worth
You have to
money.
spit in your palm first.
You don't have to spit in his palm, but
your palm.
maybe
That would be weird if you spit in the other guy's palm.
You don't
talk
need
about spit shake?
You don't need saliva to talk to Alan Salazar.
Okay, he's lying.
Okay, you don't need that much saliva to talk to Alan Salazar.
Yeah.
But I go to Wisconsin and I'm a Packers fan.
He used to live here, no?
He lives in Chicago still.
Oh.
But he's got like a show that he does up in Wisconsin.
I see. So he just goes
in
out
Milwaukee.
there.
Yeah, he drives up. And so I go there and I'm going third. And I follow this guy named John Moore, really funny guy. I don't know if he's done this podcast.
No, but fellow mustachioed man, just like myself.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And I went on after him. And again, I'm a Packers fan. And I'm in Wisconsin. So I'm going to be like, oh, I can't wait. This is going to be so great. Because I'm just going to open by saying I'm a Packers fan. And I did. I walked on stage like, how you guys doing? You guys enjoying the show so far? They're like, yay, yay. I was like, awesome. And the best part, I'm a Packers fan. They booed me. Oh. They booed. It wasn't like a boo. It wasn't like, bah. It was like, boo. I'm playing for 40 Bears fans in Wisconsin for some fucking reason. It makes no sense. In my brain, I'm like, well, I'm going to get them. I'll win them back.
I would have said immediately that I was kidding. I would have pretended that I was joking.
No.
Oh, that's what I would have done.
I'm a Packers fan. So to find out, I'm going for the gusto. So I go to My Buddies. You've been to My Buddies, right?
Okay.
My Buddies is a gay bar in Chicago. It's a really cool bar, but they watch Packer games. It's a Packer football bar right there. So then every time I'm at that bar watching a football game and the Packers score, what they'll do is they'll say, when we say Wisconsin, and then the guy will lead that with that. Like, when we say Wisconsin, and then we go up, we say, you say it all.
Okay.
Pretty simple. We're still rolling?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Keep going.
And so I'm like, well, I'm going to win them over with that. They're going to have to say, you say it all after I say when you say Wisconsin.
Okay.
I'm in Wisconsin. It's what the Packers, it's what you do.
Mm-hmm.
I say it. I say, okay, fine. How about this? When you say Wisconsin, 40 people just look at me and don't say a fucking word. One lady finally just looks at me and goes, you say it all? I was like, that's what you say. And I went right into material.
And do you think
they don't do that up there? That's a My Buddies thing only.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. For some reason, I was like, I'm going to Wisconsin. I got everything in my back pocket. I'm ready. Really good show, though. I had a really good time. Really did a really good job.
So they didn't turn on you after that?
No. Well, in the beginning, I was like, well, I got to dig myself out of this hole.
Yeah.
And I had like the right jokes early on to do that and get them going and stuff. But like, yeah, after the show, this lady was a headliner. She saw it, and she's gonna book me on a bunch of stuff in Wisconsin now. I was like, so okay, good.
Yeah.
But I kind of want her to come up to me and be like, but don't do that opening.
I mean, it sounds like it went great.
My next set.
Maybe they thought you did it on purpose. Maybe they thought you were like trying to be funny by.
My next set in Wisconsin, though, I'm doing that again. Though. I'm open with
You're gonna go all the
It's
way.
like, I'm a Packers fan. Boo! It's like fuck you, cheesehead. Fuck you, cheesehead. Fuck you, cheesehead.
Wasn't that the source of the Bill Burr like Philadelphia rant? Wasn't it all sports? Like, didn't it have to do with sports?
He was in Philadelphia, I think, or whatever. And what happened was like he was doing I think he was doing an Opie and Anthony show. So Opie and Anthony were like the biggest. Before there was podcasts, there was radio guys. There was Howard Stern, Don.
I mean, these are the people who inspired podcasts.
Yeah. And so to find out, he was doing a thing in Philly, and Philly is one of the probably like I've never done a show in Philly, but I've heard it's just like one of the hardest cities to get on your side to find you funny because it's working class people. They already think that they're funnier than you, regardless.
Okay.
So pretty much, he went up there and Bill had like probably the worst act back in the day. It was very clean because he went by Billy Burr.
Oh, okay.
Ew.
I didn't know that.
It was bad. And
Billy Burr. Billy Burr.
so they'll find out. Then he scratched that, and then became Bill Burr in Philadelphia because he had to just survive. So he was just like shitting on him. It's like, you guys suck. No, fuck you. You fucking loser. Da 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 da. He was like, your town sucks because of this reason. This. It just pretty much told them why their town sucks. And it got so bad that like they started agreeing with him. He was like hitting nails on the hammer and shit.
Well, I mean, that is like one of the most legendary. I mean,
but that's what made it turn around because he was just so honest.
Yeah.
And didn't like, he's like, yes, I suck. Yes, I'm doing so bad right now. Yes, I'm horrible at this.
I mean, one of the funniest parts too is he kept checking the time.
Yeah.
How much longer? 10 more minutes. Oh my fucking God.
But that's the thing. Once you're that character and you're up there and they know that you're having fun with it.
Yeah.
It's different because like you become, they get what they want of you.
Yes.
They're laughing at you, not enjoying yourself, but at the same time, you're enjoying yourself because you're making them laugh.
Well, and it's the best thing you could do in that moment because you're just responding to the circumstances at that point.
Right,
like, you're not going to change the audience's. Yeah, sure. You're not going to change the way that they're acting. So if they're already giving you that energy, I mean, what I love about that moment is most people couldn't pull that off. Most people can't. They don't have the charisma or whatever it is.
No, you can go to a mic and if nobody's laughing, you're just like, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
And then we're going to do just like, where are you from? Philadelphia? Fuck Philadelphia. You're going to do the Bill Burr thing and stuff. No, I've had some nights where it's just like, you just can't get the audience to like. But again, it's at open mic though. That
goes for everything. I think even big comics are going to have
very
that.
rarely, not to say it like this, but like I very rarely have bombed, like aggressively bombed at like an actual show, thank God. But
aggressively bombed.
I've gone through like in the idea like as you're up on stage, like when I first started, like I was like terrible. Now I'm like I'm okay. I think I'm not like the best, thank God, because I don't want to be like the best at the state I'm in and stuff like that. I know I'm like getting better and better as my writing progresses, and the jokes are being more silly than like aggressive and stuff. Like before, when I first started, I would just write the most aggressive thing I could think of.
Yeah.
Because like again, like in my brain, I'd be like, oh well, like I'll just be the common man. I'll not talk shit, but like, well, if women are saying this, and I'll say this is stupid and da 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 da. And because I'm smart, I've made the joke that like I'm da da da.
Yeah.
It never worked. Yeah. And it doesn't work because you're supposed to be the loser in comedy. You're supposed to be the everyman.
Right.
You can't like. Only so many people can actually be the guy that's like, I'm correct and here's why, and you're
That's
funny.
why you don't see too many comics who are handsome or physically good looking because it kind of is counterintuitive.
I think Jeselnik's the last one because his whole character was like, I'm smart in the audience. This audience is stupid. But he'd write jokes about dead babies and stuff like that. And it'd be like, kind of like I went there type stuff. But like he wasn't like you knew as a character. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As pompous as he sounds, he like wasn't like being like realistic. He was being so overt it's covert. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like he's just like walk on stage. It's like, hi, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, like he doesn't mean that obviously. But if you got a guy that's like, hey, how's it going? Well, this place is a dump, right? Oh, what a shithole this place is. Huh? Waka waka. This is a shit dumb place. You're like, okay, this just is bad.
Well, somebody like Anthony Jeselnik, it's impressive how well he's maintained that because he really can't laugh because that's the character.
He smiles.
And it's so deadpan. He can smile,
He
but
smiles a
he
little bit,
can't.
yeah.
So if someone else is being funny, it's not... It's kind of like a lot of comedy acting where you're ruining the scene by laughing. It's the same mentality. Where
the walls are up.
Yeah.
But the thing that's kind of funny about him is like I forget, like there was like an article about something or whatever, and he was like kind of like shitting on like the Kill Tony people or some shit like that. It's like these guys are just immature guys that say the word, like the R word and all this stuff. Whatever. They should be.
He's known for.
They shouldn't be taken serious and stuff. And then it's like, yeah, I agree with that, but like. But you do baby raping jokes and stuff. Like you can't really give like You can't really add fuel against their fire. You're in the same boat as them, sadly.
Anthony Jeselnik.
Now, if Nate Bargatze was like, "Hey, you can't be doing like that," I'd be like, "Well, he's right."
Anthony Jeselnik has this idea that he's the guy who figured out dark comedy and he knows how to do it better than anybody else.
Which isn't true.
That's what he thinks.
Of course, no, I agree.
And
I
I'm
agree
not
that's what he
just
thinks.
saying that. He says it himself, guys. And you can go find him saying it. And he also, I remember when the whole Shane Gillis thing happened. Because these are the things, like, I like him, I like his comedy, but I don't like his attitude towards other comedians.
Right,
and it reminds me of like the Mark Maron-esque attitude. And there's this whole YouTube community now of like people who just hate comedians and they hate watch this stuff. And I think it's all kind of the same energy. But what was I saying? Who was I on about?
Maron,
I'm losing my train of thought.
Well, just like the idea that like Anthony Jeselnik was saying, like, I'm the guy that knows.
Well, the Shane Gillis thing. So
Yeah,
Shane Gillis, he had the whole SNL controversy, and then Anthony Jeselnik, I think basically what he said is, I say the darkest comedy. I would make the darkest jokes, and never would I ever use a voice or a slur.
Well, that's because he's not that creative.
But
I mean, seriously,
he's talking down about Shane. He's saying Shane Gillis. Of course, he got canceled. Of course, Shane Gillis got canceled because he was using a voice. He was using a Japanese voice. Now, I'm the comedian who does offensive comedy. I'm known for that. I've paved the way for these other offensive comedians. I would never do that. So fuck him. He's a loser. And he came out and said that publicly, like right after the whole SNL thing happened. And to me, it just makes him look like an asshole more than anything. It's
but
you look like you're not going to play nice with anybody when you do stuff like that.
That's the thing that like I think he's smart enough to know people will talk about him and be like, oh, like.
And people who are a fan of him, they're not going to care.
Right. But I mean, but I think that's kind of funny. It's like I agree with him in the idea, like, anytime you do voices I don't think Shane Gillis should have gotten the thing just because he just tried to do a voice.
What do you mean?
I'm being sarcastic.
Oh, I mean, you can think that.
You should never do impressions of people. That's why you didn't get SNL, because you didn't do an impression of somebody, and you did an impression that was just not a good impression.
Yeah. You gotta have the right impression. But, you gotta do a good one.
But I mean, with him, I mean, like, the ironic twist is like, so I seen Shane Gillis live, like maybe a year ago, 2 years ago. Stephen Curry, a very funny guy. Check him out. He had tickets, and he was like, "You want to go?" I was like, "No," but I was like, "I'll go," because I was at home. It was at the Chicago Theater, and I was like, I gotta put shoes on and walk to the train, and then take the train all the way down to Chicago Theater.
Yeah,
get this free ticket. I was like, "Oh, that's like a lot of work, man."
I can relate to that.
But then I went. And the funniest thing was, like, so Shane Gillis' whole thing is like, he's a bro. He's like the bro of all bros.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like he uses like slurs or any of that stuff like that per se. Like, he's more just like a writer type guy instead of like, you know, like, we're in your face, we're gonna fuck you, like, you know, all this shit. So it's kind of interesting to see like him like deal with the heckler.
Yeah,
because you feel like he'd be the one guy to be like, "Oh, bro, I've been waiting for this, bro. All right, you faggoty, blah, 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 blah. Just go hard." You know what I'm saying? Like, people would assume that about them. He got heckled, and it was kind of like a letdown too, actually, because he got heckled. He's like, "Dude, come on." He literally was like,
that makes like, oh, you're fucking it up for everybody. Come on.
He literally was just like,
man,
bro. Come on, dude. You see me up here working? Come on, man. Come on. Can we just... Why you gotta be like this?
Yeah.
Don't be a dick. Let me just do this, man. Come on. What are we doing? Come on. Just let me...
Who knows how drunk he was?
I don't understand, like, why you're just, like, yelling at me, man. Come on. Like we're in a theater, dude. You're in a theater. You're yelling at me, man, dude.
Was the audience responding well to that?
I'm outraged that you're yelling at a comedy show, dude.
They were probably responding well to that.
No, they weren't like laughing at it. It was just like he literally was like having a moment with it. Like, I oversold it. I made 9% of them.
But he did kind of go into it a little bit, and the audience wasn't like, it didn't turn into a bit.
It wasn't. It wasn't like, oh, he's gonna slam the guy. He was like, dude, I'm working. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Be professional.
Yeah.
Like, it was like that type of a thing, and I was like,
Because you think someone of his stature would be able to do that
the
better.
whole audience was waiting for the guy to get destroyed. I think that's why he
Yeah.
wanted to do it, like to get destroyed.
Yeah.
Like imagine you go to like a metal show and Dave Mustaine from Megadeth is up on stage, right? Mm-hmm. And you throw a bottle at his head. And you hit him in the head.
Yeah.
And he just goes up to the microphone. Well, that wasn't nice.
Yeah.
You're like, I think I broke Dave Mustaine.
Because you...
He's so used to yelling at people and destroying people and making them into nothing in 1,000-seat places with his guitar plugged in, like the Flying V plugged into the Marshall.
I wonder if Shane Gillis regularly reacts better. Because now that I think about it, I don't think I've really seen a bunch of like Shane Gillis heckler
No, of course
interactions.
not.
Maybe
course
that just
not.
doesn't happen. Maybe because it goes with his character. What you just described,
Yeah, but
makes perfect sense. He
we
would be the
were-
kind of guy who would be like, "Dude, the fuck, dude."
But we were,
Like, that's
but
the
we
kind of reaction you
literally
have.
were just like awestruck. Cause like me and I think even Stephen Curry was like, "Oh, here it comes," and nothing happened. Cause we were ready for like, "Oh, he's gonna get this guy." Nothing. It let us all down. We were just like, "Oh."
Maybe it was just because that's why I say I wonder if it's always like that. Because maybe it was a bad night. You know, maybe it was like he just had bad energy.
It was a good night. It wasn't anything bad. I think it was just the idea in his brain. He's like, I just want to be more professional.
Yeah.
Because he's at the Chicago Theater.
Oh right. Yeah.
So in his brain, like it's like he can't be like the guy that at the bar, even though that's his career though.
that makes sense.
He's the guy at the bar that's like, call that a goal? Stupid.
I see. And also, it's like because it's the theater, just the
theater.
comedy in the theater is different than comedy in other places in general. Anyway, there's just, I imagine it would be he'd be thrown off to begin with because
thing
all
is-
this, the fact that arena comedy and all these bigger venues are getting more and more. Like I mean, I imagine someone like Shane Gillis is probably best in a small, intimate room.
Well, yeah, you want
the
him
bigger
at,
the
like, a
room, the
small
bigger we
place.
throw this
Yeah.
out there, the harder it
'Cause
is to do all this.
Because I
stuff.
saw like he was in Chicago, I think like a week ago or 2 weeks, and he was at the United Center.
Yes,
And
yeah.
I would not want to see a comedian at United. That's garbage.
Some people think that's better.
No, it's
I don't think
stupid.
it's better at all.
It's
yeah.
complete garbage in my opinion. Because it's like
You
I feel-
well, the fact that it's open on the top, you lose the laughs. They're not capped off by a
Right,
roof.
right.
So you just start there. I mean,
Yeah.
you lose.
Well, no,
So
if-
much of the essence of being in the room is gone because there's no room.
no, there's a room. It's United Center.
Well, I'm thinking of it wrong. I'm thinking of Soldier Field.
Yeah. No, there's a roof, but
No.
it's like again like
Soldier Field would be huge for a comic.
yeah.
Have comics done Soldier Field?
I don't think so.
That's got to happen soon.
Fluffy did the L.A. Dodgers plug.
Okay.
It
But
was
anyway, so that it's just not there's a reason that you build a comedy room the way that you do. I mean,
yeah.
it's designed around the stage and around the comic, and so that everybody's intimately involved. And then you just throw that inside of a theater not designed for that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I like to keep things just like more intimate. Obviously.
Yeah.
But again, I'll play anywhere. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it's just funny now that you have these arenas because just the fact that they're going to an arena. I mean, how
Well, I
are
remember
you gonna?
I saw like somebody. I think it was like Shane, like somebody on his like one of like the comedians he brings around or something like that. He did like an arena and he got booed off the stage.
one of the people he brought with him.
Yeah, I think so. But the thing was like, I don't know how you get booed off on an arena. Like I feel like not to say it like this, but I feel like that's probably like one of the easiest shows. Because at the end of the day, it's like this. You have to understand, it's a room full of people.
Yeah.
What do they want to do? They want to hear jokes.
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't want to do crowd work. They want jokes. And if you have jokes, you're fine.
I just feel
You're
like
not
there's-
going to do bad if you have jokes in a place that big because they just want to laugh.
Yeah, but I feel like in an arena, there's no room to read. There's no energy. There's nothing.
No, I think there is an energy. I think it's because like the idea is like if you're in an arena,
Yeah.
they know what's going to be in this arena.
Yeah.
It's not like you go to like a door, you open a door, then you walk onto a stage like, oh, what's the stage? And all of a sudden lights turn on and it's just like 50,000 people and you're just like, oh, two Jews walk into a bar.
Right. The
Yeah,
entire,
you're not caught off guard. You're just like they're there for that.
Yeah.
You're there for that.
yeah.
They don't know who you are possibly, so
Yeah.
there's that. But at the same time, you're able to like win one for you and do well.
I think for the Super Bowl next year, they should have a comedian do the halftime show.
Oh God, no.
Super Bowl.
No.
They
Should have an American band play music that we understand in English. That's all I ask.
I agree with
That's
you.
all I ask. And again, like I don't care about the Bad Bunny thing. But here's the ironic twist, though.
Okay.
So they were saying that people at the Super Bowl did not like the halftime show.
Yeah.
But then a guy took a picture from where he was sitting, and if you saw the halftime show, it started with grass, right? You walk through the grass or whatever. That was like the whole thing of it. It's in the jungle or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's in Puerto Rico. Like there's grass everywhere, right?
Right.
But here's the thing, though. At the Super Bowl, the grass was so high up, nobody could see anything inside the grass.
Oh.
So they had a legit beef why they didn't like it.
Yeah.
But then people were like, oh, well, you just don't like being cultured. It's like, dude, it's a Super Bowl. That's the one day I don't have to be cultured. Actually, the more ignorant slurs I say that day, I'm allowed to say it because football is on a Sunday at night.
Yeah.
My thing was this. I didn't give a shit either way because it's like whatever. There's no good performance or anything like that. I think the last one that was good was like Tom Petty,
Yeah.
or like Prince. That was like the last good one. Anything after that's just garbage. Like no matter who the fuck takes the stage, it's just shit. But oh god, what's the point I was making? Fuck.
Well, Bad Bunny, American.
Oh yeah, okay, so people were like, well, everybody knows the Macarena. The Macarena's not in English. And it's like, yes, it is, you fucking dumb shit.
Yeah.
The women say everything in English.
The best argument you could make to me,
And that was,
maybe,
but that
is
was
Gangnam
their,
Style.
But that was their, honestly, if you're like Gangnam Style, I'd be like, okay, yes, you win the argument. But that didn't do anything at the Super Bowl, did it?
It could have.
Right, but like, it didn't.
It didn't.
But like the thing is,
But I would say
their
that would
whole-
have done better. Because the thing
Right,
is,
they should have done him.
fucking Bad Bunny.
'Cause then everybody could
I
see
don't
him.
know what he's talking about. I don't know these songs. I might know one of them.
That's the other thing.
What's annoying
Nobody
to me
knows the songs.
is why the fuck are we acting like this is popular in America and it's the representation of like American culture? It's not. What you're doing is you're doing one of these political moves where it's like, oh, if you're going to complain about this,
You're racist,
you're
you're
racist
racist,
and
yeah.
you don't like Latino people.
Right.
Bro, I love Latino people. I just would rather have something that feels a little bit more on the nose for American culture at the fucking American Culture Event of the Year.
Yeah.
That's what, to me, but they present it in a way where if you argue against it, you're automatically whatever they say you are.
Oh, yeah,
This is
for
like a
sure.
tactic with a lot of modern writing for films even. It's like they'll
Oh, yeah.
write it in a way where if you complain about the way they did it, you must hate X group. And that's the trick, because now you can't complain or else you think whatever they think you think. And it just drives me nuts because it's more nuanced than that. I don't
Of
even think
course.
Bad Bunny makes bad music. I think there should have been fucking subtitles. Why the fuck are not subtitles? I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, no,
when
seriously.
I watch a foreign film, I want to
Yeah.
know what the fuck is going on. And there's people that are people saying, "Oh, it's better that there weren't subtitles because it was more, you just felt
Then
the
you
music."
tell me what he was saying. Yeah. What was he saying? And
You
they're like,
tell
oh,
me.
I don't speak Spanish.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
Exactly.
then how are you enjoying this, stupid? Like, here's the thing. I could say like a little differently than other people because like, so I don't speak Spanish, but I have gone to like this place called Ruido Fest, and it's in Pilsen. Well, it used to be in little villagey area per se, like on 18th Street, and then it got big and then it was in Pilsen, and then like close to by Cobra Lounge or whatever in Grand Park, I think, or whatever. What it is it was it was like the only music festival for Latin people, which makes sense, and they'd have all these different Latin acts.
Okay.
Not Latin X, but Latin acts.
Right. Not to be
And
confused.
not confused with the other dumb thing.
Yeah. Right.
So what happened was they had a bunch of people that I'd never heard of.
Yep.
But like I got tickets because our buddies of mine were gonna go, and they were like two lesbian girls, two Hispanic lesbian girls, and they had friends or whatever they were gonna go, and I knew a couple of their friends, so I went, got a ticket, had a great time. Asked me one song what they were saying. No, I couldn't tell you a fucking word, but I didn't have to because the music was so fun and so playful. So when it came to the Bad Bunny thing, I was like, oh, it doesn't matter because again, I've lived through this. I went like 4 years in a row. I've seen artists that some Mexicans wish they could see.
Yeah.
Like I've seen Angels de la Azul or whatever. They're breathtakingly good. Mm-hmm. I have no clue what happened to the rooster, but they are breathtakingly amazing.
Yeah.
I've seen El Trey. I've seen like some women that like are like the greatest women singers of this era in like the culture, like Hispanic culture, whatever, that like women wish they could see, and they know every single word of their songs and the struggle that they've gone through, whatever. Again, I have no clue what happened to her rooster either. I have no clue what happened to anybody's rooster in any of these songs.
Yeah.
And that these Hispanic people were saying. But I love the music.
Yeah.
And I was having fun with the music.
And I think
I don't
that
need to know what they're saying.
You're actually like there's something, because I work at a restaurant where there's a lot of Hispanic people, and so they'll play a lot of this music, and so I'll hear it all the time. And I think that I don't know how to describe it, but there's the sound.
Fuego, muy fuego.
Muy fuego, yes.
The fire.
Música muy fuego. But
there we go. Now you can't go away.
That's how I talk to my coworkers. This is that exact
Hola,
voice I just
fuego.
used. Hola, música muy fuego, amigo. That's what I would say.
Football.
Yeah, but it's just there's a certain like type of sound there where I almost wish that like Americans could take that and adapt it. Like there is something really nice happening in that music that I don't think has to be, but also it doesn't have to be Americanized. You don't have to change it at all. I don't have to understand.
You gotta Americanize it. I don't understand.
It'd be nice.
I mean, thank God they Americanized rap, because I was like, what the hell are these kids saying nowadays? I don't know what the hell. But like, fun fact for you, so like I grew up in Maywood, and Maywood had like a big black community, big Hispanic community, and again, I grew up in like the late 80s, early 90s, and the music of that era was very like Hispanic orientated to an extent.
Yeah.
Like that's when like a lot of like the big bands, like I want to say like Manas and all these other bands that were like huge in Mexico and all these other Spanish speaking countries, they were just like the biggest bands or whatever. And my neighbors, they played like mariachi music.
Oh yeah, okay.
And they would do like all like the mariachi, like all the Latin songs, like the cumbias and all this stuff, whatever. So they played the bands, and like my friend's dad, it was his garage. Of course, Mexicans go in the garage, and then they would play like the accordion. They'd have like 9,000 cases of beer. Somebody's fat wife would bring in food. You never knew whose fat wife it was, but somebody's.
Yeah.
But they were white, so it's all that mattered. And so then to find out, me and his son would go on the drums when they would get too drunk or whatever, and we would try to play the beats. So my first introduction to music was like learning to play piano, which I was horrible at, but then I learned every Hispanic drum beat on the drums. And that was like my first introduction to like music per se. And like any drum beat I hear nowadays, I can play it still like on the drums, because all those nights of just their drunken loudness.
I feel like, is it different, the sound of like Hispanic drums?
A lot of it's like,
I feel like it's like more, it's probably faster. Like the tempo is probably regularly a little bit faster.
Well, like the rhythms of it. Like
I'm trying to think of.
Yeah.
Like something like that would be common. What else would you hear? So like huh. I really like their slow music too.
The waltzes, yeah.
The waltzes.
Dun, dun, dun,
I think their
dun,
waltzes
dun.
actually sound almost more like soulful and melancholy than American waltzes.
Well, of course, because they do the.
That's really good.
I could do it better, but I
wasn't referring to the waltzes then, because I know what you're talking about, but that's not what I was talking about. Their waltzes are incredible. Yeah. And like you got an accordion, and it's like.
Yeah, they get aggressive. No wonder they have so many kids. It's the aggression they have, dude. If he's not pounding the drums and he's not figuring the fuck out of that accordion, he's fucking his wife.
There's this one song I keep hearing at my work. I don't know what it's called or anything about it, because I don't even know. I can't even look it up.
Is it?
And it goes like this. It goes like the hook goes like the part that goes beep beep beep. You know the song I'm talking about? It goes beep 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 beep. They play it a lot.
Is it instrumental?
This is a person that's making the beep sounds. Like the is in between, but then they're making the sound like beep beep beep. They make that sound.
I have no clue what you're talking about. I wish I did this.
It's a very Hispanic song. Like
no, if you want a very Hispanic, I used to go to this one. I used to live in Logan Square, and there was a taco shop like right across the street from this one bar I used to go to when I used to drink back in the day. And I remember walking into the place. And it was like ding 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 ding, like they had that type of music on, right?
Yeah.
And it was like on that song for like a second, ding 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 ding. Bang 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 bang. And keep in mind, it's bang bang bang, like it's like the loudest bangs like you've ever heard. Bang bang, because it's like a fucked up. They got a rigged like dumb fucking speaker shit. Bang bang bang. Keep in mind, people are just eating their food in the restaurant. Nobody's like turning around to see what the fuck's going on. It's just you hear bang 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 bang.
And then this must be normal.
Well, my brain is like, I think it's skipping.
Yeah.
I know, like obviously it's not a real gun. But like in my brain, I'm like, maybe his CD skipping, and you need to like,
yeah.
And all of a sudden it stopped, and then went, dun 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 dun. It was like, what the fuck did I just listen to?
That's music, bro. That's
Oh my
music.
It was not.
That's
music.
culture, bro.
It was gunfire. Jesus.
Because I have had experiences
You know
like
what I'm talking
that.
about?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
It catches you off guard. You're like,
Yeah.
this much gunfire for that much accordion? What are we doing here?
It'd be like if somebody on the soundboard was just like smashing the same sound 10 times in a row.
Oh my god.
That's like it's aggressive, dude.
That's as good
and
as
it
it
just
gets.
hits you, boom, boom,
Yeah.
boom, boom, and I love it. But the other thing I was talking about is the slow songs. I'm talking about like not the like the waltzes, but the slow songs where it's like a female voice or maybe it's a man. It's like mucho mucho mucho.
The romantic songs.
Yeah.
Like the
Lo lingo so que
what's that guy's
for
there's a Godfather there. What's his name? Oh god, fuck, what's his name? I can't think of what his name is. But again, there's a guy named Salsa Peña, and he is like the creator of cumbia, and I seen him live, and people when I tell them they're like, "You saw Salsa Peña live?" I was like, "Yeah." It's like, how Mexican are you? Not very. I'm very white, but I seen him live, and I stood still when everybody else was dancing. That's how white I am.
Yeah, that makes you that because if you gotta have a little swing in you.
Vicente Fernandez. That was the guy. He's like the guy that will sing a song and then take his big dumb hat off and then go like this or whatever and then put the hat back on after he's done and then people go, yay!
I love it.
He'll play like stadiums.
Yeah.
And because he's known as like the drunk singer. Because every song he sings is about heartache and sadness or whatever.
Yeah.
And all like the Mexicans get so sad and they just like, oh my God.
See, that's what I'm talking about. And like, those songs, I kind of don't need to know what they're saying. I kind of do know a lot of the time. Like it makes it deeper.
Just sadness.
I like to know, but all you need to hear is, whoa, and you just know this
like
is...
nobody ever listens to one of those songs and goes, oh, so he got laid.
Right? This must be a song about having a party on a Friday.
He became a citizen. Look at he's 2 wives.
Yes.
One younger than the other.
Yeah. Yes.
At the quinceañera.
Mucho bueno americano.
Yeah.
That's a different song. That would be fun if you just did a bunch of like if I just use my broken, not good Spanish and I just make a whole album.
You should do that.
It's just a bunch of that. Just a bunch of songs like that. It'd be hard to write anything more than one line for a song. Because like Mucho Bueno Americano is a good concept. But then it's like, where do you go from there? Because it has to be in my broken Spanish.
You should go to the next Spanish you know. It shouldn't make sense. It should literally that's the whole...
Yeah, just Simlish.
That's what I love about like languages like that. Like I want to learn because I'm trying to learn Russian now, but like I'm not doing a really good job of it.
Yeah.
Like I know Privyet, which is hello. Koktala is like how are you? I don't have a response to Koktala.
I remember.
Spasiba is thank you.
Ooh.
And Paka is bye. But then I had a friend of mine, Ruslan. I don't know if you have got him on yet. Ruslan?
I know him, but I don't. Yeah, he's Lil Whale, the rapper. Lil
He is
Whale.
a little whale, and if you drive in the car, sometimes he's the big whale.
Yes.
I was like, I want like a silly intro joke, and he gave. I wrote the joke. It's just a silly intro joke, but it's I'm mess up the Russian, but it's Privyet, Tosked Loshka.
Okay.
And it comes to hello, fat horse, and I just love that. I just want to go up to an old Russian lady. Hello, fat horse. She's like, I am a horse that's fat. What is this now?
And that's the one thing you'll know how to say. It's just that.
But where I work at right now, there's a joke that like we get like ex-Russian mafia guys kind of come in.
Yeah.
And they are like old Russian mob dudes. Cause like one guy came in today and he was like, I'm looking for your hat. I was like, okay. Like I show him the aisle, we have hats. He's like, oh, you do not have this hat? I was like, that's on your head. And he's like, yes. Do you have this hat? I was like, you have this hat. I didn't say that to him. But like, I was just like, we don't have this hat. He was like, oh, I'm like, if you go to the Salvation Army right across the street, he's like, I don't know where I am. I was like, no, I tell you. There's a Jewel across the street. Yes, I know the store with groceries. Yes, go across the street. There's right there next to it, Salvation Army. They have hats, and for cheap. I was like, oh, cheap. Okay, cheap hat. Okay, I like it. And he walked away, and then like he got yelled at by his wife 2 hours later.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know much about like. I don't know much about Russian at all. Like learning Russian, I don't think I've ever
It's
complex.
complex.
What
I
does
mean-
it sound like? Like, because it's all like, because it sounds like you're using your voice like
yes,
it's almost
yes.
like this like sounds like
it's
this.
almost like you're
it's
like you're too tired to talk.
Yeah.
It's like yes, he's goes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
my favorite director on Tarkovsky. Are you familiar with Tarkovsky?
No, I don't know
Dude,
who that is.
best movies I've ever seen.
What movies are these?
Stalker, and then the other one that's really big is Solaris. Those are the two like most popular ones, but they're Russian movies.
These recent movies?
No, not at all.
Where are they from?
They're like from the 70s.
Oh, okay.
And they're maybe the 80s, but I want to say the 70s. So, dude, best movies I've ever seen, like that good. I'm telling you.
Are they like
I would not
dark
just say
movies,
that.
or are they like?
They're I wouldn't say dark. Like to me, how I think about it
Was
is
it like a comedy, or
it
is
kind
it-
of to me is like what David Lynch was trying to do, but done correctly. Meaning
okay.
that, like, because I love David Lynch. He used to be my favorite. But I think of it like David Lynch is like, he's trying to do a painting on film. He's trying to do what you can do with a painting in film. And he'll even tell you that, like a moving painting. And I think what Tarkovsky is doing is like that, but with Russian poetry. Like
Okay.
it feels like you're watching Russian poetry on film.
Okay.
And it's fucking incredible, dude. But just because of the way that he directs, I mean, it's so ahead of its time. I would say he's better than, because people compare Solaris to Kubrick. They compare him and Kubrick because it's kind of like it's a space film in the way that 2001 A Space Odyssey is a space film, and they're made around the same time because Solaris is 1972 right here.
Okay.
So Solaris comes out in 1972, 2001 comes out, I don't know if it's right before or right after. I want to say before. But you can easily compare the two because they're both doing the same kind of thing with like a sci-fi film that is existential. However, Kubrick is far more he's far more clinical and far more precise and almost dark. Whereas someone like a Tarkovsky feels a lot more human to me and alive.
Okay.
Like it feels so much more full of life.
I get you.
And whereas like, Kubrick's also fucking amazing. And 2001 A Space Odyssey is a masterpiece. But I like Solaris more. I think Tarkovsky's fucking the best ever. I really think he's that good. And just you doing a Russian accent is what made me think about it, because when I'm watching these movies, I'm hearing them talk exactly like that while I'm reading the captions.
Well, the funny thing is, like, the Russian culture is like interesting because it's like a buddy of mine, like Ruslan, he's from Kyrgyzstan, or no, he's from Kazakhstan, one of the two, and he was telling me that like a guy that he knew in the idea like he's like a pop guy, like he was a singer, okay, and when I say he knew him, he's seen him on TV and stuff like that. He doesn't like know him and stuff, right?
Yeah.
But to find out, he would sing these songs that were very like junga junga jing jing ja 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 ja. Like, if you were to hear it in English, you would just kind of like laugh a little bit,
right?
But he's like in the Russian mob, and he's talking shit about the Russian mob.
Yeah.
But it's like a protest song. But it sounds very jingy, like catchy. And then like my boy just goes, yeah, and he's like, he says this protest song, he says they are fascist and da. They play another song, it's like, yeah, he doesn't like them because they're the mob and they're corrupt and blah blah blah. And then well, shockingly, this guy did not live a very long life.
Right.
They killed him.
Yeah.
But then the funny thing was like the way my like Ruslan sets up, he was like, and then he disappeared. I was like, where did you go? It's like, oh no, he died.
Yeah, right.
He died. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
But like how he said it was more like Sabbath's like, how do I say it? Fuck, it was like, yeah, you like it? It's like, it's not bad. It's like, yeah. He went to meeting and died, something like that. Like the way he said it, it was like a lead on to like, he's still successful, but he's dead now.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, and I mean, like, Russian culture is far different from any.
Well, they have barely any freedoms. Out
yeah,
there,
exactly.
So it's insane,
And with Tarkovsky too, one of his movies that I still haven't really gotten into, but it's known as like one of the best films of all time by like other. I tried to watch. Couldn't really get into it, and I think it's
Something About Mary.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it was fucking what is it called? Andrei Rublev is what it's called, and it's like
Sounds familiar. I've never seen it though.
About, I guess if you know Russian history, it's a lot better, and that's the problem, is I don't really know. But and like I said, Tarkovsky, my favorite. He's fucking amazing at filmmaking, so it's got to be great. But I must be missing something. But it's like it's the way that, because Andrei Rublev is, I guess, like a well-known. He was one of the painters of a lot of the iconography, the religious iconography in Russia, and he painted it around like the 1200s or 1300s, and it's people like him and that expressionism of God that like they were able to, from my understanding, kind of like they got us to where we are today, because a lot of, before that, I don't think Russians could express their religion in the same way. I feel like I'm explaining this very poorly because I don't know what I'm talking about, but maybe that was right. Maybe I was correct. Someone tell me if I'm right or wrong. But
tell him.
Yeah, but I feel like Russians and like I wonder what their history is like when you look into that, when it comes to Christianity, and because I think that's their main religion is Christianity, but how they express that is way different than like an American's understanding of expressing Christianity.
Ruslan's well, he's not like practicing Muslim, but he's like Muslim.
Okay,
but like the Russian part is, I don't think it has anything to do with Muslims or anything like that.
Yeah, and I just wonder like within like what they're, because I know in China, like the freedom in China, it's the same thing. It's like what Ruslan says, like you go to a meeting. Like, I'm pretty sure in China, you just go to a meeting, you disappear. I think it's the same thing. Like, I don't think we understand that in America, you never have to worry about going to a meeting and disappearing.
America's the greatest country ever.
It is.
It is such the greatest country ever.
It actually is.
Yeah,
you might think that right now things are bad. Relatively, it's fucking awesome.
Go for a
Relatively,
walk.
It's fucking awesome right now.
Go for 2 walks.
I can walk my dog, and then I can walk my dog again.
3 walks.
Maybe even another time.
4 walks.
Okay, now we're pushing it. I'm getting tired.
4 walks and a limp.
And a limp. Yeah. I don't even think my dog would do 4 walks. He'd be looking at me like, what the fuck are you doing right now? I'm trying to lay down. After walk number 2, he would be very confused with me. Because I could get him to go in and out, but But that's a good. I really wonder because dogs, they always want to go outside. But how many times in a row would you have to walk your dog before your dog would be like, okay, I'm not going back out there?
Well, that's the thing I'll say. I'll shake the boat with this. I think it's like nobody should be able to have like a big dog in Chicago unless you have a house.
Oh wow, that's debatable.
Because like think of it this way, like I mean, like, and it's not like because like it's not like a woman can't take care of a big dog or a short guy can't take care of a big dog.
Yeah,
it's just a big dog should have room to do stuff.
Yeah, for the dogs.
And like not only that, but like it should have an outside.
Yeah,
like,
I feel like my dog should even have an outside, and he's small.
Right, all dogs should have outside. It should be, I think, like you have to have like grass to own a dog.
Yes, I don't agree because I don't follow that rule, but I agree in principle.
Imagine if you did.
Yes.
Imagine how happy your dog would be.
Well, that's what I wanted when I moved here. Like I was looking for an apartment that I would have a yard because just the idea of him letting him out, and letting him run around. I mean, dude, it's completely different. It's just a whole different thing.
He'd be so spoiled. You'd be like, come inside. He'd be like, I'm outside.
He would just be laying out there.
Yeah, he'd
all
be like,
day.
what are we doing?
That's what he would want to do.
Yeah.
It's so cute when he just goes out in the sun and lays there. I mean, because I still go up north and I still take him back to Michigan when I go there.
Okay.
So it's nice to just see him plopped out on the grass,
Yeah,
just
he's
laying
having
there. Because
fun.
I'm like, he's in his natural.
It's weird when you see like a dog in like downtown that's like a golden retriever being walked, and you're like, you know, this dog is like in like a high rise somewhere. Like the poor dog just.
You're right.
Like that's not fair to the dog.
Downtown is a lot different to me, just because I feel like you venture outside of downtown, you can get a lot more of a realistic situation for a dog. But yeah, high rise is a little crazy for a big dog. Like, because dude, big dogs. My mom has big dogs. And my mom has like one of those doggy doors where the dogs can go in and out. Mm. And one of those dogs, literally, he has his ass outside and his face inside all the time. Like he wants to be. That's how he is. He likes being half outside.
I gotcha.
But like that, and most of his life is either spent half outside, inside sleeping, or outside doing shit. Like his life, he's an outside dog, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's meant to be outside.
That's how those dogs are. Like they're so furry that when it's cold, they don't even care.
Yeah.
They're designed to be out there.
Yeah, and not only that, but you ever seen the people that walk a dog and the dog just gives up on them?
How gives up? How?
Like the dog will be like, sit down.
Oh,
and then like it sadly is always a girl.
Yeah.
And then like the dogs and the girl's like, come on, and the dog just like.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the lady goes and starts, I'll pet you and you'll fall in love with me and we'll get going. And then the dog rolls onto its side. And all of a sudden the girl's like, all right, come on, let's go. And the dog's like, nope, put you right where I want you. And now like I see a lady Lily pull her dog on the neck, like with like the fucking the leash.
Uh-huh.
Not like it wasn't attached to the torso. It was on the leash.
Yeah.
And she's pulling the dog.
Yeah.
The dog's not going, yay, yay, or anything like that. It's just like, bitch, what are we doing here? You really want me inside this bad? And it was like almost like embarrassed. Like they should have taken her dog away from her right then and there. Like this woman should not. You're pulling a dog?
Yeah.
You're that stupid?
I've seen. I remember. I think it was one of my nephews or something. They were walking my dog once, and my dog's not that hard. I mean, my dog, you have to talk to him, but you don't have to. In my opinion, he's easy to walk. But I'm just particular about what I'm doing, so maybe that's what it is. But like, you just have to talk to him. Like, it blows my mind. Like, people will like yank dogs around, do all this shit. Like, you really don't have to do any of that ever. Like, most of the time, the dog's gonna respond to like, "Hey, come here."
It's a dog.
Oh,
also.
hey, come on this way.
Yeah. What
like
are we doing?
Even when he's
this?
smelling shit and he's not listening to me, I just have to. He wants me to beg him a little bit. He wants me to go, "Come on, come on." All right, come
Put
on.
some initiative into it.
Yeah, or at least maybe take a step towards him. Like maybe something to just get him to move. Where it's like you don't have to fucking yank the dog.
Right.
So many people, the first thing they do is the instinct of like, oh, come on, come on. It's like there are so many other things you could easily do just to convince the dog, because the dog it's a dog, bro.
No, yeah, exactly.
Dog.
It's not the smartest thing
It
out
knows
there.
not what it does.
No, it's not that smart of an animal.
And it's good. It's good child training, right? For when you raise kids, because I think that same person that's going to yank that leash probably not going to be the kindest of parents, the most gentle of parents. They'll probably yank the leash in a different way when it comes to raising kids.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think like there are parents out there anymore? Do you want me to go further with the question?
Well, do you mean how, like, with social media and all these things that kids kind of get raised outside of the family?
The idea that, like, so when I was growing up, my parents loved me. Yeah. But they were not my friend.
I see.
There was a dominancy in the household.
Yes.
And you had to obey it, or you obviously, my house, my rules type stuff.
Yeah, gentle
parenting. So nowadays,
yeah.
I've noticed that, like, the people nowadays, they just have no concept of disciplinary actions for their kids at all.
Yeah.
It's, like, embarrassing.
Because it's the opposite of saying, like, I'm going to spank my kids and I'm going to physically
well, if they
discipline
do spank
it's the exact opposite. It's saying I'm never going to do anything at all.
Well, if they do spank their kid, they're going to do it in a TikTok video. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's, right. Like, that's the normality now. Like, moms and daughters get along because they're in a video together on TikTok or Instagram.
Yeah.
And it's insane because you've lost them.
Yeah.
If you're doing video shit with your daughter, she'll never respect you. She's never gonna respect you because that lets her know she controls that. And you're just gonna fail now as, like, a mom. Because again, like, kids need discipline. They need, like, to be told what to do and why they're doing it, or not even an answer why they're doing it. It's like I said so, just do it.
Yeah.
The second that's gone, I feel that's why we have a lot of kids nowadays that just, like, really scream and get emotional. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Because they weren't disciplined in the idea of, like, you don't have to scream.
Well, and I think also no one really knows how much or what, like, we're all in this weird experiment of just handing people a device and letting them wander off with it, right? Like, that's young children. So I think that emotionally forms you in a way that's so much different than if you hung out with kids and you did kid stuff. And so that's probably a big major part of that too, where people don't even know how to react. Like, kids don't even know how to react because they were socialized by the fucking internet. Like, of course they don't. And they were naturally socialized. You have to actively try to not have your kid be socialized by the internet. You'd have to be different than all the other parents and say no cell phone.
You just have to be a parent.
Yeah, but nowadays, you're right. You see, that proves your point then. Yeah, you're right. Because I think you're right. I think that parenting is rare now. And I remember I used to think, because my mom, she didn't let me have a cell phone until about, like, I was able to have a tablet. And before that, I had a Nokia phone. And I think I first got, like, a cell phone in about 10th grade, maybe 9th grade. And I feel lucky in that because there was still a barrier. Like, there was a thing that I had to obtain that I didn't have. And I didn't have a cell phone. Like, even the tablets, this big ass fucking tablet I have to carry around. It's similar to a phone, but it can't make calls. I never had a phone. And so, and I think it's good I had those restrictions because nowadays it's nothing like that. And I've always thought, like, I wonder if I had kids now, would I give them a phone? At what age would I think it's okay for my kid to have a phone? Maybe I'd give my kid one of those dumb phones, those things that can't do anything, but they can make calls. Okay. Maybe I'd be comfortable with that. But I don't want my kid on, like, social media at all. I don't even, like, I see people with their kids just on YouTube, just watching whatever the fuck. Even if you're controlling most of it, it's probably still bad. Because how often when you were a kid did they take you to the restaurant and you just fucking did this the whole time?
Yeah, that's true.
You weren't raised like that.
No.
You weren't. And I just think, like, it's people not even thinking about what are going to be the consequences of this. They're just thinking short term, like, oh, let's just satisfy the kid now.
Yeah.
And it's going to turn out really bad because... And then those kids are going to have kids, and who knows? Maybe that cycle gets broken. I think I like to think that nature wins in the end, and all this bullshit with technology and social media and all this somehow has to level out, and we're not going to go that way forever. Well, but it is definitely fucking up a generation of people, who knows?
Here's what I'll say. I think, like, technology is fine because it's always going to advance.
Yeah, it's always.
So there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you have to learn new stuff, sadly. But, like, as far as the kids go, I think, like, it's just parents just need to start just getting their ass more.
I think so. I think you're right.
Because the respect factor is gone completely.
Yeah, I think so. Again, and I think that outlook is then extended towards the rest of the world by those kids. By not having a value structure of parents and respecting authority.
But just, like, having, like, we were talking about just conversations in general.
Yeah.
Like I've seen videos of like people, I guess, on the left just screaming at the top of their poor little lungs.
Right.
Just yelling for whatever they consider as equal on certain things. And in their brain, they should be screaming louder because they need to fight.
Right.
But every other person that hears them is like, God, where's your mom at?
Right.
She's got to stop this shit, dude. But like,
Right.
I remember seeing like a little girl, like not like a little girl, but like she's like just being loud, and her mom's like tone it down, and she was like, don't tell me what to do. We're in public. Like, so like literally those words come out of her mouth, and I'm just like, you have to punch her now, right? I mean, there's no you have to just hit her in the face.
Yeah.
You have to do this as a mom
to retain your womanhood.
Yes.
Yes.
for the dominancy.
Yes.
Because it's just like guys, anytime a guy say anything crazy, you got your ass kicked.
Mm-hmm. And that's part of the code.
Sometimes it was by a woman.
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
I was watching these videos on Instagram yesterday, and the trick for the video was teenage guys, or like 20-year-old to teenage guys would do this to their mom and see a reaction. And some of them were like big motherfuckers. It was this tiny little lady. And this one guy did it to his mom. His mom was like Puerto Rican, and he was like half Puerto Rican, half whatever. And he just goes like this, whatever. And she's like, you just stepped to me? And then she took off her shoe and just like slapping the shit out of him. I was like, yes, we need that.
Yeah.
Because he knows, even though he's doing a video, he's letting people know, like, look, my mom cares about me. And she will beat the fuck out of me if I get out of line. And that's what you need. You need fear. Yeah. Fear is a great thing that we like. People are like nowadays I keep hearing people saying, oh, we're going to World War III. It's like, well, you were helpless through all the wars, so it doesn't fucking matter what war we go through and stuff like that.
Fear is probably good.
You need fear, because fear is going to build you a stronger mentality of what you want out of the world and what you want to get out of it.
Well, and I mean, most people don't understand how to acclimate themselves towards fear or struggling, but it makes you a better person when you do.
Right,
but it's very hard to do that.
Yeah.
But because I mean, like, and it's a hard thing to accept that life is just hard. Life is just going to be hard, and that's what makes life good.
It better be hard.
Yeah, it's better if it's hard.
Do you want to be that person that
I mean,
gets
to me, that's why when I'm nervous or when I think something can go wrong and I'm afraid, I think it's good because it's like, oh, this matters. Oh, if this is scary, this matters.
Yeah.
Like, because otherwise it wouldn't be scary, like otherwise it would just be any other thing, and it's like no big deal, but this actually has weight in my mind, so it's scary because it matters, and to me that gives it meaning. Like, and then I think that it's good that things are like scary and things matter. Like, otherwise, if life had no stakes, if you just fucking were healthy forever and everything was all good, then life's really boring. Right. You don't want that life. You want a life where that's why religion exists, because religion's trying to explain, why is life shitty? Why does life have to be shitty?
No, I agree.
Like, why is that a thing? And I think it's just the rule of life, and to me, it's the yin and yang. It makes you appreciate all that good stuff. It makes you understand why it's good to have a great set, make a great song, see a great movie. It's like, yeah, because I sat through all those shitty ones, and I went through all that shitty stuff.
Well, the bigger question is, I'll go further if you want. Is that stuff either shitty or bad, though?
Maybe not.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe if you look at it through a different lens, it was all necessary.
I feel I'm a person that believes that like everything's already predetermined for us.
Yeah.
But we haven't lived it yet. Hence, living life.
Do you think?
Now I'm saying like you have to put effort into things. Because if you just sit on your sofa and you do nothing for your whole life and just do nothing, that's because it gets. You could have guessed that. That's, you know what I'm saying? But like if you're going towards something, I feel like God will give you like the grace to like go further and actually start opening doors and stuff like that, compared to just like, man, I'm not going anything. This sucks. Like, I hate life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, and I think even if what you're saying is not true, it is true. You know what I mean? Like that's what I would always say about like manifestation. Like I think the people who are successful are the ones who thought they were going to be successful, who visualized it and came up with a way for it to happen and did all the things they had to do.
I ain't done any of that yet. I got to start manipulating. I got to start manipulating. What'd you say?
Manifesting.
Yeah, I'm manipulating. I got to manipulate my brain.
Yeah, manipulate. I mean, it's the same shit, ain't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Exactly.
It's the same shit.
I'm just trying to manipulate you. I'm my fault. Man to nip you. I'm trying to
nip you right now.
Can I nip you?
Can I nip you up?
Shirtless? Come on, woman.
But I mean, like, I often think about it like, yeah, maybe it's all just mumbo jumbo bullshit, and it could be. But isn't it that mentality that gets you to the place you want to be anyway? Isn't it thinking like that? Isn't it thinking like, oh, I have to place myself in this and then believe it's my fate and think that if it's my fate and like, you know what I mean? Like thinking all that shit is actually like matters and the way that you think about it and the manifestation of it and then living it out, like all that stuff you have to do rather than just have this wafty idea. It's like the guy who says I'm a comic but he goes to one mic.
No.
Like you're not really manifesting shit, dude.
No.
Like you're saying
No.
Sure, you can tell me that, but you haven't manifested a single thing.
That annoys me so much.
And so I think the thing that people get wrong about like fate and this idea of fate, I think, is that they think about it like because you made a good distinction where it's like it's not really about it's going to happen no matter what. It's about the fate is also intertwined with the actions.
You got to put the effort in.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And the actions lead to the fate. And maybe the fate was always predetermined, but who you are is who you are no matter what. That's really the point, is who you are, and the predetermined nature of it is really in what you are. And if you were going to do it, you were always going to do it. Right?
Here, I'll cloud your mind with this one. You tell me yes or no.
Okay.
Do you think, in your opinion, is there such a thing as depression?
No.
I agree. And you want to know why I agree?
Why?
Because there's sadness, there's anger. Those two can be cured. Depression can never be cured because there's no cure for it.
Yeah.
People are being read this whole thing of like, I'm depressed. It's like, well, have you talked to somebody about it? It's like, no, you think that'll help? It's like, yeah, go talk to somebody about it.
Yeah.
And don't get it wrong. Talking does help stuff come out. I'm not being like a dick and being like, that's all bullshit. Talking does help stuff come out, right? But everything that comes out, normally that's somebody that says that they're depressed or whatever, they're not going to welcome that answer into them.
Right.
And quote unquote cure it.
It's like addiction.
Because you can't cure it.
Yeah.
But if you're sad, you can watch something to make you happy. If you're angry, you can watch something that make you happy. Now again, if you have like a mental disorder or you're like, you know, your how you're put together is like wonky and you always are just like a sad clown or something like that, that's a different story.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like the average person, because I get so annoyed when I hear people like, man, I'm so depressed today. It's like, oh yeah? What'd you do? Because it's so stupid. I'm sorry. Depression is because it's not real.
I think that more often, almost always, people who are claiming to be depressed have bad habits. Because the times that I've been the most depressed, I've had the worst habits.
Right.
And I fix my habits, and what do you know? I'm not depressed anymore.
Well, because
how do you fall into these?
You were sad, right?
Yeah, when I'm sad.
Yeah,
really, I was sad.
You were sad.
But because it becomes a matter of what are you defining as depression? Like when somebody says, I'm depressed today, like they're just probably fucking throwing that word around at that point.
Well, a lot of people I think that use it, and I'd say the word a lot, but people that use it sometimes, I think they use it just for like manipulation.
Yeah, I think so.
And also for power.
Because when I think of depression, I think of like the worst I've felt in my life, like periods where I was like, damn, like this is just fucking terrible, like a pit of depression that I was a dip. Whereas, you know, regularly you're up here, the depression's down here. Yeah, it goes on for days.
You were
it goes
so
on for
sad
weeks.
that you were just sad and angry.
Yeah,
that you're like, I'm just in this location right now. I can't go that way.
And I would liken it to tunnel vision, where it's like you're looking at life through a tube and you can't see everything around you. Like that's how it feels. And I've even gotten to the point before where I remember like I could think like, damn, I can understand why someone would think like in a suicidal way. Like I remember thinking that. Like I feel so depressed that I could almost understand why someone would think that way, because I feel so hopeless and so trapped in this cycle of whatever this is. Like it's because I get that, but I don't think that when people refer to depression, they're talking about that state of mind. I think they're talking about I had a shitty day, and even then, what I'm talking about was still a result of my bad habits. Like I said, I don't think I was a depressed person. I think I was a person who was self-indulging in bad things, and that was making this cycle in my brain regurgitate itself into something worse.
My favorite is the people that like it's a contest.
Yeah.
It's like,
who's sadder than who?
Because again, like, not to say it like this, but like, I mean, sadly, you have to say what you're gonna say, and then right before you say it, it's like, not to say it like this, but I am saying it like this. Like, so many people love holding on to their sadness. Because it makes them who they are. And without the sadness, they're nobodies. They're losers. And it's sad to say that, but it's true. Like, I've met people that like have said that they've had the worst life ever and horrible things happen. And it's like, okay, well, in a normal world, there's one or two things you could do. You could either, it takes over you, it consumes you, like you're doing right now. Or you could do this little thing called forgive. And if you really do forgive the person, then you're cleansed of whatever was ailing you. And then you can move on.
Yeah, well, and I think true liberation from the past is living in the present, right? Like you're not even really living unless you do that.
They don't want to do that. They don't want, because like it's the idea, if they're the quote unquote victim, they hold the power.
Right.
And the second they are just like, all right, well, you know what, you're right. I forgive this guy for doing whatever, blah blah. It happened. I'm fine. I'm alive still. I made it through.
I think forgiving is more powerful.
Right. But the ironic twist is now people will be like, well, but then what does he get out of it?
Yeah.
He did horrible things to me, but that asshole right there, he should be suffering. It's like, yeah, he should be suffering, but you're suffering right now.
Yeah, right.
But you enjoy suffering.
Right.
So it's like, you can't like have both, you know what I'm saying?
That's why forgiveness would be a virtue.
So many people, well, that's the whole thing. It's like, yeah, forgive and forget. Because bad things are going to happen to you regardless who you are. Like, you walk up a stair, right? You trip on wood. You can't just look at the wood and be like, you fucking piece of wood, you fucked up my ankle, you cocksucking wood.
Right.
It's wood. You just have to be like, all right, wood, you got me.
Yeah.
Next time. And then
I think that even extends to yourself. I think you need to be able to forgive and forget yourself, right? Like you should be able to look at your own previous actions and think,
and that was. It's easier. It's not easier said than done.
Yeah,
it's a lot of mentality that you have to flip flop and code switch in your brain and shit.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, like it's necessary and you have to do it. But so many people don't do it. And I'm just like, what the hell is wrong with these kids?
Well, because I think, like you said, like a power game. Like it's like being right, being on a pedestal, and like because like I am of the mentality, dude. I truly don't care. I have no time to like be mad at somebody over some little thing. I make judgments of people. I think, oh, maybe I shouldn't be friends with that person. Maybe I shouldn't be around that person. Maybe avoid that. Like, of course, you should think those things, if just to be safe. But like, also don't be so quick to judge people, and don't be so quick to like say, oh, I would never do that. Because, dude, you've done stupid shit before too. You're not the smartest person in the world.
True.
So I feel like
if I am the smartest person in the world,
well, maybe
I've done some stupid stuff also.
Even then.
Yes.
I would argue the smartest person probably might even do the most stupid things, because the smartest person is probably the person who's trying the craziest things. Because when you're really smart, you look like a lunatic.
And you know what that guy's name is? John Wayne.
John Wayne.
And there's the podcast.
That was excellent.
Yeah.
And so we always wrap this show up with two things.
Oh, let's hear it.
The very end of every episode. So this show is obviously for 3 to 5 year olds. That's my core audience.
Well, it's 41 minutes.
4 hours.
My fault. 4 days and 27 minutes.
Yes, 4 days.
Yes.
So it's been 4 days, children. You're about to stop listening to this and enter the real world. You're going to exit the matrix and enter the real world. And I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know how you're going to approach it. This guy over here named MDP is going to tell you what you're going to do when you enter the real world, how to approach it, because he has had life experience. He's actually 82, and so he's lived for a long time, and he knows
82
all about it.
In my pants.
Yeah, in his pants only. Yeah. So we're also sponsored by Blue Chew. MDP loves Blue Chew, folks.
In my pants.
In his pants. He uses Blue Chew every time. Used the code MDP on Blue Chew for 10 free boxes of Blue Chew. Is it illegal to just make stuff up just
in
say
my pants.
in my if I just say like, hey, go to Blue Chew and you'll get free shit. But yeah, so the advice for the children, and then also the places they can find you on the internet. They spent all this time. They spent 4 days with you. They might as well spend some more time. So the place they can see your face, where they type that in, and this comes out about a month from now. So if you're going to plug any dates, any shows,
for sure,
keep that in mind.
So if you actually make it through this podcast, I want you to actually message me on Instagram, Roots and Roll 16, just to say I did it.
Yeah, I
don't even know if I'm gonna watch this whole thing, but if you sat through this whole thing and you've heard every single thing that we said, because we're geniuses. Yep. I want you to message me on Instagram to let me know. And even if you lie, I'm like, that's still good enough. I'll do that.
No, because the thing is, if they're messaging you, that means that they heard you say this. So unless they like skip to the end.
True. Unless you clip this part for the first clip.
No,
like
I won't. I won't, because I want to, I like this idea. Sometimes when I do the ads, like when I promote a show, I'll say, come to the show and say this code word to me, and I'll know that you saw this ad. Because I'm waiting for the day it actually happens. Like, it's fun to me, this concept of like somebody coming up to me and saying wiggly, because that was the secret code word that I told them to say. Like we should come up with a code word. They should message us if they're watching right now.
No, just message, okay.
Just message us.
Okay.
But you see the point of the word, because it's like you had to be watching. There's no way you knew.
I think to answer your question, we've already answered the question.
Yes, we did.
We broke down a lot of taboos. America is the greatest country in the world.
Yes, we did.
No such thing as depression. Sex and the City, more like 4 women that don't know what they really want. Do we talk about flying cars? No, okay. No
Next
flying
time.
cars.
Next time
Hashtag no fly, no car.
Yep.
I love that you have Wild Phil hat on this thing.
Yep. Over there, off camera, we got a Wild Phil hat off over there.
He's gotten funnier.
Good for him.
Yeah, he's gotten
good for him. Uncle Phil.
Uncle Phil?
Yeah.
Uncle Wild Phil.
Uncle Phil. Uncle Fester.
Uncle Phil. Oh God, hopefully not. With that face, though, I could definitely more like Uncle Linger.
Ooh. Uncle Finger.
Ooh, what the hey now? In my pants.
In my pants.
I like that. I like that. In my pants. Something to get rid of this MDP thing.
That could be your new catchphrase.
In my pants.
T-shirts.
Okay, so like I was watching South Park.
The shirt could say "in my pants" with an arrow down.
In my pants.
Yeah, but sorry, go ahead.
With an arrow going up in my pants.
Yeah, right. That's really good.
Kids, if you haven't learned anything from this, learn to market yourself.
Yes. Two shirts with 2 different arrows. Yeah.
I seen this thing on, and I could not stop laughing. It was them doing a behind the scenes thing of them doing voiceover stuff for a guy, and it's not even like a real character. Randy Marsh is playing guitar, but then like this other lady goes up, it's like, it's not Stevie Nicks, it's Steamy Nicks. But before that even comes about, it's Bill Hader and one of the guys from South Park doing voices, and they're both doing a Southern guy.
Yeah.
And like one of the guys, I think it's Matt Trey, and he's just like, well, I hear there is a guy in town that will, for a nickel, shit his britches. And then like Bill Hader just has like 2 lines. It's just like, he is what? And they can't stop laughing. And then you see, because it's like one guy on a microphone, another guy on a microphone, one guy on a microphone. It's just like in their room or whatever. And it's the funniest thing, because like they just can't stop laughing. And all of a sudden, so then Matt Trey has to go back on the thing. He's just like, I said he shits his britches. You mean his whole britches? No, not half the britches, his full britches. I'm telling you, you pay this old boy money, and he takes the load in his ass and puts it in his britches. I couldn't stop laughing.
That's funny.
Long story short, you can find me every Saturday at the store.
Great transition, dude.
You can follow me every Saturday at the store. Me and the funny Rachel Marsh. Has Rachel done the podcast?
Yes, yeah.
Rachel Marsh. Look her up on Instagram, guys. One of the funniest people in the
4
world.
p.m., right?
4 p.m. Sign-ups at 3:30 at the store. Halsted and Armitage. And If you don't see me, it's because I've died because I've coughed my life into this podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was it. I don't really. I have a show coming up in March in April. I have to do 10 minutes of clean material.
Oh, good luck.
Which I have.
Yeah.
But like then the guy.
You said I have to, and I feel like that phrasing phrasing means something.
I got booked to do it, so I have to do it.
Yeah. But you didn't say I get to. You didn't say I'm going to.
Right? No, you're true. You're true. I selected my words very carefully.
I have to.
Well, here's the other part of the have to part. He was telling me that it's for teachers, but like he's a like Martin Funk. Have you had him on? Okay.
Funky name.
He's a character. He's an older guy. He did comedy back in the day, then retired from it or quit, and then became a teacher for like 20, 30 years, and then got back into it. But he wants to do clean material because he says he doesn't know, because he's taught a lot of kids, so he doesn't know what kid will show up at an open mic or whatever. And then they have his teacher saying something about raping an elephant or some shit like that.
It's like Miss Rachel.
And it's like Mr. Funk. Yeah. That's awfully funky. But
oh my god, what a nightmare!
But to find out, like,
just like because it's like seeing your teacher at Walmart, but so much worse.
No, but he does clean stuff.
Yeah,
and thank God for it, because a girl actually was at a mic and then she followed him, and she was like, "Mr. Funk was my teacher." And he was the nicest guy in the world. Yeah. So I was in this gangbang, and
you're right.
But I'm doing that show, and long story. Okay, sorry. So he was saying that he wants the jokes to be teacher orientated.
Okay.
And I'm like,
10 minutes? What? How many minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes of teacher jokes.
It's yes and no. But like I have like one joke that I do about a school where I say that I got some sad news. A friend of mine texted me and he said that our grade school closed down, which is nuts. I made those bomb threats like years ago. I don't know if that joke's gonna work to this place, but I got.
That's a tough one.
But it's clean. It's clean.
Is that clean?
No rape. No swear words.
From my understanding, clean.
No sex. No penises.
Yeah,
no
but
vaginas.
It's suggestive though.
That's fine. It can be suggestive.
It can be suggestive, like bomb threat. You can say bomb.
I fictionally blew up a place.
It's a weapon, though. You can say a weapon in clean comedy. You can say weapons, like gun, bomb.
Yeah.
I could say, because I feel like
I just can't say the vagina I shot or the fucking asshole I shot.
You can only say bomb threat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, at least I'll find out.
Maybe like something about hitting kids with rulers. Then you could go that way.
Here, I'm gonna pee real quick and I'll tell you the rest of it.
All right.
I'm trying to think of a joke where I'm just saying like, I think they should fire every young teacher ever.
Fire every young teacher.
Yeah. Just because they don't know what it's like to be a teacher.
Young teachers aren't gonna like that joke.
I know, but it's okay.
You're gonna lose.
Why?
You're gonna lose them.
No, they'll just be tardy. The reason I say we need to fire all the young teachers because like they have hope.
Yeah.
None of my teachers had hope.
Right. Right. You should have already been burnt out.
None of them have hope, and not only that, none of them eat lean cuisine.
No.
Every teacher I had ate lean cuisine.
Yep.
You saw their teeth. You're like, I don't know who actually did the Louisiana Purchase, but I know who has cavities.
Yeah.
Every teacher I had in my fucking class had cavities. They all had the most fucked up teeth. They went home to nobody. They had a cat. They had a picture of their cat.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the only relatable thing, sadly, for these other teachers.
Maybe.
But yeah, they gotta fire all the like. You have to be minimum 50 years of age to teach in a school, in my opinion.
Oh, dude, that's pretty high up.
That's good,
Not
though.
40, 50?
50. You want somebody that's going to yell.
My best teachers were the oldest ones.
Yeah, you want the ones that yell.
Yeah.
And when you're 50, you don't talk.
Yeah.
You yell.
Yeah.
Because you can. I'm in my 40s. You know how many times I storm out of a restaurant after asking them a question? Like when I was coming here, I went to this place because I was going to get some tea. I wanted to get some before I caught the bus in Clark to come here. And I walk into this little cozy corner. I was like, "How much for a large tea?" And the guy's like, "I think with tax it's gonna be $5.96." I was like, "What size is the large?" And he's just like that. And it's like I'm like, no, I'm not paying that much money for that large. I just stormed out and I was like, dude, being my 40s is awesome. Because you could just leave.
You could just do that.
You could just leave. I go to this, there's this bakery, small little bakery by my house. Every time I walk in, nobody says hello.
Yeah.
Nobody says hello. And that annoys me to the fucking utmost.
Yeah,
and nobody says hello.
40-year-old.
And then I remember I was just standing, so I had like my hood on or whatever, and then but I had my hat on or whatever.
Yeah.
I go in there and I just stare at the lady. And she's not saying anything back. Like literally how you're reacting is like how she's reacting. And I'm I'm literally staring at you. And then I was like, how much are these cookies? And she was like, oh, let me see. I was like, you couldn't say hello. And we're having a Mexican stare down over cookies. You couldn't say hi.
That's really funny.
How
That's
fucked up
really
is that?
funny. Because that's some
and it was an older lady.
What is
it wasn't
going
a
on
younger
there?
lady. I've gone to that place and a younger lady's been in there, and that's like pulling teeth because I'm just standing by the counter. And here's the thing. Because of the way I look, they don't look at me like I need to be they have to impress me or I have to impress them. They just look at me like, oh, he'll come to us.
Yeah.
And it's annoying. Because I'll see other people go in there like, hi, how you guys doing? I was like, no. Where's my hello?
Oh.
Because it's the principle of the matter. It's like, I'm old. I've served 40 years in this country.
And they never say
hello to me.
Never once do they say
Fuck
hello.
that.
I mean, it's funny because you even pushed it to the limit with the staring contest.
Yes.
That's
real.
Hilarious.
I was just like.
Because at that point, it's up to her, right?
Yes.
You have done everything you can. You've been polite. That's the nicest
this
way
is my
you can
Seinfeld
say.
Moment. Polite, Jerry.
Yeah, right.
I was so polite. I was as close to please.
Yeah.
Please, George, please.
Because dude, why in any customer service situation, I could never imagine a customer walking up to me and saying nothing.
Right.
It's actually funny. Just the scenario to me of a customer walking up and neither of us really saying a word.
You're just staring. You're just like, yeah. It's like.
And then as soon as you say something, I react almost like an AI robot. Like, hey, how much does this cost? Oh,
it just kicks on. It was just like, what the?
What is that? Because it's almost like you're bypassing the normal human thing to do, which is just say hello. And I can understand maybe that maybe in their mind they didn't think about it right because maybe you're both equals. But you're not equals because
you're in charge.
They're the store owner that's running the business.
Goods.
They have the goods.
I'm here for the goods.
But obviously they did understand that because you also said that they greet everybody else. So it was almost personal.
I've seen them literally. Yeah, it felt very personal.
Yeah.
It annoys me when I'm this person. I look like this and I just go places and not that I get treated like shit, but I don't get the best treatment.
Yeah, right.
I don't get a hello from a human being. You know how much I would just like a hello? How hard is it to get a hello?
When you get in your 40s, your life just becomes Seinfeld.
It is Seinfeld.
What it is.
Every fucking concept. It's just the idea how hard is it just to get a hello? How's your day going? I want to I'll end it with this. I want to make this sad.
This is Seinfeld to Mark Norman. Are you doing me? Are you doing me right now?
I wish I could do Jerry Seinfeld.
But what you're gonna end it with what?
I want to do this. This is kind of sad.
Tell them the social medias.
Oh
before
yeah, so Roots and Roll 16.
That's where. So if you're looking for them on Instagram,
find me and follow me. I have a couple of videos of my jokes. A lot of people like them. A lot of people like them.
A lot of people like them. A lot of people like them. So, folks, whatever just happened, you just missed so much exclusive content that this man told me don't put it anywhere, which, I would give it to you like
Ruse named names.
I said so many names.
He said so many names of people that sat in this chair that he said were just hacks.
Yeah.
So we don't want those names out there.
And I actually said the worst things I might have ever said on a camera. And he just kept going, dude, stop. Dude, stop. And I was like, why? Why? We're going hard, right? And he was like, whoa. And I feel like you're not telling them exactly what happened, but it's cool because I feel like, it's whatever. I feel kind of cool. I feel fired up. I feel like I went off, but I guess I shouldn't put it out there. So you guys aren't going to see that. Instead, you're just going to see about 20 seconds of the best beatboxing ever from Matthew Doyle Perez. All right, here we go.
I'm beatboxing?
You're going to beatbox.
Okay.
And...
Ow. Me. Ow. Me. Me.
All right. That's good. Excellent work. That was amazing. Some of the most unique beatboxing I've ever heard. And I don't think people are ever going to hear anything like it, right?
Unless they copy me.
Yeah, which, at that point, we'll know where it started. It started here.
Right meow.
Right meow. Today on the show known as
Ruse Radio.
Clocking out.
Meow.
Double down, competition couldn't help him to rock. Missed the whole time, holy fell through the flock. That's an ordinary miracle, wealth to the block. It's a balance in the character, this calm and collect. It's apparent his caricature is lost in the